This is a world where everyone has a career awakening at 18. Some people awaken as undead warlocks, commanding thousands of skeletons and becoming invincible. Someone became a fire elementalist, and with a wave of his hand, great magic came down, and an entire city was reduced to ashes. As a recognized super genius in the #1 middle school, I broke records with countless full marks and was once hailed as the undisputed future legend. However, at the awakening ceremony, fate dealt me a heavy blow. I only obtained the lowest level D-level profession warrior. From a genius who was once high and mighty, I have become a laughing stock in everyone's eyes. Those who once looked up to me now mock me. Friends deserted, lovers left, and all the glory seemed to vanish in an instant. But they were all wrong. When everyone was immersed in contempt for me, I was the only one who knew that there were actually 4 completely different career paths in front of me. D-level, warrior; S-level, shadow assassin; or even SSS level, dead scourge. Just when everyone thought I would pursue the highest glory, I made a decision that no one understood. I gave up all these choices and embarked on the most mysterious 4th path, forsaken of God. This choice led me to an unprecedented path of sacrifice to become a god. Sacrificing the edge of corruption, I received the corruption lotus, and every attack was accompanied by the scarlet power of corruption. I was not abandoned by God, but I resolutely abandoned God. In the end, those abandoned by God will become the ancestors of all gods and dominate all living things. At the #1 middle school, under the awakening stage in the playground, a group of students were mocking wantonly. Haha, what's the point of studying hard? In the end, isn't it still awakening to a useless D-level profession? Haha, that's right. No matter how well you study or how well you get on the exams, you'll still be a loser after you awaken, said a girl. I heard that he didn't even sleep during his 3 years in high school. He devoted his whole heart to studying. He even got full marks in the fighting class. What a pity, said another girl. The crowd was talking about it, and the mocking voices rained down on me, Lin Yi, as I stood on the awakening platform. As everyone knows, Lin Yi is a madman who studies very hard. For 3 years, I was the first person to arrive in the classroom and the last to leave every day. Occupational classification, exotic animal population studies, trap setting and cracking, holographic simulation fighting class. No matter how unpopular or difficult the subjects were, I got the highest score in the history of #1 middle school and broke countless records. There are also many talented people among the awakeners of this year. Wang Biao, the second son of the president of the Black Hawk Guild; Lin Xueming, a genius from a low-income family; Lu Ruyan, the daughter of a wealthy family; and Qin Yinran, the icy school beauty. But all of them have been suppressed by me for 3 whole years. However, today, the moment I stepped onto the awakening platform, a gray light flashed from the awakening steel, and a broken greatsword totem emerged in the air. Gray means D-level. Greatsword means my profession, warrior. D-level, warrior, the lowest level of combat profession. Cannon fodder, no other explanation. When the results were announced, the scene suddenly became boiling. Haha, I didn't expect that I would be suppressed by a loser for 3 years. Wang Biao did not hide his pride and laughed wildly. His awakened profession was S-level, Panlong monk. There is a world of difference between S-level and D-level. From today on, the shadow that has suppressed me for 3 years has completely dissipated. Lin Xueming laughed even crazier. He kept calling me big brother and asking me to teach him fighting skills. Now Lin Xueming grinned with a twisted face. Lin Yi, you have come to this day. You have always acted so high and mighty. But now, in the end, you are nothing but a waste. Even Lu Ruyan, my childhood sweetheart who used to bring me breakfast every day and who wouldn't allow any other girls within 3 meters of me, showed a look of disgust at this moment. Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to have such a fate. Lu Ruyan sighed and said coldly, you did teach me a lot, but from now on, we should not contact each other anymore. Lu Ruyan's eyes moved away from me and turned to stare at Wang Biao and Lin Xueming beside me. Obviously, in her eyes, I at D-level have lost all my value, and they, who have awakened S-level professions, are her next target. Lu Ruyan awakened to the A-level profession, fire elemental mage. She took off her hairpin confidently and let her hair loose lazily. Her fair neck shone in the sun. Her unintentional movements attracted countless eyes, including Wang Biao and Lin Xueming. While everyone was laughing happily, I had no time to pay attention to all this, because what I saw before my eyes was completely different from the awakening ceremony they described. Normally, when you awaken, only one god will come and grant you a profession. But at this moment, 4 gods appeared before me. A war goddess wearing golden armor and holding a huge sword. A mysterious man hidden in a black cloak. An old man holding a bone staff. There was also a broken warrior whose body was damaged, but he stood proudly. 4 gods for professions, and the D-level warrior is just the first profession I can choose. I blinked in disbelief. Am I so popular? The first person who stood in front of me was the goddess wearing flaming golden armor and holding a great sword engraved with holy words. Behind her was a shining sword and shield totem, obviously representing the goddess of war, representing war and glory. The goddess of war looked down at me. The majestic mask on her face made her look as if she was a god that could not be desecrated, and the arrogance in her eyes made me feel uncomfortable. Awakened, I have felt your hard work and piety. Follow me, and I will grant you the glory of a warrior. As she spoke, a gray light emanated from the awakening steel, and a broken great sword totem slowly emerged. A line of words appeared in front of me. Choice 1. Follow the goddess of war and change to D-level profession, warrior. Basic skills. Block, thrust. Talent skills, none. I narrowed my eyes, speechless. This goddess had just been so arrogant, claiming to have felt my efforts and devotion, but in the end she gave me a D-rank cannon fodder job? Is that funny? I refused. I shook my head without hesitation. Then, I turned my gaze to the second god. This is a god wearing a black cloak and a veil covering her face. She is shrouded in a looming black aura and exudes a murderous intent that is difficult to ignore. Even her gender cannot be identified. Hearing that I resolutely rejected the goddess of war, the shadow god seemed to be a little pleased. She stretched out her hand to me and said in a low and cold voice, "A wise choice, a smart awakener. Follow me and become a black knife that cuts through the void." Before I finished speaking, a sharp black knife suddenly cut through the void and appeared in front of my neck. The black knife seemed to be threatening me, and also seemed to be showing the terrifying power of the void. Choice 2. Become a servant of the void spirit and change to S-level profession, shadow assassin. Basic skills. Void obliteration, shadow stealth, shadow clone. Talented skill, shadow assassination. Can ignore any barrier restrictions, flash behind the target from a long distance, and launch a fatal attack. Just as the black knife totem appeared in front of me, the commotion in the audience suddenly stopped. The crowd suddenly became dead silent, and everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. The purple light flickered. This was the sign of an S-level profession. What's going on? Linyi awakened a new profession. A boy asked. Why does he have a second career? Another boy asked. And this is an S-level profession, a girl said with her mouth wide open. Are you kidding me? How can one person awaken 2 professions? The people in the playground awakening audience were discussing heatedly. Wang Biao's smile froze instantly. His face turned pale. He stood up suddenly and shouted angrily. This is impossible. One person cannot awaken 2 professions. Lin Xueming and Lu Ruyan beside them also changed their expressions. Lin Xueming almost gritted his teeth and said, "This is absolutely impossible. He is just a useless professional." Lin Xueming rushed to the podium and excitedly questioned the principal. "Principal, there must be something wrong with the awakening ceremony, right? Lin Yi can't possibly awaken 2 professions." However, the principal and other tutors on the podium were all stunned, and no one could speak. The old principal Lin Jingnan's face flushed, and he slammed the table in excitement. "Good boy. This is really an S-level profession." I said, "This kid is not simple, right?" Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, there was another commotion under the awakening stage. The crowd's voice was even louder than before. "Oh my God! Look at the awakening stage." At this moment, the ancient stone tablet on the awakening platform once again burst into dazzling light. This time it was an orange beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. Lin Yi has awakened his 3rd profession. Everyone on the podium stood up, stunned with surprise. Even the well-informed leaders of the 4 major guilds could not help but gasp. And I, during the awakening ceremony, calmly looked at the void spirit in front of me and shook my head again. The S-level combat profession, Shadow Assassin, is indeed very strong, but I know that I have other options. God of the Void, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious. I need to see the quotations from other gods. I said to the spirit of the void with a relaxed look. The god of the void was so angry that he was trembling all over, but she obviously couldn't do anything to me. When I turned my gaze to the third god, I noticed that there was a hint of fear and awe in the eyes of the void spirit. The third god was an old man with white hair, leaning on a bone cane with a faint blue flame burning on it. He was imposing and powerful, and his eyes showed admiration. Awaken one, I am Hades. Submit to me, and I will grant you the power to control life and death. The old man's voice was low and domineering. Then a line of cold words appeared in front of me. Choice 3. Submit to Hades and change to SS level occupation. Undead Scourge. Basic skills. Undead summoning, skeleton substitute, death bloom. Talented skill. Pluto's messenger. Become Pluto's subordinate, and you can summon an unlimited number of undead servants. In an instant, a dark cloud rolled towards me like a tsunami, and floating in the cloud were countless white skeletons. Outside the awakening platform, the originally noisy crowd suddenly fell into silence, and everyone's attention was attracted by the orange beam of light bursting out from the ancient stone tablet. The light pierced the sky like a sword, soaring into the sky, and instantly enveloped the sky above the entire awakening ceremony square. The sky suddenly darkened. The sunny afternoon seemed to be swallowed up by endless darkness in an instant, and the entire sky was shrouded in a haze that seemed like the end of the world. Billions of white bones and skulls appeared in the sky like a mirage, and the aura of doom was suffocating. This strange phenomenon not only covered the awakening ceremony square, but also covered the entire Shanjing city and even the sky of the entire Dragon Kingdom. The skeleton army emerged like a torrent, and the dark clouds pressed down, making it difficult for everyone to even breathe. What is this?" a student watching said in a trembling voice. Crying sounds were heard from all around, and many children were sobbing in fear at the horrific scene before them. Adults also turned pale, and only those awakened ones who had already changed their jobs felt a chill on their backs, with sweat dripping down their spines. In this army of undead, skeleton warriors are only the most basic type of soldiers. Huge undead beasts, undead assassins hiding in the dark, undead ghost generals riding on skeleton horses, and weird and terrifying undead creatures are all over the sky. There were also several giant white-boned dragons that covered the sky and the sun, flying through the air. Every time they flapped their wings, they would stir up a suffocating, bloody wind. The apocalyptic scene is like a reality torn out from a nightmare. Everyone was stunned watching this, including the geniuses who were also standing at the awakening stage. Their faces turned pale, and they were in disbelief. What kind of profession is awakening? Even the old Principal Lin Jingnan on the rostrum was shocked and stood up suddenly. He muttered in astonishment. How large is the area covered by this phenomenon? Is it the entire Shanjing city or the entire province? As soon as Lin Jingnan finished speaking, Director Zhang beside him rushed to him with a mobile phone in hand, looking anxious, his voice filled with uncontrollable horror. Principal, the whole country has been shocked. The strange phenomenon caused by Lin Yi has covered the entire dragon country. Lin Jingnan's face turned paler and paler, and he repeated with a trembling voice, "The scourge of the undead. This is really the scourge of the undead." At the same time, news broadcasts from all over Longwo were urgently interrupted. Lu Cixi, the anchor of Xuanwu City's New News, had just received the director's order and immediately reported in a steady voice. A terrifying vision suddenly appeared in the sky above Dragon Country, with dark clouds pressing down and an army of hundreds of millions of undead skeletons. Lu Cixi's voice remained calm, but the next second, when she looked up and out the window behind her, she suddenly froze. A giant skeleton dragon flew past outside the broadcasting room, with a bloody wind blowing. Its cold, bloody eyes seemed like the god of death coming, making Lu Cixi feel a fear she had never felt before. According to the latest observation report, the center of this strange phenomenon seems to be located in Shanjing City. Lu Cixi's voice began to tremble slightly, and her face was as pale as paper. At this time, news in major cities across the country were also urgently broadcasting the same news. White Tiger City express urgent interruption. Billions of skeletons appeared in the sky above Dragon Country. It has been confirmed that this was caused by an awakened person in Shanjing City. Special news from Qinglong City. Please do not panic, residents. This doomsday scene is a special phenomenon caused by an awakened person when he changed his job. News flash from Suzaka City. Shocking. The awakened people in Shanjing City caused a celestial change, and the skeleton army descended. At the same time, in the secret military area codenamed Dragon's Nest, a white-haired old man in military uniform and with countless military medals on his shoulders stared at the doomsday scene in the sky, his eyes full of awe. Fortunately, you acted in time, Mr. Chun. Otherwise, this strange phenomenon would have spread to Europe long ago. The old Chun, next to the white-haired old man, was sweating and panting. Old Chun's profession was a five-elements illusionist. As one of the powerful warriors of the Dragon Country, he had just tried his best to barely control this terrifying vision within the Dragon Country. Qin Shuai, who caused this strange phenomenon? The white-haired old man nodded slightly. No matter who it is, we must find out as soon as possible, and the military must protect this person as soon as possible. At the same time, at the awakening ceremony, the students and parents who were watching were completely shocked by the scene before their eyes. Even the leaders of the four major guilds were shocked, and no one dared to underestimate Lin Yi anymore. The old leader of the Black Hawk Guild looked at the overwhelming army of undead and said in a low voice, "This is the undead scourge, an SSS-level profession." As soon as this sentence came out, several other leaders on the rostrum could no longer sit still. The undead scourge was a profession that had never been seen before in history. Once awakened, it would be enough to cause an uproar in the entire Dragon Country and even the whole world. Lin Ye's visions had far exceeded the ordinary level of awakening, and it shocked the entire awakening world. You know, in the history of Dragon Country, there was once an SS-level necromancer who led an army of undead to massacre a city. The visions caused by Lin Yi far exceeded those caused by the necromancer. Director Zhang, the vision of the necromancer only covers one city, right? Lin Zhengnan asked tremblingly. Director Zhang nodded repeatedly. Yes, the vision of the necromancer only covered one city at the beginning, and now Lin Ye's vision. Lin Ye's vision enveloped the entire Dragon Kingdom. Everyone realized that this was not just an SS-level profession, but a profession beyond the norm. A profession that could summon billions of undead and sweep the world. This is an SSS-level profession. Lin Jingnan's voice trembled with excitement. The real undead scourge. The first mention of the natural scourge of the undead by the old principal Lin Jingnan was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge uproar. All major media outlets were immediately excited, and the reporters at the scene were so excited that they almost forgot to breathe. A natural disaster of the undead. Did Principal Lin say this was a natural disaster of the undead? A female student said in surprise. Of course. Isn't a phenomenon of this scale qualified as a natural disaster? Another girl asked. It's a scene of world destruction. Without a doubt, this is the undead plague. The crowd in the audience of Playground Awakening discussed heatedly. Hearing this exclamation, the leader of the Hegemony Guild was the first to react. He took out his communicator with trembling hands and almost shouted to the guild president. President, come to number 1 middle school quickly. Something big has happened. There's a big fish here. No, it's a whale, a queen. You have to come over immediately to recruit him. These words instantly awakened the leaders of the other 3 guilds. They no longer cared about the occasion and decency, and dialed the communicator one after another. President, something big happened at the awakening ceremony of the first middle school. You hurry over. What? Are you playing a dungeon? Forget about the dungeon. Things are about to turn upside down here. An SSS-level professional awakener, Undead Scourge, has appeared, said a guild leader. President, can't you see? The strange phenomena above the entire Shanjing City are caused by his awakening. Come quickly, said another guild leader. These battle-hardened veterans all understood that SSS-level occupations were beyond their capabilities, and that the guild leader had to come in person. The 4 major guilds have been in a 3-way balance in Dragon Country for decades, and the emergence of Lin Yi is bound to break this balance. Whoever can recruit Lin Yi into the guild will dominate the awakened realm of Dragon Country in the next 100 years. After all, this is an SSS-level profession, Dead Scourge. Not only the guild leaders were going crazy, but the media reporters at the scene could not contain their excitement either. Originally, this awakening ceremony had attracted much attention, and now it had even triggered a world-destroying phenomenon. Countless cameras were simultaneously pointed at Lin Yi on the awakening stage, vying to report on it. Hello, audience friends. This is the Bugle Daily, reporting exclusively on the awakening ceremony of the number 1 middle school. Yes, you read it right. Lin Yi, a student from the #1 middle school, triggered the vision of a natural disaster of the undead during the awakening ceremony, said a female reporter. Remember the last profession that caused such a horrific phenomenon? That's right, it was the only SS-level profession in the history of Dragon Country. The necromancer, said another female reporter. Reporters rushed to point their microphones at the awakening platform where Lin Yi was. Former celebrities such as Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, Lu Ruyan, and others were instantly forgotten. No one paid attention to them anymore, and the entire focus was on Lin Yi. At this time, the presidents of the 4 major guilds also rushed to the #1 middle school as quickly as possible. Lu Lian, the guild leader of Fenghua Guild, was originally leading his team to push a dungeon instance. After receiving the news, he turned around and left without saying a word, completely ignoring the shouts of his teammates behind him. Guild leader, the boss hasn't been defeated yet, Lu Lian said without even turning his head. If you can't win, retreat. Don't waste time. If I can get Lin Yi into the guild, what's the big deal about S-level dungeons? We can go straight for SSS-level dungeons in the future. At the same time, Yi Xiaoxiao, the president of Luyan Pavilion, was enjoying the hot spring and relaxing. But upon hearing the news on the communicator, this guild leader, who was known as the most beautiful in Dragon Country, immediately jumped out of the water, wrapped a bathrobe directly on her wet body, and hurriedly shouted, "Quick, prepare the car. I want to go to Shangjing City." The secretary looked at her in confusion. "Sister, are you going there in your bathrobe? What kind of awakened person makes you so anxious? There's no time. Just for whatever you want. It's too late to investigate his preferences," Yi Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. On the other side, Tang Jinyuan, the president of the Hegemony Guild, was negotiating with the shareholders. After hearing the content in the communicator, he walked directly to the window angrily. But when he saw the strange scene outside the window, the communicator slipped instantly. Tang Jinyuan hurriedly picked it up and shouted nervously, "Shangjing City? Come right now. Recruiting Lin Yi is the top priority." As for the shareholders meeting, Tang Jinyuan didn't care at all at this moment. If we take down Lin Yi, it won't be a problem to increase the investment tenfold next year. The Black Hawk Guild's president, Wang Ming, who is also Wang Biao's father, is usually calm and rational, but at this moment he has lost his usual composure. Wang Biao shouted into the communicator, "Xiao Biao's classmate? No matter what, recruit Lin Yi. Son, forget about that kid for now. Lin Yi is our future." In just a few minutes, the presidents of the 4 major guilds in Dragon Country all ran towards the #1 middle school at the same time. Even they, who were usually elusive, appeared on the same road. At the same time, some seemingly ordinary convoys were rushing towards Shangjing City from all over Longhua. Although these vehicles look ordinary in appearance, the passengers inside are all of extraordinary status. They are dressed in casual clothes, but when each vehicle passes through the checkpoint, the guarding soldiers will immediately salute. Lin Yi, who was in the middle of the awakening ceremony, was completely unaware of the uproar caused by his awakening. His attention was completely focused on the choice before him. Pluto held a bone cane in his hand with a majestic look and gave Lin Yi an irresistible SS-level job, Undead Scourge. As a student who is familiar with history of awakeners, Lin Yi is very clear about what achievements the previous SS-level, Necromancer, predecessor had made. If he chooses this profession, Lin Yi will have a heaven-chosen start, destined to have smooth sailing all the way and even go down in history. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yi gently shook his head again. Lin Yi turned his gaze to the last god. Unlike the 3 majestic and overbearing gods before him, the last god looked more like a mortal. The god's body was broken into pieces, with messy black hair and blood-red pupils. In his hand, he held a torch that looked like it was dying. He looked so miserable, as if he was even more broken than a beggar. Lin Yi instinctively had doubts about this god, but it was this god who made him shudder all over and break into a cold sweat as soon as he spoke. "Are you also a traveler from Blue Star?" Lin Ye's brain suddenly roared, as if struck by thunder. He was a traveler from Blue Star, a secret he had never told anyone. The 3 gods in front of him had never noticed, but the broken god in front of him saw through his life experience at a glance. Moreover, the word also made Lin Ye's heart surge with fear. Could it be that this god in front of him was also a traveler from Blue Planet? Lin Yi was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't belong to this world. He was an earthling in his previous life. He was hit by a truck while helping an old lady cross the road, so he traveled here inexplicably. Countless questions came to his mind, and he was about to ask. However, the incomplete god interrupted him, his voice full of anxiety. Don't follow the gods. This is all a conspiracy of the gods. We are all pawns, sacrifices. The gods will also be killed, and we can also become gods. These vague words made Lin Yi feel confused. However, before he could think further, the incomplete god began to slowly dissipate, as if it had been killed, and completely disappeared in front of him. At this moment, a line of words appeared in front of Lin Yi. Choice 4. Refuse the gift of God, become a person abandoned by the gods, and obtain an unknown level of occupation. God-forsaken. Basic skills, none. Initial talent, incomplete godhead. Incomplete godhead. Although incomplete, it can still enjoy sacrifice. When a forsaken god kills any monster, he can sacrifice its firewood to himself, thereby obtaining one of its attributes, talents, skills. As this option appeared, Lin Yi was surprised to find that 3 crimson blood bars appeared above the heads of the 3 gods in front of him. Each blood bar had trillions of health points, just like the life bar in the game, clearly visible. Gods actually have health bars? Lin Yi's worldview collapsed and reorganized at this moment, shocking him beyond words. It turned out that gods could be killed, and it turned out that humans could become gods. At this moment, a tremor that he had never felt before surged into his heart. Lin Yi's hands trembled slightly, and he finally understood the true meaning of incomplete godhead. Ordinary awakeners must kill monsters and sacrifice the monsters' fire to the gods they follow in order to gain new skills and upgrades. After Lin Yi chose Forsaken by God, he no longer needed to sacrifice the firewood to the gods, but could directly sacrifice it to himself and obtain the monster's attributes, talents, and even skills. Although it is a blank profession at the beginning, Forsaken of God has unlimited growth potential and can even become a true god step by step. Lin Yi recalled the performance of the previous 3 gods. One was arrogant and stingy, another one tempted him, and the other one simply asked him to surrender. Lin Yi thought about all these and found that none of them really respected humans. In their eyes, humans were nothing more than ants to be played with. The words of the incomplete god echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Gods can also be killed. We can also become gods. At the same time, the awakening ceremony had reached its climax. The presidents of the 4 major guilds of Dragon Country, Lu Yin, Tang Jinyuan, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Wang Ming, all gathered together. The media reporters at the scene were extremely excited, and their cameras were pointed at these big shots who were rarely seen in normal times. Lu Lian, the president of Fenghui Guild, was all smiles, flattering Lin Jingnan earnestly. Principal Lin is indeed a role model for educating people, and has cultivated such an outstanding genius. The presidents of the 4 major guilds gathered around the podium at the same time, and the guild leaders who were originally sitting there stood up and gave up their seats. The old Principal Lin Jingnan was flattered to the point of blushing, feeling extremely proud. He had already begun to imagine the grand scene of No. 1 middle school becoming famous after Lin Yi awakened. However, just when everyone thought that undead scourge was the best choice, the vision on the awakening platform changed again. The army of undead that originally covered the sky gradually dispersed, and then a beam of light burst out from the ancient stone tablet again, rushing straight into the sky. A 4th profession, Wang Ming, the president of the Black Hawk Guild, took a breath of cold air in astonishment and exclaimed in disbelief. I've heard of people having 2 professions to choose from when they awaken, but Lin Yi actually has 4 choices. This is simply unheard of. However, when the 4th beam of light rose, its light was obviously not as dazzling as that of the SS-level profession, Undead Scourge. Several presidents speculated that this might be an ordinary C-level profession. As the light column rose, the broken torch totem slowly emerged, complementing the previous gray, purple, orange, and black totems. Everyone could see that the orange scourge light was the most dazzling. Principal Lin, will Lin Yi make the right choice? Luyan Pavilion President Yi Xiaoxiao asked with some concern. After all, the ceremony of awakening 4 professions is too rare, and even the presidents have never seen it. However, just as everyone was waiting for Lin Yi to make his choice, Lin Yi on the awakening stage finally took a crucial step. Every move of Lin Yi attracted the attention of everyone present. The entire awakening ceremony venue fell into deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting for him to make the final choice. As the 4 beams of light on the ancient stone tablets slowly dissipated, clouds and mist filled the sky above the awakening platform, and the previous broken greatsword, void black knife, and the skeleton army of the undead scourge all disappeared. Only the last torch, which was almost burned out, was left, spinning around Lin Yi and finally injected into his forehead. In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar. This can't be. The old principal Lin Jingnan's face instantly froze. He rubbed his eyes and asked Director Zhang beside him in disbelief. Lin Yi, he didn't actually choose undead scourge. The presidents of the 4 major guilds also stood on the podium in a daze, watching the last wisp of black cloud in the sky gradually dissipate. They looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. He really didn't choose undead scourge? That's the legendary SSS-level profession. Is he stupid? Said a guild president. This guy Lin Yi, doesn't he know anything about the career information of undead scourge? Said another guild president. Lu Lian, the president of Fenghui Guild, immediately shook his head and sighed, his regret evident in his words. Student Lin Yi is too young to realize the value of the undead scourge. If it were me, I would never miss such an opportunity. The old principal Lin Jingnan's mood seemed to have fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley at this moment. Seeing that the genius he had cultivated with great effort had made such a stupid choice, he rushed to the awakening platform like crazy and yelled hysterically. Lin Yi, get out here! Lin Jingnan turned around and glared at Director Zhang, questioning. Who was his class teacher? Why didn't he do a good job in popularizing career science? Director Zhang also turned around and scolded the head teacher Tang Wana. Teacher Tang, how can you be a head teacher? You can't even teach the most basic vocational education. When Tang Wana heard the scolding, she stood there in a daze. Tang Wana had always believed that Lin Yi was a smart and outstanding student, and had never doubted his judgment. But now, he had made a mistake in this crucial career choice? Was it because she trusted him too much and neglected the most basic guidance? This scene made the media reporters who were watching the scene find the hot spot. Cameras were pointed at everything happening on the awakening stage and broadcasting the whole process live. Dear audience, this is really shocking. I didn't expect that when faced with multiple career choices, Lin Yi would actually give up the SSS-level undead scourge, a female reporter said in surprise. The #1 middle school claims to be an elite school in Shangjing City, but it fails to provide even the most basic vocational science education. Is this a mistake by the students or a failure of education? Said another female reporter. Lin Yi and #1 middle school must both be held responsible for the fact that Long Country has lost an SSS-level awakener, said a male reporter. Along with the media reports, an overwhelming wave of public opinion attacks began on the internet. Many viewers in front of the screen felt that Lin Yi's choice was incomprehensible, and some people even began to use vicious words, thinking that he wasted the God-given opportunity. The presidents of the 4 major guilds looked at Lin Yi's choice and shook their heads and sighed. They originally thought that Lin Yi was a once-in-a-century talent, but he ended up ruining his own future. Lu Lian, the president of Fenghui Guild, sneered. It seems that Lin Yi is too impetuous. The profession he finally awakened seems to be only a C-level one, right? Our guild does not need such a mediocre person. Tang Jinyuan, the president of the Hegemony Guild, was even more disdainful. A piece of trash who doesn't even have the most basic judgment ability is not qualified to join the Hegemony Guild. Wang Ming, the president of the Black Hawk Guild, snorted coldly. You want all kinds of garbage? Our guild is not a garbage shelter. Although Yi Xiaoxiao, the beautiful president of Luyan Pavilion, did not say anything, the disappointment on her face said it all. The news that the 4 guild leaders had joined forces to ban Lin Yi was instantly captured by the media at the scene, and the reporters exaggerated the tragedy of this genius awakener. In less than an hour, this news had swept the entire internet and became the most sensational news of the day. On the other side, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and others who saw this scene were overjoyed. Haha, trash is trash after all? Wang Biao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even if the opportunity was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to grab it. Lin Xueming couldn't stop laughing. This Lin Yi is so stupid that he actually gave up such a good career opportunity. In this case, I will not show mercy at tomorrow's trial meeting. There was a sinister light flashing in Lin Xueming's eyes, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Yi, Lin Xueming whispered. You've been so proud for so many years. Now you should learn how to be a servile loser in the Tower of Trials. Before Lin Yi on the awakening platform had time to digest the choice he had just made, the 4 gods and the vision gradually dissipated. As the surrounding scene changed, Lin Yi was suddenly teleported to an unfamiliar place, and a reminder sounded in his ears. New Awakener, you have entered the Trial Tower. The Tower of Trials is the final assessment for each batch of Awakeners, testing their adaptability to their profession and their practical abilities. All major guilds attach great importance to this link and can often judge the potential of the awakeners through the trial results. Those awakened ones who can quickly adapt to their profession and break records in the trial tower often become the target of guilds. As the number one genius in Shanjing City, Lin Yi shone brightly during his 3 years of high school, taking first place in almost every test. Everyone is looking forward to his awakening, believing that once he awakens to an A-level or above profession, he will surely shine in the Tower of Trials. However, what surprised everyone was that he finally chose a Forsaken of God, who was not even as good as D rank, a waste among wastes. But Lin Yi didn't think so. He looked around calmly and found himself in a dark, strange, ancient forest. The trees blocked out the sun, and light barely leaked through the branches. There were faint, strange cries coming from all around. This should be the first floor of the trial tower. Lin Yi called softly. Open the attribute panel. His attribute panel immediately appeared in front of him. Lin Yi. Occupation. Abandoned by God. Level wealth. 200. Magic. 100. Attack. 20. Defense. 20. Constitution. 5. Strength. 5. Agility. 5. Spirit. 5. Initial skills. None. Talent. Incomplete Godhead. Lin Yi looked at the panel and said with a wry smile, "It's really pitifully weak. All of its basic attributes are lower than those of the lowest level D-class profession, and it doesn't have any initial skills. It only has a talent of incomplete Godhead that is barely acceptable." Then, Lin Yi said, "Check the talent. Incomplete Godhead." A line of introduction appeared in front of Lin Yi. Incomplete Godhead. Introduction. The Godhead of those abandoned by the gods, although incomplete, can enjoy sacrifices, and the fire of sacrifice can make up for the incomplete Godhead. Seeing this introduction, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and swore in his heart, "I hope I didn't make a wrong bet." Lin Yi walked towards the weapon box beside him, which contained various basic blank weapons. He chose a rough iron spear, which had no bonus from weapon specialization, but was just considering that the spear had the widest attack range among melee weapons, allowing him to keep a safe distance. Coarse iron spear. Level requirement. 1 attack power. Plus 15 after equipping the spear, Lin Yi's attack power increased to 35. At this time, a rustling sound came from the forest, and the guardian monster on the first floor of the trial tower appeared. Several short goblins with pointed heads and ears and green bodies emerged from the forest, making low roars and waving rusty iron swords in their hands, rushing towards Lin Yi. Goblin! Lin Yi immediately recognized this weak but dangerous monster. Although the combat power of a single goblin is not strong, they are good at siege. And Lin Yi's attributes are so weak that they are not even as good as D-level. Any carelessness may be fatal. Gripping the spear tightly, Lin Yi took a few steps back, leaning against a thick tree, and using the terrain to attack from high ground and gain the greatest advantage. The first goblin rushed forward, holding the iron sword in its sharp claws and slashing at Lin Yi fiercely. Lin Yi quickly grasped the gun with both hands and blocked the iron sword. Although he did not have the block skill, with years of combat training, he still accurately deflected the goblin's attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Yi quickly counterattacked and stabbed the goblin's chest with a spear. 29. A damage number appeared, and the goblin roared in pain, his body shaking. Lin Yi seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and launched 3 consecutive attacks. 31. 29. The goblin's health was instantly reduced by half. At this moment, the other 2 goblins also pounced towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a step forward without hesitation and thrust the spear in his hand into the chest of the first goblin, killing it completely. 27. The first goblin fell, his eyes full of unwillingness. Lin Yi got the key information. The goblin's health was about 100 points, and he needed at most 4 shots to kill one. The remaining 2 goblins pounced on Lin Yi angrily. But Lin Yi remained calm and relied on his flexible movement and shooting skills to kill the 2 goblins one by one. 5 minutes later, the last goblin fell, and 3 rays of white light rose from their bodies, directly raising Lin Yi to level 2. Level up, gain 5 free attribute points. However, Lin Yi's attention was not on the attribute improvement, but was attracted by the faint flame on the goblin's corpse. This is the fire. Fire is the energy left behind after a monster dies, and usually needs to be sacrificed to the gods to gain an upgrade. But now, I can sacrifice myself. Lin Yi performed the sacrifice ceremony without hesitation. The three goblin fires circled around the spear and gradually merged into Lin Ye's body. Soon, a prompt sounded. The goblin fire sacrifice was successful. Fire +1. Gain talent entry, savagery D level. It's done. Lin Ye looked at the attribute panel in front of him and was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to open the talent panel. Next to the lonely, incomplete Godhead entry, there was now a new Savage D level entry. The effect of Barbarity, level D, is very straightforward. Strength attribute +100. You know, when Lin Yi just upgraded, he only gained 5 free attribute points, but now, this low-level entry has increased his strength by a full 100 points at once, which is equivalent to instantly increasing his strength by 20 levels. Lin Ye's strength soared from a pitiful 5 points to 105 points, and his attack power also increased to 135. Is this the power of sacrifice? Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh, looking at the incomplete Godhead in the talent panel. This was just an incomplete Godhead, but it could bring such a terrifying improvement. Those gods with complete godhood enjoy countless believers' sacrifices every day. How terrifying power do they get? And what they give to believers are just a few skills or job change opportunities. Lin Yi realized that he had made the right bet. Although Forsaken of God is a profession with extremely low initial attributes, far behind those powerful S-level or SSS-level professions. With the power of sacrifice, he can quickly catch up with and surpass those so-called geniuses. This time, only a few goblins were sacrificed. What if a more powerful monster was sacrificed, or even an elite boss or a dragon-level creature? This talent has unlimited growth potential. Lin Yi clenched the spear in his hand and continued to explore deeper into the jungle. The first level of the trial space was very large, and there were more monsters than just a few goblins. He had to defeat the leader of this level before he could enter the next level. Soon, Lin Yi found another group of goblins. This time, Lin Ye's attack power was as high as 135, and he could easily kill a goblin with just one shot. Lin Yi, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly attacked, and the spear in his hand accurately slashed the throat of the nearest goblin. 129. The goblin was shot dead instantly without any reaction. The remaining goblins suddenly panicked and fled in all directions. But this only gave Lin Yi more opportunities to reap the rewards. Lin Yi was like a god of war, wielding his spear and killing the goblins one by one. Soon, white light rose up, and Lin Yi leveled up again. Lin Yi also sacrificed all the fire of the goblins killed this time. Although he did not obtain any new entries, Lin Yi understood that the sacrifice fire needed to be accumulated, and the stronger the monster, the better the effect of the fire. Lin Yi continued to move forward and entered an area full of torches. There seemed to be a goblin tribe in front of him. In the tribe, several soldiers were guarding a huge half-orc goblin, which was obviously the boss of this floor. Lin Yi observed carefully and found that there were not many goblin soldiers in the tribe, and most of them were sent to patrol. Lin Yi gently threw a small stone, attracting a few soldiers to leave, and then quickly attacked and killed them one by one. Finally, Lin Yi faced the sleeping half-orc goblin. This half-orc goblin was much larger than an ordinary goblin, holding a huge mace in its hand. It sensed the disappearance of its soldiers, roared, raised its mace, and looked around for the enemy. Lin Yi took advantage of the moment it turned around and stabbed its hind legs with the spear in his hand. 95. This boss's defense was obviously much higher than that of an ordinary goblin, but its health bar was still clearly visible in front of Lin Yi, at a high of 2,000 points. The orc goblin roared in pain and swung its mace at Lin Yi, but its movements were too slow, and Lin Yi dodged it easily and fired another shot in the backhand. 98. With his nimble movements and precise control of his spear, Lin Yi continued to consume the boss's health, gradually reducing its health bar to half. At this moment, the orc goblin's eyes turned blood red, and he entered a frenzy. His attack power suddenly increased, and he swung his mace even more fiercely. However, the orc goblin became more clumsy in its violent state and lost its height advantage. Lin Yi seized the opportunity and stabbed it hard in the neck. 187. Weak point attack, double damage. Lin Yi showed no mercy and stabbed several times. With the last shot, the orc goblin leader fell to the ground, bringing Lin Yi a lot of experience and directly upgrading to level 5. At the same time, larger flames emerged from the bodies of orc goblins than those of ordinary goblins. Sacrifice the fire of the goblin leader. Lin Yi began the sacrifice without hesitation. The huge fire gradually dissipated, and a familiar prompt sound came to Lin Ye's ears. The goblin leader's fire sacrifice was successful. Fire +5. Obtain skill Frenzy B level. A skill has been released. Lin Yi was delighted. He did not expect that the goblin chieftain would give him the orc-exclusive talent skill Frenzy. Lin Yi immediately opened the skill panel and checked this skill. Frenzy, skill level B. Effect, a unique skill for the orcs. After activation, the damage and attack speed increase by 30%. After the effect ends, the player falls into a weak state and the defense power decreases by 50%. Lin Yi was slightly excited. The Frenzy state was a powerful skill of the orcs. Although it had side effects, it could burst out extremely strong combat power in a short period of time. Just as Lin Yi was overjoyed, a line of words appeared in front of him again. Do you want to consume 10 points of fire value to strengthen this skill? Lin Yi was stunned. It turned out that fire could also enhance skills. He chose to enhance without hesitation. Consume 10 fire points, and the skill Frenzy has been enhanced to Beast Blood Boiling. Beast Blood Boiling. Level, A level. Effect, a talent skill possessed by high-level bloodline orcs. After activation, damage and attack speed increase by 50%. After the effect ends, you will fall into a short-term weak state and your defense will decrease by 30%. Additional, killing a target can extend the duration. Perhaps Lin Yi didn't know that outside the trial tower, his class teacher Tang Wanner was silently watching his every move. After Lin Yi rejected the SSS-level profession, undead scourge, that shocked the whole city, almost all eyes turned to other awakeners, such as Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yinran, who were geniuses of S-level professions. Lin Yi, who was once hailed as a genius, seemed to have become a complete joke in everyone's eyes. Only Tang Wanner did not give up. She quietly locked the observer on Lin Yi's perspective. Lin Yi was a student she had personally trained, and she was the only one who knew Lin Yi's true potential and talent. What Tang Wanner was worried about was whether Lin Yi could withstand such a huge career gap and whether he would be devastated by it. The difficulty of the Tower of Trials is quite high this year. The Goblin tribe on the first floor is enough to wipe out half of the newly awakened ones. The moment Tang Wanner turned on the observer, she saw Lin Yi surrounded by a group of goblins. As a professional mentor, she naturally knew that this situation meant huge danger for a blank profession. But what surprised Tang Wanner was that Lin Yi not only did not panic, but calmly chose the best high ground, leaned against a big tree, and killed all the goblins one by one with textbook skills. Well done, Lin Yi. Tang Wanner couldn't help but cheer for him in her heart. Lin Yi's performance was not only steady, but also full of wisdom. Even if we look at the entire Dragon Country, no more than 5 awakened people can do such an operation. What made Tang Wanner even more gratified was that Lin Yi was not defeated by the loss of his career. Instead, he showed an extremely tenacious mentality and continued to challenge cleanly all the way. Tang Wanner couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Lin Yi is stronger than I thought. Perhaps this blank career will not be his end. At the same time, in the trial tower, Lin Yi had just defeated the guardian of the first floor, and the transmission prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations! The guardian of the first floor of the trial tower has been killed, transferring to the second floor of the trial tower. As the surrounding scene changed, Lin Yi was teleported to a huge dark cave. The stone walls around him were sticky and muddy, making people feel cold and damp. Obviously, this was the second floor of the trial tower. For Lin Yi, the nervousness had long disappeared, replaced by excitement. The goblins on the first floor had already allowed Lin Yi to obtain 2 powerful talent items, savagery and boiling blood, through sacrifice. What kind of improvement would the unknown monsters bring next? He was full of expectations. The rules of the trial tower would not actually kill the awakener. The worst result would be being teleported out of the tower. Without any worries, Lin Yi could go all out and fight to his heart's content. Soon after, the monster on the second floor finally showed its true colors. A strange force surged in the soil under my feet, and black roots like old vines suddenly broke out of the soil, with sharp thorns flashing coldly. So fast, Lin Yi jumped away quickly, and the vines suddenly slammed into the place where he had just stood, leaving deep marks. Fortunately, he was not hit, and he secretly felt lucky. Brandishing his spear, Lin Yi decisively fought back, chopping off 2 vines. 30. The vine was cut off, and the health was only 30 points, which surprised Lin Yi. Logically, the monsters on the second floor should be stronger than those on the first floor. Why is the health of the vine so low? However, just as Lin Yi was thinking, more vines emerged from the ground, and the number increased several times, surrounding Lin Yi. Although the vines were fragile, they seemed to reproduce continuously, and the more he killed, the more vines there were. Something is not right if this goes on. Lin Yi was keenly aware of the problem. Although these vines were easy to kill, they seemed to be appendages and kept growing. Lin Yi immediately thought that these vines might have a mother plant, and only by finding and killing the mother plant could the problem be completely solved. Following the direction of the vines, Lin Yi rushed all the way, avoiding the vines' pursuit and deftly circumventing obstacles. Finally, after passing through several complicated caves, a huge tree root appeared in front of Lin Yi. The tree root was extremely thick, like an ancient life form, with roots constantly growing from it. What was even more strange was that a huge face actually grew on the tree root. Found it, Lin Yi rushed forward without hesitation and stabbed the tree roots with the spear in his hand. -137. The damage number popped up, and the health bar of this huge tree root finally appeared in front of Lin Yi. Undead Tree Spirit. Level. Elite Boss. HP. 50,000. Danger level. High danger. The tree spirit's health was as high as 50,000. However, what made Lin Yi even more troubled was that a few seconds later, a green recovery number suddenly appeared on the tree spirit. +100. It will recover automatically. Lin Yi's heart sank. A boss with 50,000 HP was already troublesome enough, but he actually had a strong self-healing ability. This meant that Lin Yi had to deal more than 100 points of damage per second to cause effective output. And the longer you delay, the more vines the tree spirit will grow. It seems that this level tests the output capability. Lin Yi quickly analyzed the design intention of this level. If an ordinary professional awakener encounters this kind of boss with high health and high recovery, it will probably be difficult to pass, especially those professionals with insufficient output who may be exhausted to death by endless vines. If the goblin tribe on the first level is enough to wipe out half of the awakened ones, then the undead tree spirits on this level will screen out those professionals with insufficient output. Lin Yi secretly sighed. The designer of this year's trial tower is really thoughtful. But for Lin Yi now, this level is not invincible. With his enhanced beast blood-boiling skill, Lin Yi can greatly increase his damage and attack speed. Although the vines grown by the undead tree spirit are huge in number, each vine has only 30 points of health, which is just enough to refresh the duration of boiling blood. Chapter 10. Sacrifice the undead tree spirit. S-level item. Photosynthesis recovery. Outside the trial tower, looking at the battle situation where more than half of the new awakeners were eliminated on the first floor alone, the old Principal Lin Jingnan's brows were almost wrinkled. Damn it, who designed the trial tower this year? Director Zhang next to them quickly and quietly reminded Principal Lin that the media cameras were still on their faces. Principal Lin quickly adjusted his expression and put on a kind smile. At this moment, in their viewing perspective, the awakeners who successfully passed the first level of the trial tower, represented by 3 S-level professionals, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yinran, have arrived at the dark and damp cave. Countless vines that grew out of the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain began to attack Wang Biao. Wang Biao, an S-level melee monk of the Panlong class, immediately swung the war stick in his hand. A combat skill with dragon patterns was swung out, strangling the vines in an instant. Fortunately, this second floor is still decent. Lin Jingnan was just about to take a breath when he saw that Wang Biao had also discovered the veins of these vines hidden underground and traced them all the way to their mother plant. The moment the huge mother tree root appeared in the camera, all the onlookers couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, is that the immortal tree spirit? This thing is hard to kill even for a level 10 professional. Who on earth put the undead tree spirit on the second floor? That's too perverted." The old Principal Lin Jingnan couldn't help but curse out loud, because he knew very well how difficult it was to kill an immortal tree spirit. I'm afraid that this second level alone is enough to eliminate more than half of the awakened people in their number 1 middle school this year. I'm afraid all non-output type professions will stop here. In the other corner, the class teacher Tang Wanner also hurriedly lowered her head and paid close attention to the situation on Lin Ye's side. Although Lin Ye's extreme operation allowed him to clear the first level of the goblin tribe. However, the gap between the undead tree spirit on the second level cannot be made up by operation alone. Lin Ye's profession is almost a blank slate. No matter how hard he tries, he won't have enough output to kill the mother body. However, she was the only one watching the scene. Lin Yi has already started to attack the mother body of the undead tree spirit. Tang Wanner, who was a professional in fighting skills, saw through Lin Ye's movements at a glance, and it seemed that he was almost twice as fast as he was on the first level. What's going on? Even Tang Wanner was secretly surprised. At this time, Lin Yi had already surrounded the mother body of the undead tree spirit and began to attack frantically. It turned out that the mother body of the undead tree spirit did not have any means of attack. All its attacks depended on the roots and vines extending from the ground. Therefore, the second level of the trial tower is basically a wooden stake to test your explosive power. The thick iron spear in Lin Ye's hand kept thrusting at the body of the immortal tree spirit. 179, 158. Damage numbers as high as 200 suddenly burst out. This was naturally because Lin Yi activated Boiling Beast Blood, which directly increased his attack power and attack speed by 50%. At this moment, Lin Yi could output a number of over 200 per second, minus the 100 drops of blood recovery per second of the undead tree spirit. The average effective output per second reached 70 points. Even though the total health bar of this undead tree spirit is as high as 50,000, it is definitely not unshakable. However, killing this undead tree spirit is not as simple as just attacking. Almost every minute and every second, a vine root covered with thorns and spikes appeared randomly on the wet land. If these vines are not removed quickly, it will accumulate more and more. But if you distract yourself by dealing with these vines, you won't be able to concentrate on exporting the mother plant. This is the test for the designer of the second level of the Tower of Trials. However, for Lin Yi, it was not that difficult to do two things at the same time. These vines growing around him became targets for him to refresh Boiling Beast Blood, while Lin Yi was attacking the mother body of the undead tree spirit, while quickly using the thick iron spear in his hand to cut off the vines that had just emerged. Kill the thorny vines, and the blood boiling effect will be extended by 10 seconds. One cycle lasts 10 seconds. Lin Ye's rhythm was very steady, and he only attacked those vines that were closer to his output position. As for those vines that grew farther away and could not attack Lin Yi at all, Lin Yi ignored them. He knew very well that as long as he killed the mother body of the undead tree spirit, no matter how many vines grew, they would die instantly. Under Lin Ye's exquisite rhythm control, the undead tree spirit's health bar of 50,000 is gradually decreasing. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. This high-intensity, high-focus operation lasted for an unknown amount of time. Finally, when Lin Yi stabbed the immortal tree spirit with his last shot, the bottomless health bar finally emptied to the last inch. The roots of this huge tree suddenly broke and withered, turning into dust all over the sky. And the vines that had almost covered the entire cave were instantly turned into dust. The immortal book spirit fell in front of Lin Yi. A large amount of experience, white light, directly flowed into Lin Ye's body. This difficult boss allowed Lin Yi to level up 3 levels in a row, directly reaching level 8. However, Lin Yi was more interested in the large amount of firewood left on the ground by the immortal tree spirit. Sacrifice the fire of the immortal tree spirit. Lin Ye's sacrificial movements had become more and more skillful. The firewood, like a swarm of fireflies, suddenly surrounded the tip of Lin Ye's gun. Finally, it gradually dissipated. The fire sacrifice of the immortal tree spirit was successful. Fire plus 20. Obtained talent entry. Photosynthesis recovery. Photosynthetic recovery. Entry level. S rank. Chapter 11. Rogue fighting style. The beautiful swamp banshee. The fire is burning, sacrificing all souls as the fireflies dance like dim flames. The sound of singing came from the void, as if it was praising the birth of a great entry. The entire copy is vibrating. It was as if something horrible was born in the void. S-level entry. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the entry. Photosynthetic recovery. Entry level. S rank. Effect. The undead tree spirit has a strong recovery ability. When bathed in light, all its recovery effects are increased by 500%. Additional. Automatically restore 1% of the maximum health value every second. It's indeed an S-rank entry. Although this undead tree spirit is only an elite-level boss, its powerful recovery ability is almost top-notch among all monsters. Recovery effect increased by 500%. For a human professional, not only is the effect of taking blood medicine directly increased by 5 times, some skills with blood-sucking and recovery can also be directly increased by 5 times. Before Lin Yi could get excited, a familiar voice sounded in my ears again. Congratulations! You have killed the guardian of the second floor of the trial tower. The third floor of the trial tower is being transferred. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was teleported from the dark and damp cave to an open swamp. At this moment, Lin Yi heard another reminder in his ear. Congratulations on becoming the fifth awakener to enter the third floor of the trial tower. The remaining awakened people in the trial tower, 47 people. Lin Yi was suddenly startled. At least he was definitely not the first awakened one to kill the undead tree spirit. After all, some high-output professions, especially those with fire attribute attacks, have a natural advantage in killing wood attribute monsters such as the undead tree spirit. But now there are only 47 people left in this trial tower? That is to say, except for the 5 people including Lin Yi who have reached the third floor, there are only 42 awakened people left, still struggling with the undead tree spirits on the second floor. This elimination is too fast. You should know that there are tens of thousands of students participating in the awakening ceremony in Shangjing City this year. I don't know who designed this year's trial tower. The elimination mechanism is so cruel. The goblin tribe on the first level directly wiped out half of those who were not strong enough to fight. And the undead tree spirit on the second floor will wipe out all the remaining non-output professions. So what kind of brutal challenge will the next third level be? Lin Yi had no time to think. I saw 3 humanoid monsters emerging from the dark swamp where I was. They grew out of the mud. However, her whole body was spotlessly white, with half of her sexy and enchanting body showing from the swamp, which made Lin Yi, a young man, unable to control his blood boiling. The naturally beautiful face of the enchantress is even more intoxicating. A gentle chanting like a sound wave suddenly came towards Lin Yi. Swamp Banshee. Lin Yi was startled and quickly dodged to hide in the surrounding rock piles. The next second, a sonic attack with an extremely wide range landed at the location where he had just been, and the entire marble slab was vibrating slightly. Magic attack? Lin Yi's guess came true. The guardian monsters of the third floor are actually 3 swamp banshees. This monster, which has a beautiful and enchanting figure but relies on strange sonic attacks to kill countless professionals, is extremely difficult to deal with. The reason is that their attack method is not ordinary physical. It is a sonic attack with a very wide range that is impossible to avoid. The third floor of the trial tower is set up with a 1,000 square foot wide swamp. Only the surrounded area in the middle is covered by several huge rocks. It is not difficult to kill this kind of swamp banshee, as long as you can get close to them. Their physical defense is not very high. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that if you show your head to attack one of them, you'll be attacked by sonic waves from the other 2 banshees. In swampy terrain, the challenger has already suffered a deceleration effect. The range of their sonic attacks is extremely large and difficult to dodge, and you will almost certainly suffer damage. So this level tests the challenger's ability to move and dodge. In other words, endurance. After figuring out the purpose of the designer of the third floor, Lin Yi couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on the corner of his mouth. In terms of dodging ability, Lin Yi's current ability may not be comparable to those A-level or S-level agility professionals. But in terms of endurance, Lin Yi, who had just acquired the passive skill photosynthetic recovery, thought that he was invincible at this stage. Although the sonic attack of the Swamp Banshee has a very large attack range, the damage is not fatal. As long as Lin Yi could take a few hits and exchange blood for blood, then go back to the pile of rocks in the middle, use photosynthetic recovery to restore your health to full, and then fight again. Relying on this rogue style of play, Lin Yi could easily pass the third level of the trial tower. Just do it. Lin Yi suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the nearest swamp banshee. As soon as I slowed down my pace, I felt the slowing effect of the swamp. However, Lin Yi's killing intent did not diminish. While scaring the swamp banshee to death, he suddenly thrust the thick iron spear in his hand. 137. Then Lin Yi put away his gun and ran away, never greedily seeking the sword. At this time, the sonic attacks of the swamp banshees from the other 2 directions had already arrived. The ripples hit the forehead. Lin Yi felt a shock on his head, and 2 damage numbers burst out from his body. 150. 150. Lin Yi has now reached level 8, and his total HP has reached 500. After taking these 2 attacks, there was just less than half of his health left. However, the shot Lin Yi just fired had already taken away nearly 1/3 of the swamp banshee's blood. At this time, the photosynthesis recovery effect of Lin Yi who was hiding behind the rock, had already taken effect. Lin Ye's health was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next, just wait for the health to be restored and repeat the previous operation. Then, a scene like this appeared on the third floor of the trial tower. A young man holding a thick iron spear bravely took the sonic attack from behind and suddenly rushed towards the swamp banshee. After stabbing once, he ran back to the center of the rock formation. Then he waited timidly for his blood volume to be restored to full, and then rushed out tirelessly again. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi, holding the thick iron spear in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief. With this rogue and vulgar fighting style, finally, all 3 swamp banshees were captured without any danger. With a flash of experience, Lin Yi also reached level 11. Sacrifice the swamp banshee. Lin Yi started the sacrificial ceremony again. The flames of the 3 swamp banshees slowly dissipated around Lin Yi. The swamp banshee's fire sacrifice was successful. Obtain skill, water calling step. Second skill. Lin Yi quickly opened his skill panel. I saw that besides beast blood boiling, the second skill was already quietly lying in the skill column. Water calling step. Skill level, B level. Effect. A unique talent skill of aquatic species, summoning water to wrap the whole body, making it immune to most deceleration control effects. Passive effect. Increase movement speed by 15%. An auxiliary control-free skill. At this time, Lin Yi did not realize that it was this seemingly ordinary non-damaging skill but it helped him a lot in the next 4th level of the trial tower. Congratulations! You have killed the guard monster on the 3rd floor. Transferring to the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. Tip: you don't need to kill all the guarding monsters on this floor, you just need to reach the teleportation array in the center alive. No need to kill the guarding monster? Lin Yi suddenly felt doubtful. After seeing the sinister intentions of the designers of the first 3 levels, Lin Yi couldn't help but become more vigilant. There is definitely something fishy going on the 4th floor of this trial tower. Chapter 12. The Ghost Fire Spider's Lair. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. A few seconds later, Lin Yi, who was teleported to the 4th floor of the trial tower, was stunned. I saw that the guards here were not just a few monsters. It's an entire ghost fire spider nest. The Willow War fire spiders are a terrifying arthropod monster. Their densely packed compound eyes and uncomfortable crawling movements are enough to discourage 90% of female awakeners. Layer upon layer of spider silk, like a dragnet, turn the 4th floor of the trial tower into a real Ponzi cave. Anyone who steps into this place will be gradually restrained and obedient, and then the swarm of spiders from number 4 middle school will swarm over. These devil-like spider monsters will devour their prey using the method they are best at: the ghostly will-o'-the-wisp toxin seal from their fangs. This is a dual attribute attack method of fire and poison. The continuous damage of burning and poisoning can kill any blood-boosting profession instantly. Oh my dear mother! Lin Yi fled frantically in the spider's silk trap, dodging the spider's silk that shot towards him. Water calling step, start. Lin Yi quickly activated the new skill he had just acquired. I saw a stream of water rising from the surroundings and slowly wrapping around my feet, creating a water curtain. Feeling the lightness coming from under your feet, Lin Yi stepped on the spider silk again, but there was no longer the feeling of blockage and stickiness. At this moment, Lin Yi could hardly imagine that if he didn't have the magical skill, water calling step, that allowed him to be immune to the effects of slowing down and control, he would have been devoured and killed by thousands of spiders a few minutes ago. Lin Yi, who was feeling unwell all over, hurriedly took advantage of the time when water calling step took effect and rushed to the center of the 4th floor. However, even though Lin Yi was so skilled in movement, he could not avoid being caught in the swarm of ghost fire spiders. Lin Yi only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, falling into the state of ghost fire poison. The next second, the double damage of poison and burning that continued to deduct blood began to emerge from Lin Yi's head. Burning damage -9. Toxin damage -5. Although the damage number is not large, you have to know that this is just a bite with a layer of will-o'-the-wisp toxin. If I were bitten a few more times, with 3 or 4 layers of burning and poison on top, I would probably not be able to take a few steps. Lin Yi's whole body was tense. Keep dodging. Move! After a while, Lin Yi rushed forward recklessly and had almost reached the center of this floor. Looking up, one can vaguely see a teleportation array on the top level of the ghost fire spider's nest emitting a blue light. While water calling step is in effect, Lin Yi hurriedly climbed up in 2 steps. However, just as he was about to step into the teleportation array, Lin Yi stopped abruptly, stood on the edge of the teleportation array with both feet, and suddenly turned around. Looking at the dense group of ghost fire spiders chasing after him, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea in his mind. A greedy and risky idea. Lin Yi suddenly raised the thick iron spear in his hand and fiercely swept it towards the several ghost fire spiders that pounced on him. 1-0. 1-0. Several damage numbers popped up immediately. The health of these ghost fire spiders was even lower than that of the vines on the second layer, only 10 points. Just one hit is enough to kill instantly. However, whether one can kill every ghost fire spider that approaches him instantly without missing a single one is a great test of one's ability to use weapons. And at this time, Lin Yi was still under the effect of the ghost fire poison. The health bar is decreasing little by little. If it weren't for the blood volume restored every second by photosynthetic recovery, Lin Yi's blood bar would have been almost half gone by now. Not much chance. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. The thick iron spear in his hand was precise and decisive, piercing all the ghost fire spiders that rushed over one by one. As more and more spiders chased after him, Lin Yi was doomed to be unable to block all attacks. But before that, Lin Yi must kill as many ghost fire spiders as possible. What is Lin Yi doing? Tang Wan'er, the only one who was watching Lin Yi's perspective, was stunned. He had clearly reached the teleportation array, but instead turned around to kill these ghost fire spiders. Didn't he hear the hint from the 4th floor? Tang Wan'er couldn't help but feel a little anxious. In her opinion, what Lin Yi is doing now is useless. Even though there are a large number of these palm-sized ghost fire spiders, each one can't give much experience at all. Using them to gain experience is just a waste of time. Doesn't Lin Yi know that if the trial participants ultimately reach the same level, then whoever reaches the final level first will get a higher score? Time is money. Lin Yi, what on earth are you doing? At this time, Lin Yi was also in a state of high tension. On the one hand, you have to make sure that no ghost fire spider gets close to your body. On the one hand, you also have to pay attention to your health bar, which is constantly being corroded by the ghost fire poison. Finally, as more and more spiders chased after him, Lin Yi's own health bar was almost at the dangerous level of 1/4. Lin Yi must enter the teleportation array. However, at this moment, he was surrounded by dense corpses of ghost fire spiders, at least close to 100 of them. Sacrifice the fire of the ghost fire spider. Lin Yi danced with the tip of his spear. The sacrificial ceremony was hastily started at the last minute. At the same time, he took a step back and stepped 1 foot into the teleportation array. As the surrounding scenery spun, hundreds of prompts appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes. The fire sacrifice of the ghost fire spider was successful. Fire +1. The fire sacrifice of the ghost fire spider was successful. Fire +1. The fire sacrifice of the ghost fire spider was successful. Fire +1. Finally, a pleasant voice appeared in Lin Yi's ears. Obtain the innate skill, Will-O-Wisp Poison. This extremely touching reminder immediately made Lin Yi's heart ecstatic. It is true that wealth and honor are achieved through risk. At this moment, all the risks were worth it. This is why Lin Yi just risked his life to turn back and kill the ghost fire spider, the ghost fire toxin. You should know that in all abnormal situations, the most restrained type of monster is poison. Most monsters, except for those with corruption, are affected by the poison effect. The second most powerful weapon against monsters is fire. Most fur creatures, or wood attribute creatures, are weak to fire. The Will-O-the-Wisp poison of the Will-O-the-Wisp spider happens to combine these two abnormal states, making it a magical weapon for killing monsters. However, for human professionals, collecting and refining toxins is a highly dangerous task. Only a very small number of hunters and assassins have the skills to extract poison from weapons. But Lin Yi is different. He who can enjoy sacrifice can directly obtain the talent entries of monsters. But sacrifice is a matter of probability, and it won't be successful in one go. That's why Lin Yi took the risk to kill as many ghost fire spiders as possible. But fortunately, it's all worth it now. Ghost fire toxin, this toxin that restrains most monsters, including human awakeners, is now quietly lying in his talent skill column. Check the skill effect. Lin Yi suddenly called out softly. Wildfire toxin. Entry level, a level. Effect of the entry. The toxin unique to the Will-O-Wisp spiders that grow in the poisonous miasma of lava. After use, the Will-O-Wisp toxin can be attached to the weapon. Hitting the target will add a layer of burning and a layer of poisonous effect. Burn. continuous damage and reduce the target's defense. Poison, continuous damage and suppress the target's recovery effect. What a ghost fire poison! Lin Yeqing couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Then he secretly looked at the scene on the 5th floor of the trial tower. When we reached the 5th floor, the surrounding area had become much narrower. This place is like a coliseum, with the ground paved with neatly laid marble. At this moment, there were sudden vibrations from the ground. The guardian monster on the 5th floor is about to appear. Soon, a huge figure appeared in Lin Ye's sight. I saw a giant bear with a body as big as a hill, hair all over its body as rough as needles, and claws on its palms as sharp as blades. Ghost Claw Bear. Status: Adult. Level: 15 Elite Boss. Danger level: Extremely dangerous. Lin Yi immediately tightened the bowstring. The time has finally come to face the monster, with no room for avoidance. The adult Ghost Claw Bear in front of him can at least match the strength of an ordinary professional team. There was no place to hide in the surrounding area. However, Lin Yi did not intend to surrender. The reason is simple. The Ghost Claw Bear has a thick layer of fur. Means weak fire. The species belongs to the common creature category. It means weak poison. Chapter 13. The designer behind the scenes. A big shot from the military. At this time, in the awakening ceremony square outside the trial tower, the old principal, Lin Jingnan, stared at the big screen with a dark face and said nothing. He squeezed out a few words fiercely from between his teeth. Who on earth designed the trial tower this year? The Goblin Tribe and Undead Dryads in the first 2 floors of the trial tower alone wiped out nearly 90% of the Awakeners. Next, the Swamp Banshees on the 3rd level eliminated all the clumsy warriors and knights. However, some Awakened ones with long-range professions such as archers, mages, etc. relied on their own long-range output methods, hiding in the cracks of the rocks and killing 3 Swamp Banshees from a distance. When he reached the terrifying 4th floor, the ghost fire spider nest that looked like a small building made Lin Jingnan despair. On the live screen, there are almost only a few seated players who have awakened S-level professions, and a very few A-level professionals left. Panlong Warrior Monk. Wang Biao relied on his high resistance and high output in a half-meat battle to bear the damage and rushed to the teleportation array in the center of the nest. Even so, when he arrived at the teleportation array, he only had a trace of health left, which made people sigh. Frost Swordsman Lin Xueming was not in a better situation either. His ice element was restrained by the ghost fire spider. He relied entirely on the shield of his S-level profession to save his life, and he managed to reach the teleportation array safely. Qin Yinran, who had awakened the agility class Bloodline Hunter, seemed to have the same skill of being immune to slowing control. She deftly avoided spider silk and spider swarms that most girls would shy away from. She arrived at the teleportation array and became the only female awakener left to reach the 5th floor. Lu Rian, who had previously relied on her fire elemental mage attribute restraint to first kill the undead tree spirit, and then used long-range rocket magic to kill the swamp banshee. When they arrived at the ghost fire spider's nest on the 4th floor, they were completely desperate. As a fragile mage, she took only a few steps before she was trapped in the spider web and could not move at all. She looked at the overwhelming swarm of ghost fire spiders crawling towards her. Lu Rian's face turned pale as she chose to give up. The result of the trial ended here, seeing that only a few seated players were left among the awakened ones of the first middle school. Principal Lin, Director Zhang, and others followed Wang Biao and Lin Xueming's perspective and came to the 5th floor of the trial tower. Then the adult ghost claw bear appeared in the arena. But they all couldn't help but curse again. Damn it, who on earth would put this thing in the trial tower? Let alone a professional who has just awakened. Even a whole team of practitioners may not be able to defeat a full-grown ghost claw bear. Who exactly is the designer of this year's trial tower? I heard that a big shot from the military has arrived. At this moment, in a military research institute in Shangjing City, high-definition screens filled the entire observation room, and the images on these screens were all scenes from the trial tower without exception. Although 95% of the screens have become black and white eliminated. Nie Xiaoyu, who was wearing a professional suit that showed off her perfect body curves and gold-rimmed glasses, showed a hint of disappointment on her face and said in a calm tone, "It seems that this year's trial tower has come to an end. No one in Shangjing City can break through the 5th level." Wang Lin, a researcher wearing a military uniform, said with tears in his eyes, "Of course not. Who would put an adult ghost claw bear in the trial tower?" Even if it's an S-level professional who has just awakened, there's no way it can defeat the Ghost Claw Bear alone, right? Nie Xiaoyu gently held up her hair and said with an innocent look on her face. Yeah, but when I participated in the Dragon Scale assessment, killing a Ghost Claw Bear before the first transformation was just the most basic assessment for a combatant. Wang Linqing, a researcher beside him, couldn't help but feel ashamed. Nie Xiaoyu, the leader who suddenly came to the Institute this year and was in charge of the trial tower, had no reservations. The name of the organization that she mentioned was a military secret organization that Wang Lin, at his level, could not possibly access. Nie Xiaoyu habitually bit the pen in her hand and said in a somewhat cold tone, "It's a pity that this year's Awakeners can't even pass the 5th floor, let alone the hidden floor. I spent a lot of effort to catch that little guy." Wang Lin, who was standing next to him, broke out in a cold sweat. Even this ancestor found it troublesome. What exactly was that hidden lair? Sir, the 5th floor contains an adult Ghost Claw Bear. What kind of monster did you catch in the hidden floor? I only heard Nie Xiaoyu use the most calm tone, but said the most frightening words. It's nothing, just a dragon cub. Lin Yi, who was on the 5th floor of the trial tower at this time, did not launch an attack rashly. An adult Ghost Claw Bear. It's not something that ordinary professionals can handle. This level is simply designed for professionals above S level. The Ghost Claw Bear is as big as a mountain, and the rough hair on its back, as rough as steel wire, is just like a thick layer of armor. A pair of fierce eyes glared at Lin Yi, who had entered its territory. Now that we have come this far, it is not Lin Ye's style to quit and surrender without trying. Like its sturdy body, the Ghost Claw Bear is also a powerful monster with great strength and blood. Although its movement speed is fierce, it is not fast. If you want to deal with him, you must rely on agile movement. Lin Ye's level has now reached 13. He added all the free attribute points he gained from the previous level up to his agility. After activating Water Calling Step, Lin Ye's movement speed soared again. At this time, the Ghost Claw Bear was roaring and attacking Lin Yi. The bear creature's attacks are simple and reckless. 1 jump, 2 hug, 3 sit on the stool. These are what Lin Yi learned from reading through the notes of his predecessors in the school library. A pounce. That Ghost Claw Bear pounced over with as much force as a truck. Even a shield warrior with high defense before the first transformation cannot withstand this attack. And you must not hide too early, and never underestimate the turning ability of the Ghost Claw Bear. Lin Yi steadied his steps, watching the Ghost Claw Bear rushing towards him like a violent storm until he was 4 or 5 meters away. Then he rolled to the side suddenly. Although he was in a mess, he managed to avoid the fatal blow. Lin Yi dodged this move, but didn't dare to retreat at all. He suddenly rushed towards a position behind the Ghost Claw Bear. 2 hugs. When the Ghost Claw Bear failed to pounce, it immediately stretched out its 2 strong arms and hugged Lin Yi fiercely. If it had caught me, I would have almost lost my life. But Lin Yi happened to run behind the Ghost Claw Bear, and this blind spot in his vision happened to be out of the attack range of the Ghost Claw Bear. The time is now. Lin Ye's eyes were stern. Ghost Fire Toxin instantly activated. The tip of the thick iron spear was wrapped with a trace of poisonous effect that flashed with fire, and it stabbed fiercely into the back of the Ghost Claw Bear. The target has fallen into the state of Ghost Fire Poison. Chapter 14. The Horrifying Ghost Claw Bear. Wang Biao and Lin Shuiming are eliminated. Lin Yi succeeded in his attack, and without any hesitation, he quickly jumped back. In the blink of an eye, the Ghost Claw Bear's broad and strong but suddenly sat down backwards, and its back, which was as big as a hill, rubbed hard on the ground. Even the marble slab was instantly dented. This is the 3-seater stool. Although this move looks simple and funny, it is very lethal. These are the key points for fighting against bear monsters that countless professionals have summed up with their lives. If you are not familiar with the attack methods of bear monsters and you rashly attack from behind, you will most likely fall into their trap. Fortunately, Lin Yi had predicted this early and withdrew in advance. However, looking at the big pit where the stone slab was broken into pieces, I still felt a lingering fear. At the same time, Lin Yi successfully infected the Ghost Claw Bear with the Ghost Fire Poison. The thick hair on the back of the Ghost Claw Bear was instantly ignited, causing burning damage while also being affected by the toxin. 1-0. 1-5. The Ghost Claw Bear became more and more manic due to the burning and painful Ghost Fire Poison on its back, and its blood bar was also exposed. Adult Ghost Claw Bear. Level 15 Elite Boss. HP 4953/5000. In just a few seconds, the poison quickly burned a small section of the health bar. Lin Yi used the increased speed of water calling step to quickly distance himself from the frenzied ghost claw bear. Next, just find the right opportunity, add another layer of ghost fire poison, and then keep a safe distance. If things go well, killing this ghost claw bear won't be a problem. However, the other awakeners who reached the 5th floor of the trial tower did not have as smooth a time as Lin Yi. Wang Biao's profession is the S-level melee profession Panlong Monk. When he first saw the mountain-like ghost claw bear, holding his special weapon, a war club, he thought it was a monster like the undead tree spirit on the 2nd floor, with only large size and high health, but slow attacking moves. Wang Biao, knowing that there were countless spectators outside the trial tower, including his own father, watching him, roared and rushed forward with a war stick in hand, wanting to show off his professional ability to fight and carry. However, the ghost claw bear taught him a lesson as soon as he came up. When the force is fierce as a locomotive pounced on Wang Biao's face, he had not yet reacted. 891. Instantly, a damage of nearly 900 exploded on Wang Biao's head. Fortunately, he was an S-level melee profession after all, with good defense and health, so he was not killed instantly. However, the audience outside the trial tower shook their heads. The leaders of the 4 major guilds, except for the Black Hawk Guild of Wang Biao's father Wang Ming, the other 3 were looking at this ridiculous scene with some amusement, and they mocked without any hesitation. It seems that Prince Wang needs to practice his fighting skills more. Wang Ming's face turned even darker. Immediately afterwards, Wang Biao on the screen was hugged by the ghost claw bear again. The ghost claw bear's sturdy arms grabbed Wang Biao tightly, and then held him tightly in his arms. Bear hug. This word may sound a bit simple and honest, but you will not understand its horror until you see it with your own eyes. 1526. The horrific damage directly overflowed from Wang Biao's health bar, instantly turning him into a white shadow. Then the screen turned gray, with the announcement already displayed. Trialist Wang Biao has been eliminated, and his final result is the 5th level. The leader of the Black Hawk Guild hurriedly flattered the guild leader, Wang Ming. President, Xiao Biao's performance is already very good. No one else can avoid the attack of the ghost claw bear when they just awaken their profession. Wang Ming's face was dark, and he said nothing. The bear monster's moves are 1 pounce, 2 hugs, and 3 sits on the stool. Even he, the guild president, only knew this after going through countless copies, but it was still embarrassing for him to see his son get hit twice in public. The situation of another S-class awakener, Lin Xueming, was not much better. During the 3 years of high school, he followed Lin Yi and asked for advice every day, so he naturally learned a lot. Therefore, he did not rashly attack the ghost claw bear at the beginning, and thus he managed to avoid the first move that was like a locomotive. Relying on the unique skills of the S-level professional frost swordsman, the cold air array slowed down the movement of the ghost claw bear, avoiding a fatal hug. Then he turned around and came behind the ghost claw bear and started to attack crazily with the long sword in his hand. To deal with these clumsy giant monsters, you have to go around behind them. This was what Lin Yi told him at the beginning. It's a pity that Lin Xueming only learned the basics. Not every giant monster's back is their weakness. For example, the ghost claw bear in front of you is as big as a hill. When the old principal Lin Jingnan and the onlookers, Director Zhang and others, saw from the live broadcast screen that Lin Xueming successfully dodged the first 2 powerful attacks and went behind the ghost claw bear, everyone was overjoyed. Student Lin is indeed the genius seed of our #1 middle school. With such a deft movement and his S-level profession, I'm afraid he may be able to pass the 5th floor. The old principal Lin Jingnan touched his chin and grinned. I have long been optimistic about Lin Xueming. Our #1 middle school has finally produced a talent. Lin's future is limitless. Tang Wana looked up at the big screen and frowned when she saw this scene. Lin Xueming is too greedy. Although his frost swordsman had considerable output after activating the frost attribute attack. But for a ferocious boss like the ghost claw bear, you must never attack at the same angle for too long. Sure enough, on the big screen, the ghost claw bear felt a chill on his butt and let out a loud roar, then suddenly sat back. Lin Xueming, who was expressing his joy, had no way to avoid it. He stared with wide eyes at the hill but that suddenly pressed down from above his head. Lin Xueming was so shocked and anxious that he wanted to curse. I'll go. However, before he could finish his words, a huge number popped out from Lin Xueming's head. 2158. Sitting directly on his frost shield and breaking it. This is the most terrifying move of the bear monster. 3 stools. Seeing that Lin Xueming's health bar was almost emptied in an instant, only a trace was left. But this is not the end. The ghost claw bear sat down, still not satisfied, and then lay down, rubbing its broad back against Lin Xueming on the ground. 951, 861. Several frightening numbers suddenly emerged. Lin Xueming also became the first trialist to be killed in this trial tower. It turned into a first-class white light, and the screen from his perspective instantly turned black and white. Trial participant Lin Xueming has been eliminated, and his final result is the 5th level. Principal Lin's smile froze when he saw this scene on the big screen. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Director Zhang, how many are left who haven't been eliminated? Director Zhang hurriedly lowered his head to check and replied, Principal, there are 2 people left in our number 1 middle school. One is Qin Yinran, who has an S-level profession, and the other is... It's actually Lin Yi. Director Zhang's eyes widened in shock, while Principal Lin next to him said impatiently, Lin Yi? That loser who awakened a blank profession is probably still on the 1st floor. Immediately switch Qin Yinran's perspective to the big screen. Chapter 15. Everyone is eliminated? No, there is still one person. Director Zhang did it without thinking. The big screen immediately changed to Qin Yinran's perspective. Holding a longbow, she was the only agility-type long-range S-level profession, Bloodline Hunter. In the limited space on the 5th floor of the trial tower, Qin Yinran took nimble steps and circled outside the duel arena, keeping a fairly safe distance from the ghost claw bear. The longbow in his hand continued to attack the ghost claw bear. One after another, the swift arrows shot at the ghost claw bear. It was spinning and blood flowers were coming out one after another. It is her professional characteristic skill, blood-patterned arrow feathers. Although the thick iron longbow in Qin Yinran's hand could not cause too much physical damage to the ghost claw bear, it did produce a bleeding effect. The health bar of the ghost claw bear was also decreasing bit by bit. Kite flow. This is kite flow. Student Qin Yinran's control of distance is really exquisite. There was a burst of admiration from the crowd. The school belle Qin Yinran already has many followers in the school. With her excellent conditions and having awakened an S-level career, she has become the object of everyone's pursuit. Good. Classmate Qin Yinran did a great job. Principal Lin did not dare to say anything too harsh this time. He could only lead the applause with a red face. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Yinran's perspective. Even Tang Wan'er couldn't help but be attracted by Qin Yinran's movements, and secretly admired that Qin Yinran must have put a lot of hard work into her movements. According to this tactic, as long as nothing unexpected happens, we might be able to kill the ghost claw bear. Then Tang Wan'er lowered her head and looked at Lin Ye's perspective on the monitor in her hand. But in an instant, his eyes widened. I saw on the monitor, Lin Yi, holding a spear, was dancing around the ghost claw bear, and every attack was precise and decisive. In contrast, the enraged ghost claw bear was like a clown, not even touching Lin Ye's hair. What shocked Tang Wan'er the most was, the health bar of the ghost claw bear has reached the bottom. How is this possible? What kind of injury is this? Tang Wan'er, whose specialty is teaching fighting classes, could not figure out how it is possible for Lin Yi, with his blank profession, to have such high output in a short period of time. Careful Tang Wan'er immediately saw the clues. The ghost claw bear's health bar was reduced not every time Lin Yi attacked. It seems that it is constantly losing blood, and the blood deduction value is quite high. Could it be that Lin Yi has also entered an abnormal state? Report. Wang Dong, the awakened one from the 1st middle school, was eliminated and his final score was the 3rd level. The awakener of the 1st middle school, Lin Tian, is eliminated, and the final scene is the 2nd level. 1st middle school. As the elimination information was broadcast one by one on the big screen of the trial tower, those awakeners who knew that they had no hope of breaking through the upper levels of the trial tower and tried their best to survive on the 2nd and 3rd levels for a longer time to improve their scores were gradually eliminated. At this moment, from the perspective of the big screen watching the awakening ceremony, only Qin Yinran was left. In the picture, in the open duel field, relying on the skill blood-patterned arrow feathers, Qin Yinran was able to cause considerable damage to the thick-skinned and tough ghost claw bear and gradually reduced its health bar to nearly half. Student Qin Yinran is truly worthy of being a role model for our number 1 middle school. It's true that women are just as good as men. I think Qin Yinran has a chance to break through the 5th floor of the trial tower and get a perfect score. The old principal Lin Jingnan's eyes once again sparkled with a flame of hope. Director Zhang, next to him, kept flattering him. That's right. I would say classmate Qin Yinran is our pride. At this time, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, who had been eliminated from the trial tower, had also been teleported out. Looking at Qin Yinran, who was still fighting in the duel arena on the 5th floor on the big screen, both of them showed complicated expressions on their faces. Qin Yinran, who is always polite to everyone but keeps a distance, is the recognized school belle of number 1 middle school. She has many admirers around her, and Wang Biao is one of them. Although he was definitely tall, rich, and handsome as the heir of the Black Hawk Guild, one of the 4 major guilds, Qin Yinran made no exception for him and kept her distance from him. In the eyes of everyone, Wang Biao has established himself as a passionate, rich, and handsome man, but it's a pity that Qin Yinran didn't pay any attention to him. In today's awakening ceremony, although he successfully awakened an S-level profession, but compared to Qin Yinran's skillful movements on the big screen, his clumsy performance just now was just like a clown. At this moment, Wang Biao's face was filled with regret and hatred. He regretted that he was too reckless on the 5th floor. Otherwise, I would be on par with Qin Yin on the big screen now. However, a gloomy look appeared on Lin Xueming's face. Unlike Wang Biao, who portrayed himself as a deeply affectionate person, Lin Xueming took the initiative to confess his love to Qin Yinran. However, in front of everyone, Lin Xueming, who thought he was sincere enough, was politely rejected by Qin Yinran. From then on, Lin Xueming looked at Qin Yinran with a different look. Gin Yanran. Lin Xueming looked at Qin Yinran on the big screen, his eyes full of hatred and jealousy. If I can't pass the 5th level, Qin Yinran will definitely not allow me to do so. And at this moment, Qin Yinran on the big screen had an accident. The arrow was originally intended for the Ghost Claw Bear's body, but it missed the Ghost Claw Bear's head. 169. In an instant, a critical hit of weak spot damage appeared on the screen. In the eyes of the public, this is a good thing. But he found that Qin Yinran on the screen was a little panicked. The leaders of several guilds in the audience, as well as Wang Meng, the president of the Black Hawk Guild, all frowned instantly. Not good. The reason why Qin Yinran was able to maintain a safe enough distance to perform the kite-flying tactics was because she deliberately shot arrows at the Ghost Claw Bear instead of its weaknesses, in order to prevent the Ghost Claw Bear from becoming furious. But this arrow caused a critical damage. The Ghost Claw Bear on the screen roared angrily after being shot by the arrow, and indeed entered a state of rage. He suddenly fell to the ground and rushed towards Qin Yinran frantically, his speed more than half as fast as before. Qin Yinran dodged subconsciously, but there was no cover at all in the empty duel field. He could only try his best to dodge to the side, but in his panic he still failed to avoid it. The enraged Ghost Claw Bear slapped Qin Yinran into a streak of white light with just one claw. 1150. Qin Yinran, who was originally a fragile and agile profession, couldn't block this attack at all. Qin Yinran, the awakener of number 1 middle school, has been eliminated, and her final result is the 5th level. As Qin Yinran's perspective gradually turned gray, the last S-level professional's trial tower also ended. Principal Lin couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene. Who designed this year's trial tower? You'll be killed instantly if you touch it. No one can defeat the Ghost Claw Bear on the 5th floor. Director Zhang, who knew some gossip, quickly reached out and whispered something into Principal Lin's ear. Principal Lin's face turned pale and he whispered, "What? Someone from the military designed this. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Director Zhang could only nod his head timidly while smiling. With the elimination of the last hope Qin Yinran, in the eyes of the people watching at the awakening ceremony, this year's awakening ceremony should end here. The first middle school awakened 3 students with S-level professions, but unfortunately no one was able to break through the 5th floor in the Tower of Trials and get full marks. Just as the spectators stood up and left, when Principal Lin and the leaders of the 4 major guilds on the rostrum had already stood up, but the big screen of the trial tower automatically jumped to a new picture. This shows that the trial is not over yet. Wait, why is there still an awakener in the trial tower? Hasn't everyone been eliminated? Haven't the 3 S-level awakeners already come out? Who is that other person? The people who were leaving the venue turned their heads in surprise and looked at the big screen of the trial tower. On the big screen, an awakened person who had never been seen before was holding a thick iron spear and moving with extremely precise movements, always getting stuck in the blind spot of the Ghost Claw Bear. The Ghost Claw Bear's health bar was now horrifyingly reduced to only 1/5. During the entire awakening ceremony, Tang Wanner was the only one who silently put down the monitor in her hand and turned her gaze to the big screen. Who is this? How did he make it to the 5th floor of the trial tower? Look, it looks like the Ghost Claw Bear is about to be killed by him. Aren't there only 3 S-level awakeners in number 1 middle school this time? How could he? The onlookers, including the leaders of the guilds, all stared with their eyes wide open. However, the awakened ones of the same class have already recognized that person. Wait, that person seems to be Lin Yi. Chapter 16. Whiteboard profession cleared the 5th level. Must be cheating. Lin Yi. Look, isn't that Lin Yi? How is that possible? Didn't Lin Yi only awaken a blank profession? How can a blank profession reach the 5th floor of the trial tower? This is impossible. Wang Biao's eyes widened and he slammed the table, looking at Lin Yi on the big screen in disbelief. Lin Xueming next to him couldn't believe his eyes. The first one to come up is the extremely difficult half-orc goblin leader. Undead tree spirits with 50,000 HP, tough swamp banshees, ghost fire spider nests. Lin Xueming boasted that being able to reach the 5th floor of the trial tower was already an extraordinary performance. And Lin Yi is just a blank slate professional. How could he possibly make it to the 5th level? He should have been crushed to death by the goblin leader on the 1st floor, or died under the vines of the undead tree spirit. The best thing is to eliminate them early. But on the big screen in front of him, it was clear that Lin Yi had already arrived at the familiar marble-paved duel arena on the 5th floor. In front of him was the Ghost Claw Bear that had left some psychological trauma on Lin Xueming, Wang Biao, and the others. Its health had been consumed by Lin Yi to only 1/5. Wrong! Lin Xueming immediately questioned loudly. Lin Yi must be cheating. How could a whiteboard profession like him kill an undead tree spirit with 50,000 HP? Lin Xueming's words immediately awakened Wang Biao and a group of awakened people next to him. They have all experienced the tower trials themselves. The lair of undead tree spirits, swamp banshees, and will-o'-the-wisp spiders. Each level of the trial tower is like a cruel hell. And how could Lin Yi, a blank slate professional, possibly pass all of these? Cheating. He must have cheated. The principal must investigate him thoroughly. Lin Yi must have cheated. There is no way he could have passed the previous levels. Cheaters must be severely punished. However, amidst the doubts, on the big screen, Lin Yi had already pushed the Ghost Claw Bear's health bar down to the last bit. At this moment, the Ghost Claw Bear had already fallen into a state of rage, but each of his violent attacks could not touch a single hair of Lin Yi. Lin Yi's movements were not fast, and his agility was not high either. Yet he manages to dodge danger without any danger every time. This is the result of his exquisite control of distance. Qin Yinran, who had just been teleported out of the trial tower, also happened to see this scene. Lin Yi also reached the 5th floor. After a brief moment of shock, Qin Yinran's eyes became more and more solemn. Looking at Lin Yi, who was still steadily moving around the Ghost Claw Bear under the attack of the furious Ghost Claw Bear, her eyes became more and more scorching. So that's how it is. It turns out that sometimes you can't just dodge by creating distance. Move around the target and take advantage of the time difference when those clumsy monsters turn around. Lin Yi, how strong are you? Amidst the questioning voices and incredulous gazes, the Ghost Claw Bear's health bar was slowly decreasing to 0. Lin Xueming's face was full of blue veins, and he said, "Look, the health bar of the Ghost Claw Bear doesn't decrease at all as Lin Yi attacks. Cheating. Lin Yi must have cheated." Lin Xueming's words immediately caused a commotion. A group of people stood up and shouted cheating in unison. In the eyes of his classmates, Lin Yi has suppressed them for too long. However, at this moment, Lin Yi, who had awakened an ordinary blank profession, was about to break through the 5th floor and get a full score in the trial tower right in front of their eyes. This is something they would rather die than believe. They would rather believe that Lin Yi could achieve this with an S-level profession. But he was unwilling to believe that a blank profession could kill the 5th-level Ghost Claw Bear solely by relying on his own skills. The restlessness and questioning words are getting louder and louder. Tang Wanner, the combat instructor, could no longer hold back. She had witnessed Lin Yi's fight all the way to the 5th floor. Tang Wanner stood up, frowned, and scolded him. "Everyone be quiet. The health bar doesn't decrease with the attack, which means that the Ghost Claw Bear has been beaten into an abnormal state by Lin Yi. Can't you see this most basic truth? Are all the fighting lessons I taught you in vain?" Tang Wanner, who is beautiful and the fighting coach of the whole grade, has always been very prestigious in the eyes of students. Her words immediately made a group of guilty people lower their voices. However, Lin Xueming was already mad at this time, and he stood up and refuted Tang Wanner. Teacher Tang, you can't just protect Lin Yi because you like him. We all know that Lin Yi has only awakened a blank profession. How could he possibly cause the ghost claw bear to be in an abnormal state? He must have cheated. Tang Wanner looked at Lin Xueming and immediately showed a hint of displeasure on her face. But even she couldn't figure out how Lin Yi had gotten to this point with a blank career. That's right. Teacher Tang, you can't protect him. Lin Yi must have cheated. Cheaters should have their grades and qualifications to participate in the trial tower canceled. One after another, questioning voices were raised at the Awakening Conference. At this time, Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the rostrum also frowned as they looked at Lin Yi on the big screen. Lin Yi? How could it be that boy? He is just a useless profession. No matter how good his skills are, he can't possibly reach the 5th floor, right? Did something go wrong with the trial tower? Did that guy take advantage of it? At this moment, everyone could see that the Ghost Claw Bear had only a trace of health left. Even if Lin Yi did not kill the Ghost Claw Bear in the end, according to the rules of the trial tower, the trialist who could kill more of the monster's health bars would get a higher score. Then Lin Yi is almost destined to be the first in this trial tower. Principal Lin couldn't help but turn around and whisper to Director Zhang. What's going on? If we give him the first prize of the trial tower this time, wouldn't it be a waste? In addition to the military rewards for this trial tower, the #1 middle school also provided an additional reward to the first place in the trial tower. Lin Jingnan spent a lot of money on this reward. The purpose is to get closer to the promising first place. So the winner of the first place could be Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, or Qin Yinran. But it must not be Lin Yi who awakened a useless profession. Director Zhang also said with a dark face, I didn't expect that Lin Yi, a blank class guy, could actually achieve this level. But Principal, even if we have said it before, such a good thing cannot be wasted on a loser. The old Principal Lin Jingnan looked at the noisy crowd below and couldn't help but say, do you think there is a possibility that something went wrong with the trial tower, allowing that kid to take advantage of it? Director Zhang immediately said with great confidence, Principal, I think he won't run away. Principal Lin nodded slightly with an expressionless face. Then he looked at the increasingly loud voices of cheaters around the awakening ceremony. He immediately made up his mind that even if Lin Yi finally killed the Ghost Claw Bear, the final reward must not be given to this waste Lin Yi. Chapter 17. Poisoning the Ghost Claw Bear. An unexpected surprise in the hidden level. At this time, in the 5th floor of the trial tower, as Lin Yi successfully applied a layer of ghost fire poison to the Ghost Claw Bear again, a reminder appeared before my eyes again. The target has fallen into the state of ghost fire poison. Number of poison layers, 10. There are 10 layers of ghost fire poison effects stacked up, which is why Lin Yi can burst out such high output in a short period of time. One layer of ghost fire poison can only add 1 layer of burning and 1 layer of poison effect. Only about 10 drops of blood can be deducted every second. But 10 layers of ghost fire poison is enough to deduct nearly 100 drops of blood per second. At this moment, almost all the steel hairs on the Ghost Claw Bear's body had been burned. The poison made its head dizzy and its eyes blurry. 1-1. 139. The hundreds of injuries that kept popping up on his body finally corroded the Ghost Claw Bear's health bar of 5,000 drops of blood. As the mountain-like body of the Ghost Claw Bear collapsed, the huge amount of experience allowed Lin Yi to directly reach level 15. Sacrifice the fire of the Ghost Claw Bear. Lin Yi held the sacrificial ceremony without hesitation. Rather than a large amount of experience, Lin Yi was more looking forward to what the sacrifice of this elite boss, the Ghost Claw Bear, could bring him. The Ghost Claw Bear's fire sacrifice was successful. Gain talent skill, Savage Charge. Skill level, A level. Skill effect. The Ghost Claw Bear charges towards the target with an unstoppable momentum, causing a stun effect after hitting the target. What a great displacement skill. Lin Yeqing couldn't help but feel delighted, but suddenly a familiar voice came to his ears again. Congratulations! You have cleared all levels of the trial tower. Do you want to unlock the hidden levels? The hidden level screen will not be broadcast live. Are there any hidden layers? Lin Yi was stunned. Aren't all previous trial towers only 5 floors? I didn't expect that the difficulty would be increased so much this year, and a hidden level that will not be broadcast live was added? What exactly is this designer up to? But now that I'm here, just go and take a look. Enter the hidden level. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the images around him became blurry, as if the world was spinning. I felt as if I had arrived at a mountaintop that was towering into the clouds, with only clouds and blue sky all around me. Then there was a sudden cracking sound under my feet. Lin Yi hurriedly lowered his head to look, only to see that he had actually stepped on a bone and crushed it. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly realized that, as far as the eye can see, the place is filled with the skeletons of various monsters, including some monsters that are even larger than the ghost claw bear. Without exception, they all died from being eaten. What kind of monster is in this hidden level? Lin Yiqing couldn't help but feel horrified. What the madman who designed the trial tower this year can do is beyond the prediction of normal humans. Just when Lin Yi dared not move, in front of him, there was a pair of big eyes exposed in a huge pile of bones, looking at Lin Yi with sneaky curiosity. However, the pupils in those eyes were vertical golden yellow. Around the eyes are dense scales that shine with a dark red luster. At the same time, a pair of slightly immature but proud wings were revealed. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. God, who put a baby dragon here? Dragon species, one of the most terrifying races of all monsters. This monster, which has been recorded in ancient legends of various countries, is born at the top of the food chain. They are born with unparalleled magic resistance and scales that are difficult to penetrate with ordinary weapons. Even the lowest level dragon cub has the strength of a gold level boss. The scene before us, which looked like a monster cemetery, was enough to illustrate this fact. Even the huge mammoth had somehow become food for the young dragon in front of it. It seems that this is the end. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but shook his head and said helplessly, "There is no point in worrying about who designed this year's trial tower." Lin Yi knew very well that the seemingly harmless dragon cub in front of him was a being that the weapon in his hand could not cause any damage at all. And a slight breath of dragon's breath from it is enough to turn Lin Yi into ashes. Lin Yi simply put away the thick iron spear in his hand and took the initiative to walk forward. Even if I was eliminated by this little guy with a single breath of dragon's breath, not everyone has the opportunity to see dragon creatures up close. Most ordinary awakeners will never be able to see high-level monsters like dragons in their entire lives. What surprised Lin Yi was that as he approached, this young dragon didn't seem to show a strong desire to attack. Instead, it stared at him with its big eyes and some curiosity. Lin Yi had even walked to within 4 or 5 steps of him. Only at this moment could Lin Yi help but sigh that the dragon clan is truly a kind of wonderful creatures. The scales with a hint of red in the black shone dimly like the dark night. Even though the 2 wings are still immature, you can already see the streamlined wing membranes that are filled with a sense of power. I heard that when an adult dragon spreads its wings, it can reach several hundred meters, and when it flies, it can be as fast and powerful as a meteor. Only a handful of powerful awakened people in the world can sign a contract with the Dragon Clan and become Dragon Knights respected by all. It's not like Lin Yi hasn't had this dream before. Standing on a giant dragon that towers into the clouds, just appearing there is already cool enough. At this time, Lin Yi had already walked close enough. A man and a dragon, standing a few meters apart. They looked at each other curiously and warily. Lin Yi could even feel the young dragon's wheezing breath coming from its nostrils, as if it was sniffing the scent on his body. When he realizes that he is just a human being, he should use a breath of dragon to send himself out of the trial tower, right? Just as Lin Yi and the dragon cub made eye contact, suddenly, a reminder popped up in front of me. The obsidian dragon, Juvenile, has initiated a contract with you. Do you want to sign it? In an instant, Lin Yi was struck by lightning. What's going on? Every cell in Lin Yi's body was filled with ecstasy. How so? How could such a great thing happen to me? Signing a contract with a monster is an extremely rare act. From then on, the 2 parties become one and inseparable. Often only the Beastmaster profession has this ability. Even for Beastmasters, there are only a handful of people in the world who can sign a contract with the Dragon Clan, right? I'll sign. If Lin Yi hesitated for one more second, it would be disrespectful to the Dragon Clan. The next second, a ceremony with a special contract emerged between Lin Yi and the Dragon Cub, since it was the Dragon Cub who took the initiative to sign the contract with Lin Yi. So the whole ceremony went very smoothly. Soon a prompt appeared in front of Lin Yi. Successfully contracted the Obsidian Dragon, Juvenile form. Obsidian Dragon. Level 5. Status, Juvenile. Race, Obsidian Dragon Clan. A unique dragon summon icon appeared on Lin Ye's panel. Soon, Lin Ye also felt a subtle connection between himself and the obsidian dragon cub in front of him, as if he could sense the other's thoughts. Suddenly, Lin Ye finally understood why this obsidian dragon cub chose to sign a contract with him. The reason is the only gift that he was born with. Incomplete Godhead. Only monsters of the highest bloodline can sense the supreme existence of Godhead. And this obsidian dragon happens to have this noble bloodline. It truly felt a godlike pressure from Lin Ye, which was a little strange but real. In other words, this dragon, which is still in its infancy, regards Lin Ye as a real god. Being able to sign a contract with a true god is a supremely honorable thing even for the Dragon Clan. One man and one dragon. Both felt like they had found a great bargain. At the moment the contract was completed, a hint also appeared in front of Lin Ye's eyes. Congratulations, you have cleared the hidden level of the Trial Tower and will be teleported out of the Trial Tower soon. Do you want to take the contracted beast Obsidian Dragon, Juvenile, back to the summoning space? Lin Ye nodded immediately. Take it back. Of course, I have to take this little dragon out before teleporting out. This little guy is 100 times more valuable than the reward for the champion of the Trial Tower. Chapter 18. Nie Xiaoyu was stunned. No. Where's my long? Cheating. Lin Ye must have cheated. Punish cheaters severely and don't let anyone take advantage of the situation. At this time, the crowd outside was still shouting indignantly. As the health bar of the Ghost Claw Bear in front of Lin Ye on the big screen slowly approached zero, everyone's shouting became quieter and quieter, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the health bar of the Ghost Claw Bear, hoping that something unexpected would happen at this last moment. However, watching the last bit of the Ghost Claw Bear's health bar disappear, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and other onlookers finally felt relieved. In full view of the public, the Ghost Claw Bear, which everyone thought was impossible to defeat, just died under the thick iron spear in Lin Ye's hand. The final reminder was also displayed on the big screen. Lin Ye, the awakener from the first middle school, has successfully passed the 5th floor of the Trial Tower. This trial ceremony is over. Shanjing City, in the control room of the Trial Tower. Holding a cup of coffee in her hand, Nie Xiaoyu leisurely pushed open the door and saw the notification on the screen as soon as she entered. This year's Trial Tower has ended, and all participating awakeners have been teleported out of the Trial Tower. Oh, it's over? Nie Xiaoyu walked to the control panel calmly. In fact, all the results were as she expected. An adult Ghost Claw Bear is simply not something that the newly awakened professionals can deal with. It's a pity that the hidden level she worked so hard to find and prepare to give everyone a surprise was not seen by anyone. The young Obsidian Dragon was a little fellow she had just caught in cooperation with a research institute. Since the research plan had not been approved yet, she simply took it and placed it in the hidden level of the Trial Tower. A dragon cub of this level is a high-level weapon in the entire military research base. It is unparalleled in terms of military research value and strategic significance. If it weren't for the madman Nie Xiaoyu, no one would dare to take out this dragon cub. However, Nie Xiaoyu was not worried at all that someone would be able to harm the dragon cub. After all, even a juvenile dragon is definitely not something that a newly awakened professional can deal with, and they can't even hurt it in the slightest. However, just as Nie Xiaoyu was controlling the teleportation array and was about to teleport the dragon cub out of the Trial Tower, he suddenly froze. Wait, where's my dragon? I'm such a big dragon cub. The cup of coffee in Nie Xiaoyu's hand suddenly fell to the ground. With his hands, he controlled the teleportation array and the entire surveillance video very deftly. His big eyes were searching the entire 6th floor of the World Tower with confusion and panic. However, in the hidden layer facing various giant white bones, there was no trace of the dragon cub. Kill? Impossible. Nie Xiaoyu instantly rejected the absurd idea that emerged in her mind. It is impossible for a newly awakened professional to have the ability to kill a dragon. Moreover, a special chip was implanted in the dragon cub's body. If it had died, they would have received a red alert long ago. But now the chip doesn't give any hints at all? Open the Trial Tower, the video record of the hidden level on the 6th floor. Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but sweat on his hands and quickly checked the surveillance records. Fortunately, there is only one monitoring record. In the entire Shanjing City's Trial Tower, only one person passed the 5th floor of the Ghost Claw Bear and reached the hidden level. Someone is actually able to kill the Ghost Claw Bear on the 5th floor. Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but narrow her eyes, feeling slightly surprised. However, When she saw what happened next on the surveillance video, she couldn't help but stand up suddenly. What's going on? He is signing a contract with the Dragon Cub? Who is this person? Is he crazy? How could a professional who has just awakened sign a contract with the Dragon Clan? Etc. Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes were as big as copper bells. Signed successfully? What the hell? Xiaoyu's shock and bewilderment at this moment could not be described in words. A professional who had just awakened was able to so easily contract the dragon that they had taken so much trouble to capture, just stuffed it into the summoning space, and then took it away. You leave the Dragon Cub to me. Xiaoyu was so anxious that she wanted to cry, but had no tears at this moment. Everything that happened was so illogical. After they took great pains to bring this Dragon Cub back to the research institute, they did try to sign a contract with it. However, it was not just Xiaoyu. Even those beast masters in the team, who were as high as level 200, were unable to sign a contract with this Dragon Cub. The reason is that they cannot gain recognition from the Dragon Clan. But the guy who just awakened in the surveillance video signed a contract with the Dragon Cub so easily and smoothly. Who on earth is this guy? Xiaoyu couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. If his superiors knew that he had killed this Dragon Cub, he might be brought to a military court. Xiaoyu quickly searched on the control panel. Number 1 middle school, Lin Yi. Xiaoyu whispered Lin Ye's name softly. The news that the Dragon Cub was contracted by a newly awakened professional must not be spread. Otherwise, not only will it attract forces from various countries that are interested in the Dragon Cubs, but it will also pose a threat to the boy's personal safety. Something big has happened. We need to contact their examiner immediately. On the other side, at the awakening ceremony at the first middle school, as the announcement of Lin Ye's successful clearance of the trial tower was slowly released on the big screen, the entire awakening ceremony was silent at first, and then more voices of doubt and abuse were heard. Cheating. Lin Yi must be cheating. We strongly demand an investigation into Lin Ye's clearance process and severe punishment for the cheaters. Don't let a useless profession ruin this trial tower. Principal Lin, sensing that the time had come, suddenly stood up, coughed lightly, and signaled for silence in the room. Then he turned on the microphone and said to the crowd, "My fellow students, I have heard the wishes of all the citizens of Shangjing City. Everyone rest assured. I have been the principal of number 1 middle school for so many years, and I have never favored any cheater. Our number 1 middle school has always required students to be fair and open. So here." Principal Lin kept the secret a secret and said with a smile, "As the principal, I will make a request to the examiner on behalf of everyone else. Please make sure to thoroughly investigate Lin Ye's past record and find out whether he cheated. If there is cheating, we will not tolerate it and will expel them from school." Principal Lin immediately winked at Director Zhang next to him, and the two of them immediately understood each other. The genius seed cultivated with 3 years of resources actually awakened a useless profession. This would have made their number 1 middle school a laughingstock in the education world, but now they just took the opportunity of cheating in the trial tower to expel Lin Yi directly. They can also save their reward money on a waste. Director Zhang immediately understood and stood up and echoed, "That's right. Our number 1 middle school will definitely punish any cheater. Such a person who takes shortcuts will not be eligible to receive the final reward of the trial tower." The principal and Director Zhang not only did not favor their own students at all, but instead asked the examiner to conduct a strict investigation, which immediately caused applause in the venue. The crowd echoed, "Yes, we must not tolerate any cheater. Punish Lin Yi severely and expel him from school." Chapter 19. Domineering announcement. Lin Yi is a first place. Lin Yi must be cheating. Investigate Lin Yi thoroughly. Punish cheaters severely. Like a possessed crowd, only Qin Yinran remained silent, her brows furrowed tightly. No, Lin Yi. She believed that Lin Yi had the ability to kill the 5th level Ghost Claw Bear. However, before she could finish her words, she was drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. That's human nature. In this situation, no one would listen to her. Also being stopped from speaking was Tang Wanner, the head teacher who was trying her best to defend Lin Yi. Director Zhang, principal. Believe me, Lin Yi did not cheat. I witnessed him passing the exam with my own eyes. Tang Wanner was so anxious that she picked up the monitor and rushed to the podium. However, Director Zhang, who was quick-witted and quick-handed, stopped him and even snatched the monitor from his hand. He glared at her and said, "Teacher Tang, please be aware of your identity. The podium is not the place for you. You are not allowed to talk nonsense here now." At this time, Yang Wen, the examiner at the awakening ceremony, was also in a dilemma. On the one hand, Yang Wen personally presided over the entire awakening ceremony and the trial tower. Even he himself couldn't believe that Lin Yi, who had only awakened a blank profession, could pass the 5th level of the trial tower, which was so difficult. But on the other hand, the unique space composed of the teleportation array of the Tower of Trials has served the awakening ceremony for hundreds of years and has never made any mistakes. This year's designer is a big shot sent by the military, so the possibility of him making mistakes is very small. Is it my turn to question it? Comrade Examiner. At this time, Principal Lin, who claimed to be on the side of the crowd shouting, put pressure on Yang Wen righteously. I hope you can contact the designer of the trial tower immediately and investigate Lin Ye's cheating. Just when Yang Wen was having a hard time, the communicator next to his ear was suddenly forcibly connected. A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Are you the examiner from number 1 middle school? Hello. I am Nie Xiaoyu, the designer of this trial tower. The examiner Yang Wen was shocked and stood at attention. Sir, I am Yang Wen, the chief examiner of number 1 middle school. Whether in terms of designer identity or military rank, Nie Xiaoyu is far superior to the examiner Yang Wen. I heard Nie Xiaoyu say in an unquestionable tone on the communicator. Did you see Lin Yi from the 1st middle school pass the 5th floor of the trial tower and enter the hidden floor? The examiner Yang Wen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Logically speaking, as the examiner, he should monitor the situation of every participant. But just now, even he had been focusing on Wang Biao, Lin Shiweming, Qin Yinran, and other 3S level professionals. If the big screen had not automatically jumped to the last participant, he, the examiner, would not have known that Lin Yi had actually passed the 5th level. And he even reached the hidden layer? The examiner Yang Wen was shocked and panicked, and his speech was somewhat incoherent. If I tell anyone, it would be my dereliction of duty. At this moment, Nie Xiaoyu was heard saying in the communicator, I order you to block this news immediately and not let anyone know that Lin Yi has reached the hidden layer. This trial tower has only 5 floors, and there are no hidden floors. Do you understand? The examiner Yang Wen was confused and at a loss. But it seems that if this happens, everything has nothing to do with me anymore. Yang Wen quickly replied, Sir, I understand. Nie Xiaoyu continued on the communicator. You are not allowed to disclose the information I convey to you to anyone. As the examiner, you should know this common sense, right? The examiner Yang Wen's brain was working rapidly. It seems like I realized something. In the past trial towers, there have been awakened ones who were noticed by the military because of their outstanding performance. All information about these people will be kept confidential, without exception. Then this Lin Yi. Sir, I understand. Yang Wen answered decisively. At this moment, the image of the examiner Yang Wenjin and the designer Nie Xiaoyu talking on the communicator was also projected onto the big screen, and everyone at the awakening ceremony could see this scene. Although they could not hear the content of the military communicator, they were all waiting for the verdict on Lin Ye's cheating. Principal Lin Jingnan, Director Zhang, and others looked at Yang Wen expectantly. Upon seeing this, the examiner Yang Wen immediately asked again into the communicator with a guilty conscience. Sir, what are the results of this trial tower? Is Lin Yi still the 1st place? I only heard Nie Xiaoyu on the other end of the communicator answer simply, how do you calculate what? He's the only one who cleared the 5th floor, so of course he's number 1. Report to the commander. Understood. Chief Examiner Yang Wen let out a long sigh. The immediate boss has given such a clear answer, so what else is there to question? After hanging up the communicator, the examiner Yang Wen's face suddenly turned serious. He took the microphone from the principal Lin Jingnan and said majestically, As the examiner of this awakening ceremony, I have sought a response from the designer of the trial tower. I hereby formally declare there were no problems during the entire trial tower. Lin Yi did not take any shortcuts or cheat. Ranked 1st. Since Lin Yi became the only participant in this trial tower who cleared all the 5th floors, he obtained a perfect score. Next, I will personally present the special award to Lin Yi, the 1st place in the trial. The examiner Yang Wen's words immediately brought silence to the entire awakening ceremony. The onlookers and the awakened people of the same class who were still making a lot of noise were suddenly dumbfounded. This result is undoubtedly the final verdict. Is there anything more authoritative than the words of the examiner Yang Wen? Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the rostrum were even more stunned. Principal Lin, who originally thought he was on the side of the masses, was completely slapped in the face. Now, not only has he failed to establish the image of a fair and just principal, but he will become an incompetent principal who questions his own students and become material for the media to exaggerate. How? How is it possible? Comrade examiner, are you mistaken? Principal Lin was still unwilling to give up, so he walked up to the examiner Yang Wen and asked. When the examiner Yang Wen saw Principal Lin's shameless appearance, he immediately frowned and said in a cold voice, Principal Lin, are you questioning whether our military examiner is partial to someone or committing fraud? Or do you have any questions about the trial tower that our military helped design this time? Two hats are put on. Lin Jingnan was shocked and terrified at once. He waved his hands hurriedly and said, No, no, no. How could I possibly question you? I just Lin Yi. What a coincidence. At this moment, as a legendary light flashed by, the person who caused the chaos, Lin Yi, was finally teleported out of the trial tower. The real master has come out. Chapter 20. Special rewards from the military. Seeing the cameras around him pointed at Lin Yi, the old principal Lin Jingnan's expression changed instantly. He quickly put on a kind smile and walked up to Lin Yi. He took Lin Ye's hand and said attentively, Congratulations, Lin Yi. Congratulations on becoming the first place in the trial tower in Shangjing City this time. You are truly an outstanding student of our #1 middle school, and we are proud of you. Lin Yi, who had just contracted the little dragon, was suddenly confused. In his impression, this old guy Lin Jingnan is a snob. There is no way he would be so enthusiastic and fair to someone like me who has awakened to a useless profession, right? Could it be that I have been blaming him wrongly all along? This old principal is still a good person. Director Zhang, hurry up! The old principal Lin Jingnan immediately winked, and Director Zhang beside him also hurriedly brought up the generous gift prepared by their #1 middle school. Student Lin Yi, this is the extra reward that our #1 middle school has specially prepared for the first place in the trial. 100,000 dragon coins. I hope this helps you in your future development. The old principal Lin Jingnan almost gritted his teeth as he looked at Lin Yi and said, I felt full of regret in my heart. I originally prepared these 100,000 dragon coins in order to establish a relationship with the first place in the trial. Unexpectedly, it ended up being delivered to this loser Lin Yi. So, what if he got first place? A useless career doomed him to have no future at all. The 100,000 dragon coins that I spent a lot of money on are now wasted. Although Lin Yi, who had just been teleported out, didn't know what happened, he could tell from the wonderful expression on Principal Lin's face that this old guy was probably forced to do this. However, for this solid 100,000 dragon coins, Lin Yi accepted it with a smile. Lin Yi also smiled and said to people in a human way and to ghosts in a ghost way, Thank you for your cultivation. I will work hard and bring honor to our #1 middle school in the future. The words were spoken openly. Principal Lin and Director Zhang were so frustrated that their faces turned pale and blue. The examiner Yang, when beside him, couldn't help but carefully look at Lin Yi, who had passed the 5th level of the trial tower. I wondered what on earth this guy could be capable of. He was clearly a useless professional, yet he was able to clear the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. However, these are no longer what I need to consider at the moment. Since this kid has already attracted the attention of the military superiors, what I have to do is to award him the reward for first place in the trial tower. Yang Wen immediately raised the microphone in his hand and said seriously, On behalf of the military, I would like to present the award to the first place winner of this trial tower, student Lin Yi. Yang Wen then handed a card wrapped in an envelope to Lin Yi and then explained, This is a voucher for exchanging weapons and equipment from the Shangjing City Armory. With this voucher, you can go to the armory and exchange it for any gold level equipment below level 30. I believe it will be a great help to your initial development. Lin Yi was also delighted at once. Gold level equipment? I didn't expect that the military had invested so much money in the trial tower this time. The levels of weapons and equipment are divided into basic equipment, blackstone equipment, fine iron equipment, silver equipment, gold equipment, and higher level weapons such as brilliant, extraordinary, epic, legendary, etc. The price of a gold level equipment in the market is basically equivalent to 100,000 dragon coins. If it were a weapon, the price would only be higher. It seems that I have gained a lot from this trial tower. In contrast, the expressions of the awakeners of the same class sitting below the awakening stage were extremely interesting. Lin Xueming looked at the weapon exchange voucher in Lin Ye's hand. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He couldn't compare to a rich second generation like Wang Biao. His family was poor, and he couldn't afford to buy himself an initial set of money. Originally, he thought that the final reward of this trial tower would belong to him. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of that loser Lin Yi. Why? Lin Xueming couldn't help but whispered. Gold-level weapons and equipment are a waste in the hands of a loser like Lin Yi. Lin Xueming's words immediately aroused approval and echo from the people surrounding him. That's right, so what if Lin Yi gets first place in the trial tower? A useless profession is a useless one. Sooner or later, he will suffer when he goes to a dungeon in the future. That's right, such a useless profession will definitely be exposed on the battlefield. The military sent such a precious gold-level weapon exchange voucher to him. It's simply a waste of money. The voices of discussion and questioning are getting louder and louder. Naturally, it also fell into the ears of Lin Yi, who was standing on the awakening platform. Ever since he chose the fourth profession, forsaken of God, Lin Yi had already anticipated that this group of awakened people from the same class who had been suppressed by him for 3 years would gloat over his misfortune and mock him. But he didn't expect that Lin Xueming, who had always followed him and humbly asked for advice every day, would change his expression so quickly. Lin Xueming, who was standing in the center of the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars, looked at him with undisguised hatred and gloom in his eyes. A new recruit next to him shouted to Lin Yi without hesitation. Lin Yi, if you're sensible, give the gold-level weapon exchange voucher to Brother Xueming. It would be a waste of it if it were in your hands. Yes. What's the use of such a good thing for a useless person like you? A series of mocking voices echoed from the crowd. Lin Yi, who was the target of these words that were like spears and daggers, raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Send it out. If it were you, would you give away this gold-level equipment exchange voucher?" The voices of some indignant people gradually became quieter. Whoever gets this kind of gold-level weapon will never give it to others. In full view of the public, Lin Yi held the storage card with 100,000 dragon coins issued by the old principal Lin Jingnan in one hand. In one hand, he held the gold-level weapon exchange card issued by the examiner Yangwen. He walked down the awakening platform in such a swagger and as if it was a matter of course. The more Lin Yi looked as if it was a matter of course, the more people who keep saying that useless professions don't deserve rewards, the more they become upset. Amidst opposition and even abuse, Lin Yi walked straight into the crowd. When passing by Lin Xueming, Lin Yi opened his mouth and said, "Lin Xueming, have I ever offended you in any way during these 3 years of high school?" At this time, Lin Xueming did not hide the gloom in his eyes at all, and said with a sneer, "Offend? No, Lin Yi, you have never offended me in any way. On the contrary, you are a very good teacher. You are so dazzling. But have you ever thought about how I feel following behind you? Every time you give me guidance from a high position, it's like alms. But from now on, it's you who should be humble." Lin Yi was stunned. Thinking back carefully to my 3 years in high school, towards Lin Xueming, who often sought advice from him, Lin Yi never acted condescendingly, nor did he show any arrogance. But in the eyes of some people, no matter what you do, you are just pitying him. "Oh, I see." Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. Then he turned and walked out of the crowd. Chapter 21. The school beauty comes to visit. Qin Yinran's invitation. An old, dilapidated rental apartment that looks like a dangerous building has been Lin Ye's residence for the past 3 years. But today, when Lin Yi looked up as he walked into the stairwell, he saw someone he had never thought would appear here. Qin Yinran. She is also the recognized school beauty of number 1 middle school. At this time, Qin Yinran had changed into casual clothes, with her smooth hair tied behind her head, which perfectly set off her delicate profile. She was leaning lazily on the railing. Lin Yi had to admit that even standing in front of the door of his rental house, which was covered with all kinds of small advertisements, the girl was still so beautiful that it was a little shocking. Looking at this somewhat incongruous scene, Lin Yeqing couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Qin Group is a large and powerful company in Shangjing City, and Qin Yinran is the only and extremely favored heir. Logically speaking, it should not have anything to do with Lin Ye's dilapidated rental building, unless this building is also someone else's asset. But even if it's to collect rent, there is absolutely no need for the little princess of the Qin family to come in person, right? Just as Lin Yi was stunned, Qin Yinran also saw Lin Yi and stood up and greeted Lin Yi first. "Hello, classmate Lin Yi." "Hello." Lin Yi replied politely, but he was wondering in his heart, could it be that Qin Yinran came to see him specifically? As if she saw the doubt in Lin Ye's eyes, Qin Yinran smiled and explained, "I got your address from Teacher Tang. Are you really here to see me?" Lin Yi was stunned and asked, Is there anything wrong, Qin? Although they were both considered the four greatest geniuses in number one middle school, in Lin Ye's impression, the two had almost no interactions, and they had barely even spoken to each other. What's more, Qin Yinran has many followers in school and is the focus of the crowd wherever she goes. Lin Yi often avoids her out of habit. Qin Yinran blinked her eyes, and her usually cold face actually had a hint of shyness and blush. And then she suddenly spoke. "Excuse me, is there any guild that Lin Yi wants to join?" Lin Yi frowned, then smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "I would like to join the guild and get a stable subsidy. But with the profession I awakened to, I'm afraid no guild would want me, so I'll just be an independent player for now." But Qin Yinran blinked her big, twinkling eyes and said, "But many areas and dungeons are difficult to explore by yourself. It's hard to develop quickly in the early stages if you're alone." These words immediately surprised Lin Yi. This was not something that the usually calm Qin Yinran would say. What exactly does the eldest lady of the Qin family want to do? Lin Yi simply took the initiative to ask, "What exactly does Qin want to say?" Qin Yinran seemed to realize her own misconduct. Her cheeks flushed, and she said, "Sorry, Lin Yi. Please forgive my offense." Qin Yinran raised her clear eyes and said sincerely, "I plan to create a new guild in the name of Qin Group, and I want to invite you, Lin Yi, to join." Lin Yi was stunned. This is explosive news. The Qin Group, which has never participated in the professional guild in Shanjing City, is actually going to intervene? Student Qin Yinran, you should know that the profession I awakened is a blank one, right? Lin Yi shrugged and said, "I know." Qin Yinran stared at Lin Yi with burning eyes, then said with a smile, "But I know more about the value of a blank profession being able to pass the 5th floor of the trial tower." "I'm sorry, Qin." Lin Yi shook his head and declined. "Thank you for your invitation, but I have some things to do at this stage, so it would be inconvenient for me to join the guild." Unexpectedly, Qin Yinran suddenly turned around and stood in front of Lin Yi, looking into the eyes of the recognized beauty of the number one middle school from such a close distance. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but hold his breath, feeling that she was truly a beauty. Is this girl trying to use a beauty trap? Qin Yinran blinked her big, twinkling eyes and said, "Student Lin Yi, would you like to hear my conditions first?" Lin Yi shook his head again and said, "Sorry, 50,000 dragon coins every month." "Wait, how much?" Lin Ye's body trembled, knowing that the annual rent for this rental house was only 3,000 dragon coins. Qin Yinran said with a smile, "As long as Lin Yi joins my guild, he will get a basic salary of at least 50,000 dragon coins per month. After awakening and becoming a professional, equipment, potions, dungeons, all kinds of consumables cost money. After all, Lin Yi is not like an S-level professional who is destined to have no worries about food and clothing from the moment he awakens." "Can I ask why the Qin Group suddenly decided to intervene in the professional guild?" Lin Yi calmed down and asked curiously. "The pie of Shanjing City has already been divided among the 4 major guilds. How can there be room for a new guild to emerge? Even for the Qin Group, it would be extremely difficult to create a new guild from scratch among so many old guilds. It's not the Qin Group's decision, but my own decision." Qin Yinran bit her lip and smiled, saying, "As for the specific reasons, I'll tell you if you agree to join." After hearing this, Lin Yi actually guessed some clues. In recent days, he has heard a lot of rumors in the school. Something big seems to have happened to the Qin Group. Many of its businesses have been transferred out, and it is said that it has incurred huge debts. As the only heir, Qin Yinran is destined to take on the responsibility of the Qin Group. Creating a new guild was the solution she came up with. But even if she awakened an S-level profession, creating a new guild is not as easy as it sounds. But this girl is a responsible person and extremely smart. Do you want to agree? Lin Yi was a little hesitant. After all, he really needed money at this stage. "What do you think, classmate Lin Yi?" Qin Yinran tilted her head and looked at Lin Yi and asked, "One condition." Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, "I want the privilege of acting alone. I have the right to refuse to participate in any non-essential actions of the guild." "Good." I didn't expect Qin Yinran to agree so readily. Lin Yi continued, "In these days, I will temporarily leave the guild and act alone." "How long is temporarily?" 1 month. "Make a deal." Qin Yinran immediately stretched out her slender hand and said with a smile, "Student Lin Yi, welcome to join my guild." Lin Yi shook hands happily. "Happy cooperation." Future President. Chapter 22. SS Level Talent. The heaven-defying obsidian dragon cub. Before leaving, Qin Yinran left a gift for Lin Yi, a brand new communicator, saying it was for easy contact. This thing is also a must-have for professionals. The communicator Qin Yinran gave is a very expensive brand. If he buys it himself, it will be a huge expense. Naturally, Lin Yi accepted it with a smile. As the future president, he is not the least bit stingy. Even though the Qin group is having some problems now, it is still a giant in Shanjing City. Lin Yi had just opened the door and returned to his rented apartment of less than 20 square meters. A feeling of urgency suddenly emerged in my mind. It's bad. The dragon cub is coming out. Lin Yi stood up in a hurry, and a line of prompts appeared in front of him. Do you agree to release the obsidian dragon juvenile? Before Lin Yi agreed to release the little guy from the summoning space, a summoning circle with flowing light suddenly appeared in Lin Ye's cramped rental house. This little dragon cub actually came out on his own. The obsidian dragon cub with black and red scales all over its body suddenly appeared in Lin Ye's rental house, and its vertical pupils looked around curiously. The little dragon is now only about 1 meter tall, but it already seems a little cramped in this narrow rental house. It seems that it won't be long before I have to spend money to move to a bigger house. Lin Yi immediately held his forehead and thought. Raising a dragon is obviously an extremely expensive job. However, the little dragon did not seem to mind the small size of Lin Ye's family. Instead, it sniffed every corner of the rental house curiously, then flapped its wings and jumped onto the sofa, curled up lazily, looking very comfortable. Good dragon. Lin Yi was very pleased. It was true that a dragon did not mind being poor. However, before Lin Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the little dragon staring at Lin Yi, howling innocently. The dragon cub is hungry. Lin Yi immediately searched through the refrigerator. Luckily, there were still a few pieces of frozen meat. Heat the pan, heat the oil, and fry the meat. Lin Yi fiddled around in the narrow kitchen with great skill. The little dragon next to him sat obediently on the refrigerator and looked at it curiously. Before Lin Yexing came out, the little dragon snatched the meat that had just come out of the pot accurately and swallowed it in one gulp. Hey, be careful, it's hot, Lin Yi said nervously subconsciously. But the little dragon swallowed it in one gulp, burped, and a puff of smoke came out. Lin Yi suddenly realized that his worries were unnecessary and stupid. A dragon that can breathe fire. Are you afraid that it will burn you while eating? However, this little dragon had an amazing appetite. Lin Yi had stored enough meat to last at least half a month, but he ate it all in one meal. Looking at the empty refrigerator, Lin Yexing couldn't help but sigh. It seems that he needs to at least replace it with a bigger refrigerator first. Growing dragon fruit is such an expensive job. After eating and drinking, the little dragon was quite well behaved. He curled up on the sofa and fell asleep in a short while. Lin Yi also took this opportunity to check the dragon cub's attributes. Obsidian dragon. Level 5. Status: infant contracted. Race: obsidian dragon clan. Attribute: chi and blood, 30,000. Attack: 1390. Defense: 2,500. Talent entry: dragon breath, obsidian scale armor. Dragon breath. S rank, a unique breath attack method of the dragon race, causing scorching damage to a large area and ignoring burning resistance. Obsidian scale armor. SS rank obsidian dragons have natural scales that are immune to most attacks including fire, lightning, ice, etc., and ignore most abnormal states. Oh my goodness! Lin Yexing couldn't help but stare. This little dragon cub is only level 5, but he already has 30,000 HP? 2 innate skills, one of which, Dragon Breath, is already S rank. Another, Obsidian Scale Armor, actually reached SS level, almost immune to all attribute damage and abnormal status. The offensive and defensive attributes directly crush Lin Yi now. No wonder the dragon species are all incredible. Their young ones alone are comparable to gold level bosses. If they are allowed to grow up, each of them will be like a natural disaster. Even a juvenile obsidian dragon cub, relying solely on its outrageous defense and blood, is enough to crush all the new professionals. Not to mention the large-scale output method like Dragon Breath. With this little guy, doesn't that mean I have a natural invincible tank? Lin Yi suddenly felt itchy. After all, he had already signed a contract with this dragon cub and was considered its master. Dragon cub, sit down. Lin Ye's mind moved and said. However, the dragon cub that was sleeping soundly opened one eye lazily, rolled his eyes at Lin Yi, and then closed his eyes and continued to sleep peacefully as if he hadn't heard anything, with his tail swinging leisurely. Hey! Lin Yi was suddenly choked up. He was very sure that the dragon cub must have received his thoughts just now, but it was just too lazy to respond. Is it the wrong method? Lin Yi suddenly doubted himself. After all, although he read almost all the textbooks for professionals during high school, he only touched upon the subject of beast taming and did not study it too deeply. What's more, this little fellow is not an ordinary beast. It's a real obsidian dragon, the most arrogant and untamable species of dragon. Lin Yi sat up and opened the terminal on the table, accessed the database of the first middle school, and searched for basics of beast taming. At the same time, Nie Xiaoyu's slender fingers were also tapping in front of the terminal in the main control room of Shanjing City. However, the military authority she possessed was the highest level in Shanjing City, and the entire Shanjing City database was open to her. Soon, data after data appeared in front of her eyes. The 71st student of the first middle school, Lin Yi. He has received full marks in all subjects in the 3 years of high school and is known as one of the 4 great genius seeds in number 1 middle school. Last year, Holographic Combat Simulator achieved an S+ score, breaking the Shanjing City record. Nie Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes immediately, especially when she saw the latest news about Lin Yi. Lin Yi, a genius. Can't even tell the difference between professions? Lin Yi, who was trying to pass himself off as a genuine person, was tragically banned by the 4 major guilds. Someone actually rejected the SSS-level undead scourge class and chose a useless class. Interesting. Nie Xiaoyu lifted up the bed and stretched, muttering softly. How can a blank profession contract a dragon? On her terminal, a very detailed address appeared. Number 1, 3rd floor, Family Building, Factory Street, Xinguang Road. Chapter 23. Exchange for gold-level weapons. The next day, when Lin Yi woke up from bed, he felt his legs go numb. When he stood up and looked, he saw the little dragon lying at his feet, half of its body on his legs, sleeping soundly. As Lin Yi slowly pulled his legs out, he sighed that dragons were truly peculiar creatures. Even though the body can withstand high-temperature flames, the scales on the surface exude a cool feeling. But Lin Yi still has something to do today. That is to go to the armory to exchange the gold-level weapon equipment exchange voucher in your hand. Make the best use of everything. A good knife should be used now. In the entire Shanjing City, the highest grade equipment and weapons are concentrated in 3 places. The first is the military arsenal of Shanjing City. The second is the auction house owned by the Bali Group, the first financial group in Shanjing City. The last one is the underground black market, which cannot be discussed openly, but is known to everyone. The one with the highest threshold is the military's arsenal. The collection in this secret warehouse built specifically for the military cannot be bought just because you have money. Only those with special exchange coupons and vouchers issued by the military can enter and purchase equipment. The gold-level weapon exchange voucher in Lin Ye's hand is the entry certificate. After verification by the heavily guarded guards at the door, Lin Yi was led into this armory, which looked inconspicuous from the outside, but was actually very impressive inside. Looking around, a wide variety of equipment fills the rows of shelves, arranged according to different levels and occupations. Neat and clear. Heavy armor, leather armor, cloth armor, robes. It covers equipment that can be used by all professions, from warriors to assassins, mages, etc. There were all kinds of weapons, including swords, shields, staffs, bows and arrows, etc. The swords alone filled more than a dozen shelves. Lin Ye's goal on this trip was not equipment or damaging weapons. What he wanted to exchange with this precious gold-level weapon exchange voucher was a secondary weapon, a battle shield. When fighting against the Ghost Claw Bear in the Tower of Trials, Lin Yi relied entirely on his agile and precise movements to dodge the violent attacks. However, monsters in the real world are often more cruel. There are many monsters that are much more agile than the Ghost Claw Bear. Simply moving around is not enough to deal with all situations. Being able to defend and attack is the hard solution. In the shield area, shields of all shapes and sizes fill the shelves. The names and attributes of each shield also fell into Lin Ye's eyes. Fine pattern brass shield. Rank gold. Type, kite shield. Royal Guard's great shield. Rank gold. Type, giant shield. Golden round shield. Rank gold. Type, small round shield. There are several types of shields. Giant shield, kite shield, vessel-shaped shield, round shield, whole shield. The largest ones are the giant shield and the kite shield. These shields have the highest defensive attributes, but are also the heaviest. It is usually only used by the only frontline fighter in the team. This giant shield that has almost abandoned all means of attack and focuses on defense is naturally not what Lin Yi wants. The small shield and round shield are secondary weapons used by agile professions as a means of life-saving. Although it is agile enough, its defense is also greatly weakened. Even if he successfully blocked the attack, he would not be able to withstand most of the damage, and that was also not Lin Yi's goal. What Lin Yi wants is a branch of the weapon-type shield, the battle shield. It is a shield that looks like a diamond in appearance. Not only can it block most of the damage when blocking perfectly, but it can also use the shield and the main hand weapon to counterattack with means such as shield strike. It is also the most commonly used shield for all warrior professions who are proficient in fighting skills. Lin Yi's eyes swept across the rows of war shield shelves. Finally, the name of a shield caught Lin Yi's attention: Tiger Battle Shield. Although the name was rather ordinary, the distinctive white tiger pattern on it caught Lin Yi's eye. This is the unique symbol of a well-known blacksmith family in Baihu City, one of the 4 main cities, the fierce tiger pattern. This white tiger city has a blacksmith family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Almost every head of the family has switched to the blacksmith profession, and there have even been several master-level blacksmiths. And every weapon and equipment produced by their family has absolutely excellent attributes, and all come with an extremely practical additional attribute or skill. Lin Yi immediately stepped forward to check, and the properties of this Tiger Battle Shield immediately appeared in front of Lin Yi. Tiger Battle Shield. Level, gold equipment. Strength requirement, 100 points. Defense, plus 300. Blocking effect, strong damage immunity. Attributes, Constitution plus 45. Additional entry, block and counterattack. Counterattack after a successful block, increase damage by 30%. It's you! Lin Yi immediately picked up the Tiger Battle Shield and gently wiped off the layer of fine dust on it. He wondered why a shield from this blacksmith family would be covered in dust in the warehouse. But anyway, I have picked up a big bargain. This Tiger Battle Shield not only has the blocking effect of strong damage immunity, but also increases the physical fitness by an additional 45 points. 1 point of Constitution can increase 20 points of Chi and health. Equipping this Tiger Battle Shield is equivalent to directly increasing the Chi and health limit by 900 points, which is quite critical for a fragile character like Lin Yi. It also has the block and counterattack damage bonus attribute that Lin Yi values the most. It is worthy of being gold-level equipment. This Tiger Battle Shield will undoubtedly become Lin Yi's life-saving weapon when he sweeps through the leveling areas around Shangjing City in the future. After a thorough registration, Lin Yi also successfully took out this Tiger Battle Shield from the armory. Walking on the streets of Shangjing City at this moment, everywhere you look, you see crowds of people. It's bustling. Today is the first day for the new awakeners to become professionals. Not only are all the guilds busy recruiting new members, but many individual players are also looking for permanent teammates on the street. But there are even more small vendors selling equipment. For them, such a large group of awakeners who need novice equipment is undoubtedly a huge business opportunity. After all, not everyone has enough money to buy a set at an auction. My classmate, you're also a new awakener, right? Would you like a map of the leveling areas around Shangjing City? A small vendor in jeans stopped Lin Yi with a gleam in his eyes. Lin Yi's age and ordinary attire were enough to tell his identity. 50 dragon coins per map, all of which are the latest maps this year. Lin Yi did not refuse. The leveling areas around Shangjing City are not static. Where are new copy cracks appearing? In which area are the monsters running around again? This information is constantly changing every year. Lin Yi immediately threw out a 100 yuan dragon coin and said, "Give me a map, and also the latest information on the leveling areas of each guild." The small vendor in jeans looked at Lin Yi with a knowledgeable look, then quietly took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yi, whispering, "You are indeed an expert. We just got this information last night. The leveling areas that the 4 major guild branches will take over are all marked above. For those of us who are just trying to make a living, we must not mess with them." This is also the information that Lin Yi wants. In the early days of each awakening profession, the 4 major guilds would often directly and openly occupy an area to level up their new recruits. Many other powerful guilds would also have this practice of dominating an area. It would be better for Lin Yi to avoid these people in the leveling area he was going to, so as to avoid being surrounded by too many people. Open the envelope. What caught my eye was some hot news about the new batch of S-level awakeners. Lin Xueming, an S-level professional awakener at the number 1 middle school, chooses to join the Hegemony Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. Wang Biao, an S-level professional awakener from the 1st Middle School, joins the Black Hawk Guild. Lin Tian, an A-level professional from the 1st Middle School. Lin Xueming, Wang Biao. Lin Yeqing couldn't help but narrow his eyes and repeated the 2 names. As early as when he was in number 1 middle school, Wang Biao had made it clear that he was Lin Ye's mortal enemy, and all his vicious tricks were exposed. However, Lin Xueming is different. This person is extremely gloomy. In fact, Lin Yi had already realized that Lin Xueming, who followed him every day, was very cunning. But I didn't expect that this person had such a narrow mind. In his eyes, my kindness to him became a condescending charity. Now, Lin Xueming has joined Bei, one of the 4 major guilds, and has become a key talent being cultivated by Bei. Given his personality, he will never give up. But this time, he is in the light, and Lin Yi is in the dark. Chapter 24, Abandoned Mine. Target, Poisonous Corpse Bats. The Hegemony Guild. Lin Yi whispered. The Hegemony Guild is the most financially powerful among the 4 major guilds. Chairman Tang Jinyuan owns a consortium worth hundreds of billions. Almost all of the resources of the guild were acquired with money. The elite members of the guild were all paid well, and the guild was even more generous to those who were given priority training. Given Lin Xueming's talent as an S-level professional, frost swordsman, it is not surprising that he was chosen by Bei. However, as one of the 4 major guilds, Bei couldn't risk its reputation to target Lin Yi, a single player, just for Lin Xueming. This gave Lin Yi a chance to grow wildly. Lin Yi flipped through the rest of the news that were just gimmicks and opened the latest regional distribution map. Judging from the latest distribution map of leveling areas around Shangjing City, there are quite a few low-risk leveling areas below level 30 that are suitable for Lin Yi. Northern Wasteland. Distributed Monsters. Mutated Wolf Pack. Abandoned Mine. Distributed Monsters. Poisonous Corpse Bats. Nanshan Relics. Distributed Monsters. Large Goblin Tribe. Gale Cemetery. Distributed Monsters. Skeleton Soldiers. For ordinary awakeners, it is not about quantity, but quality of monsters that count. Especially these low-level monsters in the early stages, they're just used for upgrade transition. But for Lin Yi, every type of monster can offer Lin Yi an entry or a skill. Naturally, no matter whether they are low-level or high-level monsters, the more types you kill, the better. Therefore, it is imperative for Lin Yi to sweep all the monsters in the low-level maps above. It's just a matter of order. Poisonous ba? When Lin Yi saw the monsters in the abandoned mine, his eyes lit up. Having already experienced the powerful effects of ghost fire poison in the Tower of Trials, he became more and more interested in the school of poison extraction. If new toxins can be further stacked, it will definitely be a magic weapon in terms of monster hunting, especially in fighting boss-level monsters. Moreover, this abandoned mine is located in a dark underground place with complicated underground passages. Not many professionals would choose to work here, so it is just a good place to avoid being seen. Just do it. Lin Yi spent more than 1,000 dragon coins in a pharmacy on the street to buy 2 sets of blood medicine, 1 set of blue medicine, and 1 set of antidote. After making all the necessary preparations, they set off for the abandoned mine. The nearest gate to the abandoned mine is the north gate of Shangjing City. In order to prevent monsters from attacking the city, the entire Shangjing City is surrounded by a tight city wall with formations, and only 4 city gates in the east, south, west, and north are used for entry and exit. The 4 city gates are heavily guarded by troops sent by the military, and every awakened person entering and leaving Shangjing City must be strictly registered. It is said that these measures are not only to guard against monsters, but also to guard against awakened people who have infiltrated from enemy countries. After completing a series of rigorous registrations, this was also the first time that Lin Yi came to the real wild world as a professional awakener. What comes into view is the vast wilderness. The remains of former human civilization were devoured by monsters and dungeons over the course of hundreds of years, leaving only some vaguely visible roads. As we gradually move away from Shangjing City, there are fewer and fewer professionals around. Lin Yi also opened his own attribute panel. Lin Yi, occupation, Forsaken of God, level 15, health, 1950, magic, 230, attack, 175, defense, 320, physique, 50, strength, 105, agility, 75, spirit 5, initial talent, incomplete godhead, talent entries, savagery D level, light and recovery S level, ghost fire toxin A level. Skills: Water Calling Step B rank, Boiling Beast Blood A rank, Savage Charge A rank. Now that Lin Yi has equipped himself with the Tiger Battle Shield, his defense and health have been greatly improved. The three passive items of Savagery, Photosynthetic Recovery, and Wildfire Toxin have been collected in the talent items. At the same time, he also obtained 3 active skills, including Water Calling Step, Beast Blood Boiling, etc. It can be said that this is a big step forward compared to the blank profession when it was just awakened. With the blessing of these entries from various monsters, Lin Yi boasts that he is not afraid at all even when facing A-level professionals at this stage. The only drawback is that there is still some lack of means of output. Apart from Boiling Blood, there are no other damaging skills, and the only way to output damage is by relying on the greatly increased damage in the frenzy state. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly remembered what happened in the trial tower. There was once a scene where the skill Frenzy was enhanced into Boiling Beast Blood by consuming fire value. I didn't expect this to be the real purpose of fire. Now that I have cleared the Tower of Trials, I should have accumulated a lot of fire value, right? Check the fire value. Lin Yi whispered suddenly, and a hint suddenly appeared in front of him. The fire value obtained: 85. Check out the skills that can be enhanced. Then, the 2 entries in the talent column and skill column all appeared in front of Lin Yi. Savage D level can be enhanced. Water Calling Step B level can be strengthened. Apart from this, other entries and skills are displayed in gray. There is not enough fire. I see. Lin Yi immediately understood the mechanism of fire strengthening. The amount of fire consumed for each level of enhancement of all items and skills increases exponentially. Back in the trial tower, Lin Yi upgraded his B rank Frenzy to an A rank Beast Blood Boiling, which consumed 10 points of fire seed value. Now, if you want to upgrade the A level Boiling Beast Blood to S level, you need to consume a full 100 points of fire value. Even after completing the entire trial tower, the fire value stored in my body was not enough. If you want to upgrade the S level Photosynthetic Recovery to the SS level, you need a full 1,000 points of fire value. It seems that the most important task at this stage is to harvest a large amount of fire value. Lin Yi remembered that he only gained 1 point of fire value after killing a goblin soldier, and even killing more than 100 small ghost fire spiders only gave him more than 10 points of fire value in total. He didn't dare to squander it at all. As more and more entries are added in the future, when strengthening skills or talent entries, you must be selective and use the fire value on the most critical entries. However, strengthening Boiling Beast Blood is definitely not a bad choice. This skill, which is unique to orc monsters and instantly increases damage, is the best among all similar skills. Lin Yi's advantage is that these entries and skills that human awakeners cannot obtain can be easily obtained through sacrifice. Goblins Savagery, Undead Tree Spirits, Photosynthesis Recovery. Willow Wilson's Fire Spiders Wilson's Fire Toxin. This is Lin Yi's unique and one-of-a-kind advantage. Following the instructions on the map, Lin Yi gradually arrived at the abandoned mine. This abandoned mine is located in the wilderness. Half of the entrance has collapsed, and the remaining half is supported only by rubble, which is even a little shaky. No wonder most people are unwilling to come here. Seeing the dilapidated appearance of the abandoned mine, Lin Yi couldn't help but prepare himself mentally before stepping in. Let's take a walk around the periphery first. If there are any signs of collapse, we can get out in time. Lin Yi took out a glass tube from his backpack. A firefly-like creature was quietly dormant inside the tube. The fluorescent light it emitted just illuminated the area within 3 or 4 meters around Lin Yi. This kind of insect is called a lighting insect, and it is also an alienated creature. Lin Yi bought it from a street vendor. It is inexpensive and can maintain long-term lighting, making it a must-have for various dungeon copies. Lin Yi held the illuminating insect in his hand and walked carefully along the stairs of the tunnel step by step towards the depths of the mine. The mottled stone walls around here prove that the ruins here are at least several hundred years old. Before long, black sand-like objects appeared on the ground one after another. Bat shit. Lin Yi immediately pinned the illuminating insect to his waist cautiously. In one hand he took out a thick iron spear, and in the other he equipped himself with the tiger battle shield. With the help of the light of fireflies, I walked forward cautiously. Suddenly, I heard the sound of wings flapping at the top of the tunnel ahead. The next second, several black shadows pounced towards Lin Yi. There were at least a dozen poisonous corpse bats. Each one is as big as a falcon. Lin Yi lowered his head suddenly. He raised the tiger battle shield to protect his head and chest, and immediately felt several violent impacts and muffled sounds. However, Lin Yi was only knocked back half a step and did not suffer any harm. This is the power of the gold-level weapon, Tiger Battle Shield. The strong blocking effect allowed Lin Yi to completely resist the damage from this wave of surprise attacks. After the dozen or so corpse poison bats hit Lin Yi's shield, it was like hitting a wall. Some of them fell to the ground in a daze. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it hard at the poisonous corpse bat at his feet. Puff! With the sound of a spear piercing into flesh. The corpse poison bat also revealed a damage number. 157. At the same time, the health bar of the poisonous corpse bat also exploded. Corpse poison bat. Level 11. HP. 43/200. The health bar of a poisonous corpse bat is about 200. Now Lin Yi can kill 3/4 of its health with one shot. He immediately fired another shot, sending the poisonous corpse bat to death. A beam of white light immediately flowed into Lin Yi's body, and the experience bar also rose a little visibly, which was considered generous for Lin Yi's current level. However, the death of one poisonous corpse bat caused the rest of the poisonous corpse bats to fly around in all directions. In the dark and narrow mine, Lin Yi had no way to avoid it. A bat that ran behind him took the opportunity to bite him hard on the back. 2-9. Although the damage was not high, a prompt immediately appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes. You have fallen into the corpse poison state. 5. Dizziness value is accumulating. Chapter 25. Poison control skills. Corpse poison. Lin Yi immediately felt a trance in front of his eyes, and his head seemed to be getting more and more dizzy. This is the effect of corpse poison. Although the poison damage caused per second is not high, it can accumulate a dizzy state. If the antidote is not used quickly, the stun value will accumulate to the threshold, and the target will be put into a completely immobile stun state. Lin Yi immediately leaned his back against the wall, holding up a shield in one hand to protect his front body, and with the other hand, he took out a bottle of antidote and drank it directly with his head tilted back. As his vision gradually became clearer, the continuous poisoning effect on Lin Yi's body gradually weakened. The dizziness has been alleviated. My goodness, a bottle of antidote can't completely cure the corpse poison state? Lin Yi immediately drank another bottle of antidote and was completely free from the poisoning. It can be seen how difficult this corpse poison is to deal with. But this made Lin Yi even more determined to get the term corpse poison to appear. With the help of the light from the firefly, Lin Yi touched a depression on the wall behind him, which was just big enough to accommodate one person. He immediately dodged into the depression, holding up a shield in one hand to protect almost his entire body. The thick iron spear in his other hand thrust forward fiercely. Although the attack angle is limited, fortunately, there are enough corpse poison bats, and one shot can always cause great damage. In order to improve the efficiency of killing monsters, Lin Yi simply activated Beast Blood Boiling. Every time you kill a poisonous corpse bat, the duration will be refreshed. The output efficiency instantly doubled. Soon, the sound of flapping wings disappeared from the nearby mines. The ground beneath Lin Yi's feet was covered with corpses of poisonous bats. Sacrifice the fire of the poisonous corpse bats. A faint stream of fire immediately flowed from the corpse of the poisonous bat into Lin Yi's body. The fire sacrifice of the poisonous corpse bat was successful. Fire +1. The fire sacrifice of the poisonous corpse bat was successful. Fire +1. After a series of prompts indicating successful sacrifices, the words Lin Yi wanted to hear did not appear. It seems that the term corpse poison is not so easy to obtain. Lin Yi wiped the blood-stained tip of the gun and continued to walk deeper into the mine. Along the way, he slaughtered groups of poisonous corpse bats one after another. What made Lin Yi even more headache was that in this extremely dark and complicated mine. However, those corpse poison bats were always able to detect Lin Yi's arrival in advance. Whenever they arrived at a gathering point, they would always surprise Lin Yi with a swarm attack. If you are not careful, you will get bitten and fall into the corpse poison state. But fortunately, the experience given is also rich. As the white light of experience flowed into Lin Yi's body, Lin Yi's level also reached level 17. Lin Yi also sacrificed all the firewood on the body of a poisonous bat, with the prompts of successful sacrifice. Finally, an extremely pleasant voice appeared in Lin Yi's ears. Talent entry obtained. Corpse poison. Finally, I got you out. Lin Yi was suddenly delighted. I hurriedly opened the talent entry panel and saw a green, corpse poison. Entry already placed there safely. Corpse poison. Level B. Effect. After the attack hits the target, it will be inflicted with corpse poison. It will cause continuous poison damage and accumulate stun value. It really is the original corpse poison. Lin Yi, who had just experienced this corpse poison himself, was very familiar with the feeling of trance and dizziness. Especially when used on professionals who are also human beings. It will have a surprising effect. An absolute weapon for poison control. At this moment, Lin Yi, who had already gone deep into the abandoned mine, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. As soon as he looked up, he saw a pair of eyes as big as light bulbs, standing upside down on top of Lin Yi's head, staring at him straight. Lin Yi raised the illuminating insect and took a look. I saw a corpse poison bat hanging upside down on the stone wall, but its body was 3 times larger than that of an ordinary corpse poison bat, and the sharp white fangs in its mouth were like daggers. The boss has appeared. Lin Yi's heart suddenly trembled. He raised the tiger shield towards his head and assumed a fighting stance. As a black wind passed by, the giant bat above his head suddenly pounced towards Lin Yi and hit the shield hard. The huge momentum was far more powerful than the swarms of small bats before. In an instant, Lin Yi was knocked to the ground and staggered. In the dim fluorescent light, he watched as the 2 dagger-like fangs attacked his neck. Lin Yi hurriedly raised his shield to block it, and suddenly his palm felt a violent vibration. This beast is so powerful. Lin Yi was pressed down and couldn't get up for a while. And what's worse is that, during the fight, the illuminating insect test tube inserted in Lin Yi's waist seemed to hit something and broke into pieces with a snap. Lin Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. The fluorescent lighting insect was swallowed by the giant corpse poison bat before it flew a few meters. The entire mine suddenly fell into darkness. Broken. Before Lin Yi could even take out the spare, flaming insect from his backpack, he already felt a fishy wind blowing towards him again. It hit the firefighting shield hard. 197. Even though he was in blocking state, he still lost so much blood. However, it was pitch dark in the mine. Lin Yi thrust the spear forward suddenly, but missed. In the darkness, the giant Bat King, which is a nocturnal creature, comes and goes freely. Lin Yi could only judge whether the giant bat was attacking by the sound of its wings flapping. Another gust of fishy wind blew. Lin Yi silently counted the time in his heart. The time is now. Ghost fire toxin suddenly launched. The thick iron spear in Lin Yi's hand suddenly burst into a burst of burning flames, illuminating the surrounding scene. He suddenly stabbed at the giant Bat King that was right in front of him. 134. The target is already in a burning state. The target has fallen into a poisonous state. As 2 lines of prompts appeared, a beam of fire suddenly ignited on the giant bat's body, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark underground cave. Let's see where you can escape this time. Lin Yi held a shield in his hand and took a step forward. His thick iron spear stabbed the giant Bat King with several bullets. 137. Burning damage. -35. 109. Burning damage. -35. The stabbing damage, combined with the effects of burning and poison, instantly caused the giant Bat King's health bar to drop significantly. It seems that these corpse poison bats that have lived in the damp mine for a long time are indeed creatures that are weak to fire. The giant Bat King, covered in flames, kept flapping his wings in the narrow underground cave, but was unable to put out the flames on his body. Losing the cover of darkness, the giant Bat King with flames burning all over his body became Lin Yi's target. Lin Yi raised a shield and pressed forward step by step, the thick iron spear in his hand wrapped in ghost fire toxin continuously output. Another series of mixed damage exploded. The health bar of the corpse poison Bat King was less than half left. Kill him while he's ill. Lin Yi decisively activated boiling beast blood, and a new force suddenly surged into his body, greatly increasing his damage and attack speed. 219. 238. With a wail from the corpse poison Bat King, the boss lurking in the abandoned mine finally fell under Lin Yi's thick iron spear. A beam of white light suddenly flowed into Lin Yi's body. Let Lin Yi level up directly. At the same time, a bunch of fire appeared again on the corpse of the poison Bat King. Sacrifice the fire of the corpse poison Bat King. Lin Yi decisively held a sacrificial ceremony. The fire sacrifice of the corpse poison Bat King was successful. Fire +10. Obtain talent entry. Sound wave detection, level B. Chapter 26. Infinite enhancement. S-level skill. ultrasonic search. Sonic detection? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this entry about the giant corpse poison Bat King would appear. No wonder just now, in that dark underground mine, this corpse poison Bat King was able to attack me with incredible precision and even detect my movements in advance. Biologically speaking, bats can determine their surroundings and the location of their prey through the ultrasonic waves they emit. Unexpectedly, this group of corpse poison bats also inherited this ability and even went a step further. Check sonic detection. I saw that I already had this B-level skill in my skill column. Sound wave detection. Level B. Skill effect. By emitting high-frequency sound waves that spread to the surroundings, the surrounding environment, and the approximate location of the enemy can be detected. Effective distance. 30 meters. It is indeed a good skill that can help you anticipate the enemy. I didn't expect that it was just a corpse poison bat in a low-level area, but it could actually unleash such a powerful skill for me. At this moment, a reminder suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes. You already have 135 fire points. Do you want to strengthen your skills? Lin Yi suddenly realized that after passing through this abandoned mine, he had accumulated a lot of fire value again, which was enough to strengthen an A-level skill. However, now Lin Yi can strengthen 3 skills in total. They are A-level, Boiling Beast Blood, B-level, Water Calling Step, and Sonic Wave Detection. After thinking about it, Lin Yi made a decision. Beast Blood Boiling is of course his most important means of output at present. However, Sonic Detection can sense in advance the monsters or other professionals that appear around you. Knowing it in advance is definitely much better than passively accepting the attack. Strengthen Sonic Detection, Lin Yi said decisively. Consume 10 fire points and the Sonic Detection, Level B, will be upgraded to Ultrasonic Detection, Level A. Ultrasound, Level A level. Skill effect. Sends out high-frequency ultrasonic waves to the surrounding area, which can more quickly detect nearby terrain and more accurately determine the enemy's position. Additional entry. The effect is doubled in a narrow space. Effective distance, 50 meters. The effective distance is directly increased from 30 meters to 50 meters and can determine the enemy's position more accurately. But that's not enough. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Keep strengthening." Suddenly, a reminder appeared in front of my eyes again. Do you want to consume 100 points of fire value and strengthen the skill Ultrasonic Detection, a level? Yes. Consume 100 fire points. Ultrasonic Detection, A level, is upgraded to Ultrasonic Search S level. Ultrasonic Search, Level, S level. Effect. Use ultrasonic waves that cannot be detected by humans to send high-frequency detection to the surroundings, quickly detect the surrounding terrain, and extremely accurately locate the position and movement trajectory of surrounding enemies. Additional entry includes enemies in invisible and stealth states, but excludes enemies in the void state. Effective distance, 100 meters. This is an S-rank skill. Lin Yi suddenly felt that his 100 points of fire were totally worth it. Not only did the detection distance increase directly to a full 100 meters, there is also an additional enemy that can detect invisible and stealth states. It's simply a magical skill for the anti-assassin profession. The experience Lin Yi gained from his 3 years of combat simulation classes in high school was that assassins were often the most difficult professionals to deal with. An assassin with stealth skills can often take the initiative to attack you unexpectedly. But now with this ultrasonic search skill, it will be almost impossible for any assassin to launch a surprise attack on Lin Yi. And the detection distance of 100 meters. This is enough for Lin Yi to avoid some roaming high-risk monsters in advance, so that he can be safer whether he is killing monsters or doing dungeons. Just an abandoned mine brought Lin Yi so many surprises. In the next 3 days, having tasted the sweetness, Lin Yi simply swept through all the low-level leveling areas around Shanjing City, the wasteland north of the city, sacrificed the flames of the mutant jackal, gained the talent entry, Bloodthirst C level. Melee attacks have a 5% blood-sucking effect. Nanshan Ruins, sacrifice the Goblin Shaman's Flame, gain talent entry Focus D level, spiritual attribute, plus 100. Gale Cemetery, sacrifice the flames of the Skeleton Soldiers, gain talent entry Dead D level, poison resistance plus 100. The 4 leveling copies not only allowed Lin Yi to reach level 25, but also gave him several low-level equipment: rusty breastplate, leather wrist guards, rotten wood leggings, and animal leather boots. Although they are all low-level black stone tools and have no additional attribute bonuses other than basic defense, they still form a complete set of equipment. After equipping, Lin Ye's attributes have also been qualitatively improved again. Lin Ye. Occupation. Forsaken of God. Level. 25. Health. 2920 Magic. 450. Attack. 271. Defense. 470. Physique. 50. Strength. 105. Agility. 155. Spirit. 105. Initial talent. Incomplete Godhead. Talent entries. Savagery D level. Light and Recovery S level. Will-o-wisp Toxin A level. Bloodthirstiness C level. Skills. Water Calling Step B rank. Boiling Blood A rank. Savage Charge A rank. Ultrasonic Search S rank. While Lin Yu was tirelessly rushing to various low-level leveling areas in Shangjing City to sacrifice monsters to obtain entries. However, he did not expect that his whereabouts would be noticed by some awakened people of the same class. Look, the former genius Lin Yi can only hang around in some low-level training areas now. Nonsense. Who made him awaken a useless profession? Isn't going to the advanced area tantamount to seeking death? Yeah, it's a shame, but if I were him, I would just give up being a professional and stay in the city and be a cook or a blacksmith. A useless profession is still useless after all. No matter how hard you try to level up, you can't catch up with others. Some rumors, without any concern for Lin Yi seeing them, were posted openly in the class channel of the communicator. There were also some people who were good at doing things and even tagged Lin Yi. I wonder if our former genius seed doesn't need someone to guide him? Call me Dad, and I'll take you to play the B-level dungeon. Huh? The person who said this was named Li Feng. To be honest, Lin Yi had no impression of this name. Li Feng. Lin Yi repeated the name several times, but from now on, he remembered this name. Turn up again. In sharp contrast to those words that slandered Lin Yi were the flattering faces toward Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yinran, 3 S-level professionals. I heard that Brother Xueming has joined the Hegemony Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. From now on, I will rely on Brother Xueming to take care of me. Lin Xueming responded loudly in the group. Don't worry, we are all classmates. Anyone who has good sense will follow me in the future. If nothing else, at least he will be better than some loser. Lin Xueming's appearance caused a sensation in the class channel, and the weird tone in his words immediately made everyone point the finger at Lin Yi. Don't mention that loser Lin Yi. It's unlucky. He is simply dragging down the standard of our class, isn't it? I heard that Brother Xueming has become a small core leader of the Shangjing branch of the Hegemony Guild. Boss, you are so busy, but you still remember us classmates. It is said that a new dungeon has appeared in the Red Scorpion Desert recently. The danger level has not been determined yet. I wonder if Brother Xueming will lead the brothers from the Shangjing branch of the Hegemony Guild to go there for the first time. Lin Xueming said, without hiding his status at all. First pass? Of course. I am now the commander of the Hegemony Guild Shangjing City branch. All the new professionals of the Hegemony Guild are under my management. We, Hegemony, must win the first pass of this new instance. Brother Xueming is awesome. Amidst a string of undisguised flattery, Lin Yi keenly picked out a key word. Red Scorpion Wasteland, a new copy, has appeared. This is quite crucial information. Due to the instability of space rifts, a new copy may appear in any area. Moreover, the danger level of a new copy is often unknown. So the Shangjing City military has extremely generous rewards for the first person to pass through a new copy. Not only that, many special dungeons contain one-time reward chests and bosses that can only be obtained by the first person to complete them. This also makes all major guilds rush to clear the new dungeon for the first time. And because Shangjing City is surrounded by some low-level areas, even in newly appeared copies, the danger level is mostly not too high. The elites from the major guilds generally wouldn't come here to waste their time, and would mostly give the opportunity to the new awakeners in the guild. Therefore, the new copy is often a piece of fat meat that the new batch of job changers fight overtly and secretly. And this new copy is also a must-fight for Lin Yi. A new copy means new monsters. New monsters mean new entries. Chapter 27. Red Scorpion Desert. Enemies meet on a narrow road. The Red Scorpion Desert is also an area near Shangjing City. However, the Red Scorpion Desert covers thousands of kilometers, and there are still many areas deep in the desert that have not been set foot by humans, so it is not surprising to discover new copies. And because the teleportation array in the desert has not yet been built, all professionals who want to go to this newly discovered copy must go there on foot. The scorching sun and endless yellow sand in the red scorpion desert are so rare that few professionals would take the initiative to go there. However, for the new batch of job changers, it is an opportunity that everyone is rushing to seize. This is the first new copy to appear in this session. Not only will the Shangjing City military offer extremely generous rewards to the first person to pass, but for the new batch of job changers, it is also an opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. So when the news spread, this originally uninhabited desert suddenly became lively. As Lin Yi was walking on the road to the Red Scorpion Desert, the surrounding area is already full of professionals who are eager to go to this new copy. Most of them go together as a team of one guild or in groups of 3 or 5. There are almost no lone rangers like Lin Yi. Everyone knows that the emergence of a new copy represents opportunity, but also means danger. This kind of new dungeon has an undetermined danger level, and there have been cases in the past where professionals who were greedy for fame have been wiped out. One more teammate means one more reliability. One of the teams invited Lin Yi after seeing him alone. Classmate, you should also be a new job changer, right? I see you're going to the new dungeon alone, right? Do you want to team up with us? The person who spoke was a tall warrior. He kept looking at Lin Yi, mainly because of the equipment that Lin Yi had almost completed. At this stage, those who can gather so much equipment are either rich or noble, or have considerable strength. Lin Yi looked back at the tall team. Judging from the different styles of clothing, they probably don't come from a guild, but a small group formed temporarily. There are 2 men and 2 women. Apart from the tall one who is a warrior, the 2 girls are a mage and a priest respectively, and the other man is an archer. Judging from the equipment they were wearing, which was also pieced together, their professional level should be C or B. The team configuration is relatively balanced, but it is a pity that there is no secondary tank profession for roaming. Once this tall guy in the front row draws the hatred away, the remaining fragile professions will face a huge crisis. Lin Yi gave this team a judgment like an occupational disease in his heart. Sorry, I don't have any idea of forming a team yet. Lin Yi shook his head and declined. The tall man seemed to be unwilling to give up and invited again. My friend, the new dungeon may be full of dangers, so having more teammates is always an extra layer of protection. Would you like to consider it? My name is Deng Hao. If it doesn't work, can we add each other's contact information? Deng Hao's invitation to add him suddenly popped up in Lin Yi's communicator. This person was sincere, but before Lin Yi could click to agree. But the pastor girl behind Deng Hao looked at Lin Yi with a strange expression, then pulled the corner of Deng Hao's clothes and whispered something in his ear. Deng Hao looked at Lin Yi again with a different look in his eyes. He then directly canceled the invitation and said hesitantly, You are Lin Yi? Sorry, let's find someone else. After just 2 sentences, Lin Yi understood everything. Apparently, the female priest recognized him as Lin Yi, the one who chose a useless blank profession during the awakening ceremony. Even this low-level team of individual players didn't want Lin Yi, a useless professional, to hold them back. Lin Yi didn't care and turned around and left. And from behind came a sound of pointing and groaning. Did you see it? Turns out he is Lin Yi, that guy who chose a useless career. I heard he was once a genius in the #1 middle school. Look at his current equipment. He's not even as good as us. Lin Yi ignored these mocking rumors. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up in the communicator beside Lin Yi. It was from the only contact in his communicator, Qin Yanran. Lin Yi, have you heard about the new dungeon appearing in the Red Scorpion Desert? On the way. Lin Yi immediately replied, Why? Are you coming over too? Qin Yanran on the other end of the communicator replied almost immediately, I would like to go, but I have to go and review the qualifications for establishing a guild today, and then I have to be busy recruiting people. It seems that this girl is not just talk, but a doer. Qin Yanran then sent another message. I heard that the Black Hawk and Hegemony guilds also went to the Red Scorpion Desert. You have to be careful when you are alone. The Qin group's news is quite fast and accurate. Good. Lin Yi simply replied with one word, and Qin Yanran did not send any more messages. At this time, Lin Yi had gradually arrived at the depths of the Red Scorpion Desert and was getting closer and closer to the location where the new copy appeared in the intelligence. From a distance, a lot of people have gathered in front. I saw that the copy was actually an ancient tomb covered under yellow sand. It was said that the strong wind a few days ago blew away the yellow sand that had been deposited for hundreds of years, revealing a gap in the underground tomb and opening the entrance to this copy. Lolon General's tomb. Danger level: unknown. The crowd surrounding the entrance of the dungeon was all eager to try, and many of those who arrived early were already preparing to step into the dungeon first. Among them, Lin Yi also saw a few familiar faces. Lin Xueming, who was once one of the 4 genius seeds of number 1 middle school and had a narrow encounter with him. As expected, the Hegemony Guild has arrived. After not seeing each other for a few days, Lin Xueming had already put on the uniform with the special logo of the Hegemony Guild and was surrounded by his former classmates like the moon surrounded by stars. Looking at those flattering faces, you can tell what they are saying without even listening. At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Lin Yi turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was his former desk mate Lu Ruyan. But now that she has taken off her school uniform, she has already changed into a more mature and attractive outfit. The upper body is also wearing the uniform of the Hegemony Guild, but the lower body is wearing a very short robe. A piece of tight black stockings was revealed under the robe, attracting countless eyes. Lu Ruyan's words immediately made Lin Yi the focus of the crowd. All eyes were immediately cast towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi? Why is this useless guy running here instead of staying in Shangjing City? Is he trying to enter the new dungeon? That's not the right place for a blank class like him. I heard that he has been slaying monsters in low-level areas for the past few days, and he doesn't even dare to go to the mid-level dangerous areas. Huh? Does he still think he is the favored child of heaven he once was? It's understandable. After losing their glory, people always want to get it back. Under a bunch of malicious and mocking gazes, Lin Xueming pushed through the crowd and walked to Lu Ruyan's side. He put his arm around Lu Ruyan's shoulders and looked at Lin Yi provocatively. Lin Yi, you didn't come here with Ruyan, did you? I'm telling you, Ruyan is mine now, so stay away from him from now on. Lin Xueming's domineering remarks to protect his wife immediately made Lu Ruyan feel embarrassed. She glared at Lin Xueming with a reproachful look in her beautiful eyes. Xueming, there are so many people here. What are you talking about? The voice was delicate and charming, and Lin Xueming enjoyed it very much. He looked at Lu Ruyan lovingly and said, Don't worry, Ruyan. From now on, I will never let him get close to you again. However, looking at the 2 people sitting in front of me, Lin Yi really didn't want to be part of their play, so he frowned and said, That's a good point, but there is a problem dash. Lu Ruyan, have I ever been close to you before? Chapter 28, Shocking Lin Xueming. The General's Tomb dungeon is opened. Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly changed. She knew it in her heart. Although many people thought she and Lin Yi were as close as a couple when they were in number 1 middle school, but in fact, everything was just an illusion she created. In fact, Lin Yi never responded to her at all and kept his distance from her everywhere. However, hearing such words from the now useless Lin Yi made her even more upset. Lin Yi, I know you feel bad for not awakening a good career. Although we have nothing to do with each other now, considering that we are classmates, if you want monetary compensation, I can give it to you. But you have to apologize to me. Lu Ruyan has always been a girl who is very good at acting. It was just a few words coupled with that tearful expression of grievance. In an instant, Lin Yi was accused of being jealous and persistent. Even though Lin Yi just said one sentence just now, have I ever been close to you before? The people around were all aroused by her acting skills and said angrily, That's right. Doesn't this useless Lin Yi realize that he is worthy of Lu Ruyan now? Lu Ruyan is an A-level fire elemental mage. She and Brother Xueming are a perfect match. That's right. Especially Lin Xueming looked at Lin Yi gloomily and said harshly, Lin Yi, you must apologize to Ruyan today. Lin Xueming fiercely pulled out the weapon in his hand. It was a long sword, and judging from its sheen and texture, it was at least a gold-grade weapon. It seemed that the Hegemony Guild really treated him well. A layer of frosty mist instantly enveloped the golden sword, which was the innate skill of the S-level professional frost swordsman. Lin Xueming sneered at Lin Yi and said half-threateningly, Lin Yi, we are not in Shangjing City now. Kneel down and apologize to Ruyan. A group of Hegemony's younger brothers behind him also started to fan the flames. You're bullying your sister-in-law? Lin Yi, don't you see what a loser you are? Brother Xueming, destroy him. Looking at this bustling crowd, each and every one of them regarded themselves as the moral high ground, as if it was really Lin Yi who should apologize. Lin Xueming became a messenger of justice. This is Lu Ruyan's method. This is also Lin Xueming's method. Lin Yi did not get angry, but laughed instead, looking at Lin Xueming coldly, and said, You all keep saying that I insulted her. Now, Can you please tell me what I said to insult her? If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext for it. What if I don't apologize? Lin Ye's indifference became the biggest provocation in Lin Xueming's eyes. The people behind him kept encouraging him. Brother Xueming, why are you wasting time talking to this loser? He dares to insult my sister-in-law. Destroy him. Lin Xueming, who was an S-level professional, became a godlike existence in the eyes of these people. Perhaps it was to maintain the image that he had worked so hard to build. Lin Xueming took action. The frost-condensed sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards Lin Yi, carrying with it a sword energy that caused area damage. Lin Yi, you are courting death. The distance between the two was only a few steps away, and the frost sword energy suddenly came. But the next second, a shield with a white tiger pattern appeared in Lin Ye's hand. There was a sound of metal colliding. Tiger Battle Shield blocked the sword firmly, and the overwhelming sword energy was dispersed in an instant. Perfect block. With the bonus of the Savage attribute, Lin Ye's strength has already reached 100 points. Holding the Tiger Shield in hand, he did not retreat a single step. Instead, it shocked Lin Xueming's arm so much that it went numb, and he staggered. But before he could stand firm, the thick iron spear in Lin Ye's other hand suddenly thrust out, accurately hitting his throat. This scene happened in just a few seconds. However, the crowd around who had been shouting just now suddenly became quiet, and everyone was stunned by this scene. Lin Xueming, an S-level professional, attacked with all his strength, but was easily blocked by Lin Yi. Even direct counterattack? You attacked without knowing what weapon your opponent had. Did I teach you so much in vain during my 3 years of high school? Lin Yi said coldly and proudly. In an instant, Lin Xueming's heart was once again filled with the fear that was completely suppressed by Lin Yi during the 3 years of high school. Not only him, but all the students of the first middle school present had the image of the genius boy who had ruled the high school for 3 years like a god reappearing in their minds. No, this is impossible. You are nothing but a waste now. A ferocious look broke out on Lin Xueming's dazed face, and he stood up and was about to try again. However, at this moment, the yellow sand under the feet of the gathered crowd suddenly began to flow like a huge whirlpool. Everyone was suddenly staggering and unsteady on their feet. It seemed that the door to a tomb was slowly emerging from under the yellow sand, and a golden light burst out from the corner of the tomb where the yellow sand was exposed nearby, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Or is it quicksand? It seems like a copy is about to open. Shouldn't there be only one entrance? What's going on here? When the crowd was in a panic, a reminder appeared in front of everyone. The Lulan General Tomb instance has been opened. Lin Yi glanced around and rushed straight into one of the tomb entrances. Since the copy has been opened, there is no need to waste time with Lin Xueming and the others. The key is to get those one-time special rewards in the copy. Although Lin Xueming behind him still had a ferocious expression on his face and stared at Lin Yi fiercely as he left, he quickly calmed down and shouted, "Brothers from Hegemony, follow me. We must complete the first pass of this dungeon." The other individual teams also came to their senses one after another and entered the entrance of the Lulan General's tomb. Lin Yi, who jumped into the entrance first, slid down the passage and landed on the ground about 10 meters underground. With the dim light, I could see that the space inside this underground tomb was extremely vast. It could be said to be a different world. Sculptures in the Western style are everywhere, and on the walls, various colorful murals are gradually oxidizing and fading with the intrusion of air. Lin Yi looked up, but I saw a dusty treasure chest at the end of a long corridor not far away. The special knowledge and patterns prove that this treasure chest is definitely a special treasure chest in the tomb of General Lulan. It can only be opened once. First come, first served. However, Lin Yi did not act rashly, but activated ultrasonic search. A high-frequency sound wave that cannot be heard by humans suddenly echoed in the narrow corridor. The results came back quickly. 3 red dots appeared around Lin Yi. It seems that there are 3 other people nearby besides me. Chapter 29. The treasure chest at the end of the corridor. Greed and betrayal. The 3 people were very close to Lin Yi and obviously came in from the same tomb entrance. Sure enough, a few seconds later, there were footsteps coming from behind, and I saw that the 3 people who came were wearing the same uniform, and there was a special logo on their chest, Kinglin Guild. These 3 people are actually from the same guild. They also noticed Lin Yi standing right in front of them, and a look of vigilance immediately appeared in the eyes of the three of them, especially when the leading boy with glasses also discovered the treasure chest shining brightly at the end of the corridor. People die for money, and birds die for food. The three of them immediately exchanged glances, drew their weapons, and quietly surrounded Lin Yi. Brother, this treasure chest is not yours to take. If you know what's good for you, stay away from it. This treasure chest has our three brothers' eyes on it. The bespectacled man who led the group said ruthlessly. He raised the dagger in his hand that was shining coldly and pointed it at Lin Yi. This person's profession should be an assassin. The other two people next to the man with glasses are a mage and a warrior holding a sword and shield. Lin Yi sneered in his heart. The items in the copy are originally ownerless, and the principle that follows is first come, first served, or whoever has the stronger fist can get it. However, since this treasure chest is placed at the end of such a conspicuous corridor, it may not be so easy to get it. This instance is called Lulon General's Tomb. How could the burial objects in the General's Tomb be taken so easily? Lin Yi simply moved aside, making way for the treasure chest, and gestured to the three people, indicating that he should give way to them. But the man with glasses still stared at Lin Yi warily and said, "If you want to go, go away, and don't get in the way here." Obviously, they were also afraid that Lin Yi would attack them from behind when they were opening the treasure chest. Lin Yi shrugged, turned around, and walked towards the stairs in the other direction. When I used ultrasonic search just now, I had already detected the nearby terrain clearly. By walking up this corner staircase, you can reach the second floor of the platform. From the second floor, you can clearly see the situation in the corridor below without anyone noticing. Seeing Lin Yi disappear from their sight, the three men with glasses began to take action. Little did they know that Lin Yi didn't go far at all, but quietly touched the top of their heads and observed them quietly. The three men with glasses did not rush forward recklessly, but instead had the only front row warrior hold up a shield and walk in front with experience. This man was not only equipped with a huge and heavy shield, but was also covered in heavy armor. It could be said that he was armed to the teeth. The other two hid behind him, forming a formation like an eagle catching chickens, and they groped forward step by step, sticking to the wall along the side of the corridor. That's quite cautious. However, the bespectacled man who was leading the team was an agile assassin and should have been at the front to crack the mechanism, but he walked at the back of the team to protect himself. Suddenly, the warrior who was walking in front with a large shield in hand suddenly felt his foot sink. There was a crisp sound of the casing ejecting. Several poisonous arrows were immediately shot from both ends of the corridor. The soldier hurriedly raised his shield to block them. The wizard behind him failed to dodge in time and was hit by an arrow in the leg. He screamed in panic. "Why are you panicking?" The man with glasses behind him suddenly kicked him and said, "Drink the antidote." The mage looked at his health bar, which was constantly decreasing, and hurriedly took out a bottle of antidote from his backpack and drank it. This stopped the toxin's effects in time. However, at this moment, the marble slabs in the corridor ahead suddenly fell off bit by bit. The soldier walking in front felt his feet slipping, and he fell down. Looking down, there were rows of traps covered with spikes. Fortunately, the warrior reacted quickly and grabbed the floor behind him with both hands. "Li Xiang, be careful." The mage behind him quickly reached out and grabbed the warrior's arm. At this time, they were only a few meters away from the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. But the man with glasses who was walking at the back did not reach out to save his companion. Instead, he jumped over the trap. He rushed towards the treasure chest at the end of the corridor, his eyes full of greed. "Brothers, let me go check out the contents of this treasure chest for you." The treasure chest in the corridor shot is obviously unusual, and it is very likely to contain equipment and weapons of gold level or above. Faced with the temptation of such a treasure, the man with glasses obviously abandoned his brotherhood and teammates. "Fuck it, Wang Tong. Come back here." The mage immediately started cursing. It was difficult for him to pull up the heavily armored warrior, Li Xiang, by himself. Li Xiang, who was clinging to the edge with both hands, was almost exhausted at this time. His eyes were red with anxiety, but his heavy armor became his biggest burden. At this moment, a rope suddenly dropped from above the corridor and landed right next to the soldier Li Xiang's hand. The two looked up and saw that it was Lin Yi who had pretended to leave earlier. While Lin Yi was fixing the rope on the railing above the platform, he said to them coldly, "Take off your shield and armor. Life or equipment. Your choice." Upon hearing this, Soldier Li Xiang looked down at the sharp spike trap under his feet and swallowed. He hurriedly threw away the shield weighing dozens of kilograms in his hand and took off half of his equipment. Holding the rope with one hand, and with the help of his mage teammate, Zhang Wei with the other, he successfully climbed up. On the other side, the bespectacled man Wang Tong, who had jumped over the trap early, walked to the treasure chest with a look of ecstasy on his face. Without hesitation, he took out a set of lock-picking tools from his backpack and unlocked the treasure chest skillfully. Lockpicking is a specialization of the assassin class. Fuck you, Wang Tong. You're going to die a miserable death. Li Xiang, who had just escaped death, immediately started to curse at Wang Tong. I was really blind to team up with you. Another mage teammate, Zhang Wei, also cursed angrily. However, this behavior of abandoning teammates in the face of huge benefits has long been a common occurrence in this world. Don't worry, it's not that simple, Lin Yi said in a cold voice. Standing on the platform on the second floor, he could see clearly that there was an extremely obscure teleportation array hidden behind the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. If his guess is correct, the condition for activating this teleportation array is to open the treasure chest. Wang Tong, who was squatting in front of the treasure chest with a greedy look on his face, was completely unaware of this. He fiddled with the lock-picking tool in his hand, sweating profusely as he tried his best to open the lock on the treasure chest. Chapter 30. Those who bring disaster upon themselves shall not live. Wang Tong's profession is a sea-level assassin. Ever since he awakened to this profession, he has invested almost all of his fortune in the skill of lock-picking, hoping that one day he will be able to soar to the sky with the help of the special treasure chest in the dungeon. And now this dreamlike opportunity is right in front of us. Greed and desire made him ignore the teleportation array that was exposed under the treasure chest. What brother teammate? Is it comparable to a gold-level equipment? Wang Tong's eyes gleamed, and he muttered incoherently. The lock-picking skills in my hands kept fiddling with each other. Almost. Finally, with a crisp sound, the treasure chest in front of him opened. There was a flash of golden light inside. There lies a ring with an ancient shape, gold utensil, and it is an extremely precious jewelry equipment. Even if he sold it directly on the black market, it would be enough to earn him hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Wang Tongqing was so excited that he couldn't help but reach out to take it. However, the moment he put his hand into the treasure chest, the teleportation array under the treasure chest was suddenly activated. Suck him in instantly. What? What's going on? Wang Tong was suddenly shocked and panicked, but half of his body had been sucked into the teleportation array. The next second, the whole person suddenly returned to the spike trap in the middle of the corridor. The end point of the teleportation array is actually here. Then, a dramatic scene took place. Wang Tong, who had gotten there first, was now hanging in the air above the trap, with only one hand clinging to the edge. What a coincidence. This was exactly the place where his teammate Li Xiang almost died. Help me. Wang Tong only had one hand left to hold the edge of the trap, and his feet kept kicking on the wall, but the smooth trap did not allow him to gain any strength. Li Xiang, Zhang Wei, quick, pull me up, Wang Tong shouted anxiously. However, all he got in response were two cold looks. His two former teammates had already seen through his true colors, especially Li Xiang, who threw away all his equipment before escaping. At this time, he was only one step away from Wang Tong, but he just stood there and looked at him coldly. Hurry up and save me, brothers. I just want to take a look at the treasure chest for you, and I'll be back to get yours soon, the glib-tongued Wang Tong hurriedly explained. However, Li Xiang sneered and said, You don't need to do that. Wang Tong, you despicable villain, you better take care of yourself. Let's go. Li Xiang reached out and pulled his teammate Zhang Wei beside him, turned around, and was about to leave. Before leaving, he looked up at Lin Yi on the second floor platform with gratitude and bowed, saying, Brother, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I have no equipment left. Staying in the dungeon is tantamount to seeking death, so I'm leaving first. My name is Li Xiang. I will definitely treat you to a meal when I return to Shangjing City. After saying that, the two turned around and left. Wang Tong was left alone to fend for himself in the trap. Rope. Wang Tong suddenly remembered the rope that Lin Yi had just dropped from the second floor platform and hurriedly turned around to look for it. But Lin Yi had already put away the rope. At this time, it was wrapped around his arm, and with the fulcrum on the railing, he swung suddenly like a swing and landed on the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. At this time, the teleportation array under the treasure chest had been destroyed. It was obviously a disposable magic array. Inside the treasure chest, a golden and simple-shaped ring was lying quietly. Thank you for blazing the trail for me. Lin Yi gently picked up the ring from the treasure chest and equipped it directly. The properties of the ring suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi. Jade Collection Ring. Level Gold. Level Requirement. Level 20. Introduction. This is a collection of the Lulan general family. It is made of Lulan's unique jade. It is crystal clear and makes people feel relaxed and happy after wearing it. It is also the key to open the general's tomb. Attributes. Spirit value. Plus 50. Strength. Plus 50. Additional entry. Clear mind. Increases dizziness resistance by 35%. It is indeed a golden vessel. Lin Yi put on the Jade Collection ring on his hand, raised his hand, and showed it to Wang Tong, who was lying in the trap from a distance. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for blazing the trail for me, brother. Wang Tong, who was left with only one hand clinging to the edge of the trap, suddenly glared at Lin Yi with red eyes, anxious and hateful. Damn it! Before Wang Tong finished speaking, he forced a smile on his face and said to Lin Yi in a gentle voice, "Brother, since you have already taken the equipment, can you please spare my life? Wang Tong, will definitely repay you after I get out." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Wang Tong is really flexible. He changed his face so quickly when his life was at stake. This kind of scheming is truly terrifying. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, saying coldly, "If you had scolded me harshly just now, I might have really thought you were a straightforward person and helped you. But for a treasure chest, you even disregarded the lives of your teammates. Now, in order to survive, you gave me all the gold-level equipment. If I really pull you up here, I'm afraid you'll change your attitude faster than turning the pages of a book and turn around and stab me, right?" Wang Tong's expression suddenly changed, and his sweet words just now turned into pleading. "Brother, we are all awakened people in Shanjing City. Please save my life. I can't hold on any longer, please." After Lin Yi got the Jade Collection ring, he pulled the rope hanging on the platform again and swung to the entrance of the corridor. Looking at Wang Tong, who was begging desperately with only one hand on his feet, Lin Yi took a deep breath, walked forward slowly, and was about to reach out to pull him. But Wang Tong's eyes suddenly became stern, and the dagger in his other hand suddenly stabbed towards Lin Yi. However, with the sound of metal colliding, the dagger in his hand was firmly blocking a shield with white tiger pattern. Lin Yi smiled coldly. He had expected this trick. Wang Tong is an agile profession, and the leather armor he wears doesn't weigh much. With his attributes as an awakened professional, he could have pulled up his other hand and escaped long ago. But he always hung on the trap wall with only one hand, and the other hand was hidden in his clothes. I'm afraid he had already come up with this vicious plan when he was sucked into the trap by the teleportation array in the treasure chest. What he was waiting for was for Lin Yi to walk up to him, so that he could suddenly attack and kill Lin Yi and take back the gold-level ring in the treasure chest. However, this plan in his mind had already been seen through by Lin Yi, as the sudden attack was blocked by the tiger battle shield. Lin Yi kicked him down hard. "No! No!" Wang Tong let out a wail, his eyes full of unwillingness before he died. However, the sharp spikes under the trap directly pierced through his body. 1500. 1500. As huge damage figures burst out one after another, Wang Tong has completely turned into a corpse. However, the next scene... Lin Yicheng narrowed his eyes in shock because he saw from Wang Tong's body there were actually some sparks floating up. It's exactly the same as the flames that emerged from the corpses of the killed monsters. A reminder that made Lin Yi tremble all over appeared before his eyes. Do you want to sacrifice the human professional? Wang Tong's torch? Chapter 31. Witchcraft. Thousand-legged soldier pupa. Human professionals will also leave behind a flame after being killed? Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. This was not only a groundbreaking discovery, but also a challenge to Lin Yi and the morality of mankind. If human professionals can also be sacrificed, is it possible to use any means necessary to become stronger? Do you want to sacrifice the human professional? Wang Tong's torch? Looking at this prompt that appeared before my eyes, after hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi chose to confirm. He is not a saint. Some people should be killed, and after being killed, their value should be utilized to the maximum. As the fire in the trap floated up, it dissipated on Lin Ye's body. A line of prompts also appeared. Professional Wang Tong's fire sacrifice was successful. Obtained a skill, lockpicking, A level. Who would have thought that a C-rank professional assassin like Wang Tong would actually possess an A-rank lockpicking skill? It seems that a lot of money was spent. No wonder the treasure chest at the end of the corridor did not look like an ordinary treasure chest, but Wang Tong unlocked the treasure chest in just a few minutes. However, now this lockpicking expertise exclusive to the assassin profession has fallen into Lin Ye's hands for nothing. This lockpicking skill is a must for a team to go through a dungeon, and is also one of the important values of professions such as assassins and thieves. Now he just happens to be a great help to the lone wolf Lin Yi. After leaving this corridor, Lin Yi looked around again and confirmed that there were no other treasure chests or items that could be obtained. It's time to move deeper into this Lulan General's tomb copy. The Jade Treasure Ring, obtained from the treasure chest, has a description saying that this ring is also the key to open an important mechanism in the General's tomb. I just don't know what it refers to. However, this copy of the General's tomb is like an entire underground palace. Even if thousands of professionals poured in like a swarm of carps crossing a river, they would not be able to explore every corner in a short period of time. Besides the numerous traps in the tomb, the monsters guarding the tomb are also an obstacle for these professionals. Not long after Lin Yi left the corridor, he once again used ultrasonic search to find a team of professionals around him. And they seem to have encountered monsters in the General's tomb, and the sound of their fighting also reached Lin Ye's ears. Lin Yi quietly moved towards the sound. I saw this team of professionals breaking into a side hall of a tomb. The team had 5 people in total, from frontline damage dealers to healers and support professionals, all working in perfect harmony, fighting a millipede-like monster. Thousand-legged soldier pupa. Level 25. Introduction. A creature that looks like a human, but is not a human. After becoming a prisoner of the Lulan General, it was made into the guardian of the General's tomb using a special witchcraft method. This thousand-legged soldier pupa looks like a giant, strange insect. When it stands upright, it is as tall as a person and looks terrifying. However, with the tacit cooperation of this team of professionals, they were not at all confused even when facing 2 soldier pupae at the same time. It seems that they are a team of professionals who have been working together for a long time and have chosen this thousand-legged soldier pupa as their leveling object. At this time, this team of professionals also saw Lin Yi, and the leading warrior in the team also greeted Lin Yi from a distance. "Brother, be careful. There are monsters like this ahead." Lin Yi also bowed and said, "Thanks for the reminder." In fact, not all other professionals encountered in the dungeon are treacherous and selfish like Wang Tong. Most people will kindly remind or help strangers they meet. Passing through this side hall, the tomb passage ahead is also filled with thousand-legged soldier pupae wandering around. In fact, Lin Ye's target is also this thousand-legged soldier pupa. I wonder what the entry for this guardian monster in this somewhat uncomfortable-looking tomb is. Lin Yi raised the tiger battle shield in his hand and walked straight into the somewhat dark tomb passage. The team of professionals who were still in the side hall were also somewhat shocked when they saw this scene, and they immediately shouted, "Captain, why did that guy rush in alone? This is too outrageous." The captain who had just reminded Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi and rushed into the tomb alone. He observed for a while and said, "That man doesn't look like a reckless person. The shield in his hand should be at least a golden one. He should be confident that he can defeat the thousand-legged soldier pupa alone. He's probably at least an A-level professional. No wonder, it seems like I met a big boss." At this time, the captain of the professional team also said to the priest girl behind him, "Xiao Xue, give him a buff." The girl in the priest robes, who was protected in the middle of the team, waved her staff. A white light from afar fell on Lin Yi. "You have received a praise bonus from Professional Li Shui, Protection of Light. During the duration, ghost damage received is reduced by 20%. Lin Yi was stunned. Although it was not a particularly powerful buff bonus, it made him feel the kindness from this unfamiliar team of professionals. "Thank you." Lin Yi turned around again, waved to the team of professionals, and said thank you. The captain of the professional team also nodded slightly, turned around, and led the team to open the next thousand-legged soldier pupa and continue their leveling training. After saying goodbye to this professional team that I met by chance, Lin Yi also found a lone thousand-legged soldier pupa, not far from the tomb passage ahead. "Come on, let's see what you can do." Lin Yi stepped forward holding the tiger shield in one hand, and thrust forward with the thick iron spear in the other hand. The thousand-legged soldier pupa also discovered Lin Yi, the uninvited guest. Its tentacle-like limbs began to wriggle wildly, making a sound of shells colliding, and it crawled towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi thrust out with his gun, but he clearly felt resistance from the tip of the gun. 135. A random damage number popped up, but it was much lower than Lin Yi expected. In the dim light, Lin Yi could see clearly that there was a suit of armor in the limbs of the thousand-legged soldier pupa, as if it grew in the flesh, which became its strongest protection. Lin Ye's sword hit one of the scales and blocked half of the damage. Scales growing in the flesh? Lin Yeqing couldn't help but recall that this thousand-legged soldier pupa was a monster created by the Lulan people using witchcraft, and was sealed in this tomb to guard the tomb forever for General Lulan. It seems that the methods used by the ancient Lulan people are truly terrifying. Chapter 32: Weakness Damage. The professional team is shocked. Immediately afterwards, the thousand-legged soldier pupa's counterattack came quickly. The big insect raised its upper body high, and its centipede-like limbs were covered with barbs. It grabbed Lin Yi like a violent storm. Fortunately, Lin Yi reacted in time, and his deputy's tiger battle shield was firmly in front of him. In the narrow tomb passage, there was a sharp sound of claws grinding on metal. Although all the damage was blocked by the shield, at the same time, a wisp of black air suddenly surged out from the barbs of the thousand-legged soldier pupa's limbs. It spread in front of Lin Yi like smoke. Is it poison? Lin Yi held his breath immediately, and then a wave of damage suddenly appeared on his body. Ghost damage, -34. Ghost? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes immediately. No wonder the priest girl had specially given him a buff of light protection before leaving. It turns out that these thousand-legged soldier pupae actually come with special ghost damage. Ghost damage is a type of damage unique to undead monsters. It has the property of ignoring physical defense, and is also one of the most troublesome types of monsters. Fortunately, this thousand-legged soldier pupa only has a hint of ghost attributes, and it does not entirely cause that kind of tricky ghost damage. With Lin Ye's current HP value, plus the 5-fold recovery bonus from his S-level talent, photosynthetic recovery, it was enough to ignore the 30-odd points of ghost damage. Lin Yi immediately placed the tiger shield in front of his chest. The thick iron spear in his other hand thrust forward fiercely. Ghost fire toxin is activated immediately. Ghost monsters are naturally immune to poison effects, but this thousand-legged soldier pupa can only be considered half ghost and half creature. At least burning damage is unavoidable. The spear with the ghost fire toxin immediately ignited the surface of the thousand-legged soldier pupa. Burning damage, -39. Burning damage, -39. As the burning damage explodes, Lin Yi also did not stop attacking with the spear in his hand. With the help of the firelight from the monster, Lin Yi also looked carefully. It turns out that the armor in the monster's flesh does not completely cover every corner of the body. Instead, it is like a series of scales, with a tiny gap between each scale. If we can attack these gaps, then you can ignore the defense of the armor scales in the flesh. The spear in Lin Ye's hand suddenly thrust out, piercing the gap between the scales accurately. As expected, there was no obvious obstacle this time. A single shot caused a huge amount of damage. 319? It's indeed a weak point damage. Having found the trick, Lin Yi immediately activated Beast Blood Boiling. Damage and output capabilities are improved again. 475, 481. One by one, damage several times higher than before exploded. In just 2 minutes, more than half of the blood of the thousand-legged soldier pupa was reduced. This monster created by witchcraft seemed to have no emotions. Even though its health was high, it was still in a numb state. It seems that it can only attack invaders blindly. As it pounced again, it was firmly blocked by the tiger battle shield in Lin Ye's hand. Lin Yi thrust out with the spear in his other hand. A huge damage immediately ended its last health bar. 629? This is the effect after superimposing the block and counterattack damage bonus. As a ray of experience flowed into Lin Ye's body, a ray of fire also emerged from the corpse of the thousand-legged soldier pupa. Sacrifice the fire of the thousand-legged soldier pupa. Lin Yi decisively sacrificed himself. This strange creature that shouldn't have appeared in the world has been like a walking corpse in the tomb of General Lulan for hundreds of years and should have disappeared from the world long ago. The fire sacrifice of the thousand-legged soldier pupa was successful. Fire +1. It is indeed not so easy to get its entry by just sacrificing a thousand-legged soldier pupa. Lin Yi continued to walk deeper into the tomb passage. Under the dim light, he could see with the naked eye that there were at least 7 or 8 more crawling in the tomb passage ahead. Lin Yi clenched the tiger battle shield in his hand and continued to move forward. With his current attributes and combat power, he can easily face a thousand-legged soldier pupa at a time. Even if facing multiple thousand-legged soldier pupae, it would not be a problem as long as they were not attacked from the front and back. Kill all the way. In the narrow and dark tomb passage, there were also corpses of thousand-legged soldier pupae left behind. On the other side, the professional team that eliminated all the thousand-legged soldier pupae in the side hall also chose to continue moving deeper into the tomb. Captain, should we also take this tomb passage? Lin Fei, the archer in the team, immediately pointed at the tomb passage that Lin Yi had left earlier and said, maybe we can catch up with that guy. He can't go very far by himself. If anything happens, we can help. Captain Hong Liang also nodded in agreement, although he also saw that the man's strength was definitely extraordinary. But he felt that no matter how strong he was, it would take a lot of effort for him to kill the thousand-legged soldier pupa by himself. Let's go. If we meet him, we can let him join our team temporarily, Hong Liang said in a deep voice while leading the team into the tomb passage. As usual, I'll go in front. Lin Fei and Li Yang follow me. Xiao Xue, go to the middle. Chen Song, you cover the rear. The two warrior professions are one in front and one behind, with the main output and priest protection in the middle. However, after walking a few steps, Hong Liang saw the corpse of a thousand-legged soldier pupa lying in the middle of the tomb passage. This guy can really kill the thousand-legged soldier pupa by himself. Hong Liangqing couldn't help but feel awed. Although he, as a frontline warrior, could also withstand the attack of the thousand-legged soldier pupa, his output alone was almost incapable of penetrating the thick flesh armor of the thousand-legged soldier pupa. We must rely on the output of the archers and mages in the team. How could that guy have such a high output capacity by himself? But this is just the beginning. Before he could take a few more steps, Hong Liang, who was walking in front, discovered the corpse of the second thousand-legged soldier pupa. Lin Fei, how long did it take us to kill a thousand-legged soldier pupa just now? Hong Liang asked in disbelief. Archer Lin Fei also widened his eyes and replied, Captain, if the 5 of us work together, it will take at least 10 minutes to kill a thousand-legged soldier. This guy is actually killed too. As the tomb passage gradually deepened, the corpses of the millipede pupae appeared before their eyes again. As the team's top output archer, Lin Fei's worldview was somewhat collapsed. Captain, what kind of monster was that guy just now? It's only been less than an hour, and that guy's killed at least a dozen millipede pupae. Is his output alone higher than our entire team combined? Captain Hong Liang was also full of disbelief. He raised the searchlight in his hand and carefully observed the corpse of the centipede soldier pupa on the ground. That guy seems to have a burning attack method, but burning attacks alone definitely can't have such high output, right? Is he an S-level professional? But aren't there only those few S-level professionals in Shanjing City? It's really strange. Chapter 33, please. Save them. Hong Liang's occupation is a C-level heavy armor warrior. Among all levels of professions, it is only one level higher than the lowest D-level profession. It is on the edge of being able to make a living as a professional and giving up the profession to become an ordinary person. However, this did not diminish Hong Liang's passion to become a professional. His dream since childhood was to form a professional team, explore dungeons, kill monsters, after an exhausting day, return to Shanjing City and have a refreshing beer in the tavern. His greatest strengths are his enthusiasm and sense of justice. It is also because of this that he was able to become the captain of this professional team as a C-level professional. In this 5-man team, except for the main output archer Lin Fei, who is a B-level profession, the other priests Li Shuer, Mage Li Yang, and Berserker Chen Song are all C-level professions. Everyone gathered together because of the captain Hong Liang. They practiced teamwork diligently every day, and as their mutual understanding grew, they gradually became a team that could make a living by obtaining loot from dungeons. As the captain, Hong Liang was very pleased and became more motivated. Walking in the tomb passage, he joked to Lin Fei behind him. Xiao Fei, after we complete our goal for today, let's go to the pub and have a drink together. Aren't you already 18 years old? It's time for you to learn how to drink. I heard that you have a crush on the girl in the jewelry store. Let your brother Tsong give you some advice tonight. Lin Fei, the youngest and shy one, suddenly felt embarrassed. Before he could say anything, Pastor Li Shuer in the team complained. Captain, please don't lead Xiao Fei astray. Ha! The Berserker Chen Song, who was walking at the back, also laughed loudly. That's right. Xiao Fei, let me teach you a few moves. Mage Li Yang was mercilessly destroying the stage. Do you listen to Chen Song? He's been dumped so many times. Who said I was dumped? Ha! The entire dark and narrow tomb passage was suddenly filled with laughter from people joking with each other. Although Li Fei's face turned red, there was a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth. He likes this kind of atmosphere very much. Under the leadership of the captain, Big Brother Hong Liang, everyone is like a family. Li Fei turned his head and smiled at Brother Chen Song, who was at the end of the team. Suddenly, the archer profession gave him a unique sensitivity, and he saw that there seemed to be a shadow moving behind Chen Song. Brother Song, be careful behind you, Li Fei shouted hurriedly. But it was too late. He witnessed with his own eyes the expression on Chen Song's face, who was still smiling at him, gradually stiffen. Then a dark dagger pierced through his chest. 993. A huge damage number burst out from Chen Song's body, and as a berserker, his health bar was almost reduced to only a trace in an instant. At this time, Captain Hong Liang and several others who were walking in front heard Lin Fei scream and turned around, just in time to see this tragic scene. The priest Li Shuer, who was standing next to Chen Song, was frightened and panicked. She quickly raised the staff in her hand and cast a healing spell on Chen Song. Plus 500. Chen Song's health bar just recovered a bit. Suddenly, 2 black blade lights flashed across his body, and 2 consecutive damage numbers popped up. 753. 719. The chi and blood he had just recovered, along with the last bit of his health bar, were all emptied in an instant. Chen Song is dead. He didn't even have time to turn around to see who the owner of the black dagger on his chest was. He fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Who? Lin Fei, who witnessed this with his own eyes, was shocked and horrified. With trembling hands, he bent his bow and drew his arrow, then shot towards the dark shadow behind Chen Song. But the shot missed. The dark shadow that killed Chen Song disappeared again in the dark tomb passage. Who is it? As the captain, Hong Liang watched his team members suddenly die in front of him, and he couldn't help but yell at the top of his lungs. On the other hand, he raised the shield in his hand and rushed over to protect the fallen Chen Song. Chen Song, Chen Song. However, Chen Song's face was already stiff, his chest was covered in blood, and he was no longer alive. The knife pierced his heart directly. Lin Fei, illuminating arrows. Hong Liang roared angrily. Having already been frightened silly, Lin Fei hurriedly shot a shining arrow into the tomb passage behind him. The pale light suddenly illuminated the entire tomb passage as bright as day. But there is no trace of it. At this moment, a dark shadow jumped down from the ceiling of the tomb like a ghost. His target this time was Li Shuer, the only healing priest in the team. The black dagger hidden in the shadows stabbed towards Li Shuer's back. Xiao Xue, be careful. Li Yang, who saw this, suddenly pulled Li Shuer and then used a flaming technique in his hand to hit her. The flaming fireball exploded on the black shadow's body, revealing a number that made him despair. 315. His most proud means of output only dealt such low damage at such a close distance. The black shadow who was hit seemed to be a little ashamed and angry because his plan was thwarted. He turned around and stabbed Li Yang in the chest with the dagger in his hand. Feeling the pain in my chest, Li Yang saw a pale face under the dark shadow, smiling at him sinisterly. Hey, killing you is the same. Then a huge amount of damage exploded on himself. 1332. As a cloth-robed mage, he couldn't withstand such high damage. The black shadow hit the target with one strike and disappeared from everyone's sight again. Li Yang also died. Before he died, he left a message. The captain is a human professional. His bright eyes were almost bursting, and there was a loud bang in his head. In just a few seconds, Chen Song is dead, and Li Yang is dead too. As anger surged up in his head, he felt a little bit of fear and panic in his heart. He rushed over like a madman, swinging the sword in his hand wildly, but hitting nothing. Who are you? Why? Come out. However, at this time, the black shadow that had been hiding in front of him seemed to be tired of playing and slowly appeared in front of him. He was a boy with a pair of triangular eyes and a pale face. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be only about the same age as Lin Fei. The black dagger in his hand confirmed his profession, assassin. The boy looked at the frightened and panicked Hong Liang and the other two teasingly, as if they were prey, then smiled sinisterly and said, Why? Of course it's because you are just a bunch of C-class trash, and I am A-class. I want to kill you, so I will. Hong Liang's face was ferocious, but fear surged in his heart. The strength of an A-level professional assassin is so terrifying. There were only 3 of them left, and they were no match for him. No match at all. Xiao Xue, Lin Fei, run. Hong Liang roared suddenly, and like an angry bull, he rushed towards the man with his shield raised. Abandoning all offensive techniques, He just wanted to use the most primitive means to delay a little more time. Team leader, Li Shuer cried out. Lin Fei suddenly came to his senses and remembered what Captain Hong Liang had told them about what they should do if they encountered the most critical situation. He pulled Li Shuer tightly and ran like crazy towards the depths of the tomb. There's another person in front. Maybe it could save their lives. Deep in the tomb, a huge thousand-legged soldier pupa slowly fell down, and Lin Yi skillfully pulled out the spear from it. A faint flame suddenly appeared on the corpse of the soldier pupa, which was more intense than the previous ones. This guy seems to be an elite leader. Sacrifice the fire of the thousand-legged soldier pupa. Lin Yi skillfully guided the tip of his gun towards the fire. Finally, a pleasant voice rang in his ears. The fire sacrifice of the thousand-legged soldier pupa centurion was successful. Obtained the talent entry, Ghost Resentment A level. Finally succeeded. Lin Yi didn't have time to carefully check the new entry, but he heard a flurry of chaotic footsteps in the tomb passage behind him. Lin Yi turned around cautiously. But the person who came was actually Li Shuer, the priest girl from the professional team they met just now. The girl staggered and panicked. The originally pure white robe was covered with mud. Tears streamed down her delicate face. After seeing Lin Yi, Li Shuer actually knelt down at his feet. Please, save them. Chapter 34, Playful Hunting. Who is the prey? Lin Yi's brows were furrowed. He put away his shield, freed his hands to help the priest girl who had once given him the protection of light, and asked, What happened? Looking at Li Shuer's appearance, I'm afraid something big has happened. Help, Brother Chen Song is dead. Liang is also dead. Li Shuer's face was filled with fear, and the words she spoke were incoherent. A pair of tear-soaked eyes filled with sadness and despair. The captain stopped him and told Xiaofei and I to run quickly. Xiaofei was also caught up by him. Please save them, please. Li Shuer, who had already been helped up by Lin Yi, knelt on the ground again and begged. From her messy words, Lin Yi also keenly pieced together the truth of the matter. According to the style of their professional team, they would never take the risk of encountering monsters that could lead to the destruction of the entire team. Then the only possibility is there is a human professional hunting them. And in that not-so-short period of time, she had already killed 2 of her teammates. The strength should be at least that of an A-level professional. Those who are able to take action in a dark tomb passage are most likely assassins. Lin Yi helped Li Shuer up again and said only one sentence. Take me. Lin Yi stepped back into the tomb passage and activated ultrasonic search directly. I saw 2 red dots next to each other in the tomb passage I came from, and they seem to be fighting. If one of them is the Lin Fei that Li Shuer mentioned who was caught up by him, then the other one who moves extremely fast should be the hunter. Such a high agility value. This was also the first time Lin Yi had seen it since the awakening ceremony. He's an assassin, isn't he? Lin Yi asked as he hurried. Li Shuer was still filled with grief and despair, but she stared, trying to recall what had just happened, and said, After he killed Brother Song, he disappeared all of a sudden. Lin Fei couldn't find him even with his flare arrows. Lin Fei was also suddenly. It is indeed an assassin profession. Lin Yi immediately understood. The steps under his feet also activated the water summoning step, and the movement speed increased dramatically. At the same time, he did not dare to leave Li Shuer, a priest with no ability to protect himself, behind alone. I can only let her follow me and keep her within my sight at all times. When Lin Yi returned to the tomb passage he came from, just then he saw the Lin Fei mentioned by Li Shuer, leaning against the wall with wounds all over his body. There was only a trace of health left on the health bar above his head, but it had not yet been exhausted. At this moment, he raised the bow, an arrow in his hand with fear in his eyes, aiming at the surroundings aimlessly. That person is making fun of Lin Fei. It's like playing with a prey that is completely under your control. The appearance of Lin Yi and Li Shuer caused the man to slowly reveal his figure in the tomb passage. On a fairly fair face, a pair of slanted eyes looked at Lin Yi and Li Shuer with interest. The indifference in his eyes was like looking at prey. Oh, you found a helper? Killing is not enough. When Li Shuer saw the dying Lin Fei, she completely collapsed and wanted to run over like crazy, but Lin Yi grabbed her arm. Lin Fei, how are you? Li Shuer cried out. Lin Fei shouted hoarsely from a distance. Xiaoxue, don't come over here. Run. Run quickly. Lin Yi raised the spear in his hand and protected Li Shuer behind him, while he said to her in a deep voice, If you want to save him, don't go over there. From the man's words and expression, Lin Yi had already seen through his thoughts. What he wants is to play with the general hunting. He had already lost interest in ordinary killings. Otherwise, he would not have revealed himself just now. If Li Shuer ran over, he would definitely kill Li Shuer in front of Lin Fei first. It seems that you are also a new awakener? Lin Yi suddenly asked. What hatred do you have with them? Is it necessary to kill them all like this? The man seemed to have heard something funny, and a crazy smile appeared on his pale face. Grudge? There is no hatred at all. I killed you simply because I wanted to. The awakening ceremony destined us to be people of different classes. The superior should have everything. You low-level useless people should be prepared to be killed at any time. Hearing these crazy and inhuman words, Lin Yi suddenly smiled, curled his lips, and said, Who did I think you were? Turns out you're a complete psychopath. I only asked you one question, but you told me so much. It seems that he is just a poor creature. The smile on that person's face suddenly froze, and he stared at Lin Yi fiercely with his drooping eyes, grinning and saying, What a smooth talker. It's rare to find prey with such courage. I hope you can still be so eloquent later. The man looked at Lin Yi with a sinister smile, and slowly slipped into the shadows, disappearing from Lin Ye's sight. Seeing this scene, Li Shuer grabbed Lin Ye's arm in fear, but heard Lin Yi whisper to her, Listen to my instructions for a while. When I say run, you go and save your companions. Li Shuer was a little scared, but still nodded. In fact, Lin Yi said so much to that person just now, just to wait for the cooling time of ultrasonic search. The man must have been hiding his figure by relying on the assassin's exclusive skill, stealth, and his position could only be detected by relying on ultrasonic search. The cooldown time of ultrasonic search is 3 minutes. Lin Yi had already used it once when he just returned to the tomb passage. After a lot of talking just now, it has now cooled down. However, the time to use it is not now, as there is only one way to detect invisibility. Lin Yi protected Li Shuer with one hand and held the gun with the other. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction where the man had just disappeared. It was about 30 meters away from Lin Ye's current position. Based on the agility of at least an A-level profession, it would only take about 5 seconds or even faster. But it is not so simple that it will attack directly from the front. The man in stealth mode was like a fish in water in this dimly lit tomb passage and could not be detected by the naked eye. The floor of the tomb passage was made of smooth marble, and there was no trace of anything to be found. The most terrifying enemy is the invisible one. That person wanted to play a trick on Lin Yi. A small stone suddenly flew out from the shadow and landed at Lin Ye's feet. Lin Ye's reaction was exactly as he expected. He held the spear in his hand and changed his position quickly and vigilantly. Panicked, like a headless fly. Then another stone. Li Shuer, who was hiding behind Lin Yi, tensed up and was almost crying out of fear. And at this moment, but Lin Yi suddenly whispered, Run! Li Shuer gritted her teeth and ran towards Lin Fei regardless of everything. At almost the same time, in the shadows, a dark dagger suddenly appeared and stabbed fiercely towards Lin Ye's back. However, the expected sound of the dagger piercing flesh did not sound, but instead there was a crisp sound of metal colliding. Clang! The clear sound echoed in a narrow tomb passage. At the critical moment, Lin Yi suddenly turned around and suddenly equipped himself with the Tiger Battle Shield in his hand, blocking the attack with incredible precision. The man hiding in the shadows was immediately knocked out by the huge shield that suddenly appeared. He was so shocked that he couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Lin Yi, who turned around. Eye to eye. He saw Lin Yi sneering at him. Chapter 35. Counterattack in Desperate Situation. Who are you? From the astonishment in those drooping eyes, it can be seen that he never expected that his surefire attack would be blocked by Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi did not give him any time to think and stabbed him fiercely with the spear in his right hand. Block and counterattack. The gun with 30% extra bonus fiercely stabbed the man in the chest. However, the damage figure that came out surprised Lin Yi. 275. It only dealt less than 300 damage? Judging from this person's occupation, he should be an agile assassin, and the leather armor he wears definitely cannot have such a high defense. Unless he has more than one gold item on him. The man just grinned, then took a step back and distanced himself from Lin Yi, saying, What a great counterattack. Huh? You low-level useless people have never seen the defense of gold-level equipment, right? But you can actually see through my invisibility. It seems that you must have hit the jackpot and gained a skill that can detect stealth. It's getting more and more interesting. The man's fair face under the cloak once again revealed a crazy smile and said, A useless profession actually has a skill that can detect stealth? If my guess is correct, the cooldown time of your skill will probably be several minutes. What should you do now? After saying that, the man suddenly took out a prop from his backpack and smashed it hard on the ground. Smoke like ash immediately covered his entire body. The man disappeared from Lin Ye's sight again. Strong hidden technique. Lin Yi frowned immediately. This was a more advanced skill for assassins and thieves. With the help of some props, this allows you to force yourself into stealth again before the stealth spell cools down. This guy is indeed a tricky guy. The entire tomb passage became silent again, and not even the sound of footsteps could be heard. But Lin Yi knew that it wouldn't take long for that person to launch an attack this time, because that person didn't dare to waste too much time. He must launch the next round of attack before Lin Ye's detection skills cool down. Not far from the tomb passage, Li Shuer had already run to Lin Fei and used healing magic to save Lin Fei's last bit of health. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi suddenly moved. He suddenly put the shield behind his back, turned around, and strode towards the other direction of the tomb passage. In anyone's opinion, this scene was like abandoning his teammates and escaping alone. Li Shuer and Lin Fei saw Lin Yi running away in another direction, and there was some despair in their eyes. But Lin Yi was gambling. He was betting that the crazy guy was much more interested in killing him than Li Shuer and Lin Fei. He was betting that the guy would never watch him escape under his nose. Only in this way can that person chase after him and stay away from Li Shuer and Lin Fei. Otherwise, once that person realizes that he wants to use Li Shuer and Lin Fei's lives as bargaining chips, the situation will be difficult to deal with. Sure enough, Lin Yi made the right bet. Just as he was running towards the other side of the tomb passage, he suddenly heard the man's sinister voice. Want to run? Don't you think it's a little too late? That person was extremely fast, and his agility was at least half higher than Lin Ye's. At the moment when this voice came, a black dagger suddenly stabbed at Lin Yi from another direction. The sound was indeed the bait. D. The man's figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Yi with a black dagger. His eyes were vicious and crazy. It's so fast that people can't react. However, a smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. He paid no attention to the dark shadow that suddenly appeared beside him. Brutal charge. Lin Ye's figure suddenly became like an angry ghost clawbear. He raised a shield and rushed in one direction fiercely. A black shadow suddenly emerged from the empty air. The previous voice was a bait. The black shadow that suddenly appeared beside Lin Yi just now was also just a clone. When the man's true form was knocked out of stealth mode by Lin Yi, his slanted eyes were filled with shock, and he fell into a dizzy state before he could even speak. This is the effect of brutal charge. In the man's unbelievable expression, Lin Yi thrust out the spear in his hand fiercely. Ghost fire toxin, corpse poison, ghost. As the damage numbers popped up one by one, a series of negative effects were instantly added to that person. How? How is this possible? How did you see through my clone? Seeing that person's eyes widened in fear, Lin Yi sneered and said, "You guessed it right. I do have a skill that can detect stealth. It's just that the first time, I didn't use it at all." Lin Ye's ultrasonic search has a cooldown time of 3 minutes. But when Lin Yi first fought with this man, he actually didn't use it at all. The reason why he was able to use the Tiger Shield to accurately block the first attack was because it all depends on Lin Ye's consciousness and judgment. As early as the new simulated combat class in the 3rd year of high school, Lin Yi had fought against thieves countless times. He also came to a conclusion from this. When it comes to determining the location of stealth enemies, experience is sometimes more useful than detection skills. Therefore, he had kept the killer weapon, ultrasonic search, until just now when Lin Yi directly identified the black shadow through ultrasound that it was actually a clone. The location of the main body was clearly visible to Lin Yi. Directly use brutal charge to lock the target. The man woke up from his dizziness and gritted his teeth, trying to distance himself from Lin Yi. However, I suddenly felt dazed and my movements became much slower. How is it possible? The man looked at the series of negative conditions on his body. Corpse poison, burning. Finally, for the first time, fear appeared on his face. Lin Yi looked at him and smiled coldly. "Where's your strong hiding technique? I want to see how a person on fire can become invisible." Lin Yi activated Boiling Beast Blood without any hesitation. The attack power and attack speed skyrocketed. The spear in his hand blossomed like a lotus. He stabbed the man's neck and heart fiercely, and each shot hit his weak points. 518, 679. The damage numbers mixed with the effects of poison and burning quickly reduced the man's health bar. As a fragile assassin, his health bar is as high as over 3,000. This means he has at least 3 pieces of gold-level equipment. When an assassin loses his stealth and agility, which he is proud of, he will be unable to fight back when facing a warrior head-on. The man raised the black dagger in his hand and blocked it in panic. But in front of Lin Yi, he was as clumsy as a clown. He could only scream and watch his blood and energy drop to 0 bit by bit. You, who are you? Let me go. I'll give you all the gold I have. I have money. I can give it to you. The pale face finally showed deep fear and humble plea for mercy. But these words, this was not the first time Lin Yi had heard this. There are always some people who regard themselves as hunters and others as prey to be slaughtered. But when the circumstances are reversed, but he vainly asks others to spare his life, it's really ridiculous. Lin Yi looked at him with a sneer. Gold money? Lin Yi was not interested in any of them. He is now interested in, what kind of items can you get by sacrificing this A-level assassin in front of you? Chapter 36. Cut the grass to remove the roots. Destroy the body to eliminate all traces. Don't kill me. I have a lot of money. I can give you everything. What do you want? Gold, property? I have them all. The man's face was very pale, and it was obvious that he was raised in an extremely wealthy family. However, at this moment, this pale face was filled with fear and despair. Because he saw Lin Yi's eyes, it was exactly the same look he had given his prey before. That was a murderous intent without any mercy. When the tip of Lin Yi's gun was against his throat, he was still begging for mercy frantically, trying to reveal his identity. Don't kill me. I am. But before he could finish his words, the tip of the gun had pierced his throat, taking away his last bit of blood. 319? Lin Yi could tell that this person was someone of great importance. If he came from an ordinary family, he wouldn't have developed such a crazy and bloodthirsty character. But Lin Yi couldn't possibly let him live. Letting him go back will only bring endless trouble. But since we have decided to kill him, the best way to conceal his true identity is to simply not know who he is or what his family background is. Lin Yi just thought that he had killed an ant today but didn't know its name. A faint flame suddenly appeared on the man's body. The appearance of this flame, which only Lin Yi could see, also proved that his life had come to an end. Sacrifice the fire. Wally Schwerer and Lin Fei were still at the other end of the tomb passage. Lin Yi decisively held a sacrificial ceremony. The faint fire flows into the body. A line of prompts also appeared in front of Lin Yi. The A-level professional ghost sword assassin's fire sacrifice was successful. Obtain the innate skill, Ghost Clone A-level. Ghost Clone. Effect. Summons a ghost clone that is exactly the same as the original for a short period of time. Its movement and actions can be controlled remotely, but the clone has no entity. I didn't expect this skill to be revealed. Just now, Lin Yi had personally experienced the reality of the ghost clone up close. If it wasn't for the ultrasonic search that revealed that it was just an illusion, it would be impossible to tell the difference with the naked eye. In a battle with professionals, it can be said to be an unexpected killing move. It's a pity that the assassin's specialized skills, stealth or enhanced invisibility, were not revealed. However, it seems that the specialized skills of each profession are not so easy to obtain. The burning effect on the man's body is still continuing. Without life recovery ability, the body will soon be burned to ashes. Before that, Lin Yi searched his body and indeed took off 3 gold-level equipment. They were the dark dagger in his hand, the wrist guard, and the breastplate. A shadow breaking dagger. Gray gold. Level requirement. Level 25. Attack power. Plus 315. Attributes. Agility plus 34. Critical hit rate plus 15%. Additional entry. Armor break. Attack comes with 25% armor penetration. Snake scale wrist guard. Gray gold. Level requirement. Level 25. Defense. Plus 210. Attributes. Constitution plus 30. Additional entry. Fine steel can resist 100 points of melee physical damage. Golden silk mail armor. Gray gold. Level requirement. Level 25. Defense. Plus 328. Attributes. Constitution plus 15. Strength plus 15. Additional entry. Heart protection. Reduces damage to weak points by 35%. With a blessing of 3 golden items with special attributes, a fragile assassin can directly obtain defense and health almost equivalent to that of a warrior. It also further proves that this person is indeed of great importance. It is simply impossible for an ordinary family to buy 3 golden items of such top-notch attributes for a professional who is just awakened. Lin Yi also took off a waste bag from his body. Inside was a black gold dragon coin storage card, several sets of potions, and some materials. Looking at this exquisite black and gold card, Lin Yi could imagine that there were at least hundreds of thousands of dragon coins in it, right? However, as long as he dares to use this card, he will definitely be tracked down by the family behind him. Lin Yi did not hesitate. He simply threw all the things in the backpack into the burning fire and burned them to ashes. When Lin Yi returned to the tomb passage carrying the 3 golden items from the man, Lin Fei managed to save his life thanks to the treatment of Pastor Li Shuer. When the two saw the equipment and black dagger in Lin Ye's hands that had once brought them the deepest fear, they couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with some trembling. "He's dead," Lin Yi said calmly. The two couldn't help but burst into tears. It was a mixture of sadness at having witnessed their teammates die in front of their eyes and the complex emotions of having escaped death. Li Shuer suddenly pulled Lin Fei and knelt down in front of Lin Yi. "Thank you, benefactor." Lin Yi stepped forward and helped them up, but there was no sign of relaxation on his face because he knew that the matter was not over yet. "Take me to see your teammates," Lin Yi said in a deep voice. In order to truly eliminate the problem once and for all, not only must the body of the murderer be disposed of cleanly, those who were killed by him must also be cleaned up. For a huge and unknown family, any clues left behind may become a hook that claims their life in the future. Li Shuer and Lin Fei looked at each other, and a look of great sadness appeared on their faces again. Lin Fei walked silently in front and led the way. He took Li Shuer and Lin Yi back to the nightmarish tomb passage. "Li Yang, Brother Tsong," Li Shuer couldn't help crying again when she saw this scene. The first thing that caught the eye was Li Yang's body. This mage in a cloth robe had a hole in his chest in order to protect Li Shuer. Then came the body of the berserker Chun Tsong, lying straight on the ground, with his fatal wound on his back. And at this moment, the sharp-eyed Lin Fei suddenly noticed that in the corner of the tomb passage, a corpse leaning against the wall suddenly trembled. It was their Captain Hong Liang. "Captain! Captain!" Lin Fei ran over quickly and saw that Captain Hong Liang was still breathing. "Xiao Xue, the captain is still alive." Upon hearing this, Li Shuer ran over like mad, waving the staff in her hand, trying to cast a healing spell. However, she had already exhausted her magic power and cried anxiously, but she was unable to perform any magic. "Drink this." Lin Yi walked over quickly and handed Li Shuer a bottle of magic potion. He took out a bottle of blood medicine, supported Hong Liang, and fed him to drink it. Hong Liang had lost his human form at this moment. Although he was still breathing, one of his arms and both legs had been severed. The reason why he hasn't died yet is simply because that crazy person wants to keep him alive and wait for his death to torture him. Li Shuer and Lin Fei were delighted to find that Captain Hong Liang was still alive. Then he found out that Hong Liang had been tortured like this, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. They knew that if Captain Hong Liang hadn't delayed that madman for a moment, allowing the two of them to escape, he wouldn't have suffered such a tragic death. "Team leader." Li Shuer's voice was so hoarse that she couldn't speak. But suddenly I heard Lin Yi behind me say, "As long as I can survive. The tendons and bones in my arms and legs are severed. If we can find a rank 5 priest with the skill, blood regeneration, it's not impossible to heal them." A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Li Shuer and Lin Fei's eyes. But Lin Ye's next words once again poured cold water on them. "The price for asking a 5th-rank priest to do this is at least 2 million dragon coins. Your captain's injury must be treated within a month." Lin Yi said lightly, "So you have no time to grieve." Chapter 37. Li Shuer's Gift. Tomb map. 2 million dragon coins. Li Shuer and Lin Fei looked at each other, and the light in their eyes gradually dimmed. This team of professionals worked diligently every day to complete dungeons and exchange the obtained materials for money. After a whole year, they only managed to save up hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. It is simply a fantasy to collect 2 million dragon coins in just 1 month. Even if they sold all their equipment, it would still not be enough. But Lin Yi threw the 3 golden objects he had taken from the man in front of them and said, "The attributes attached to these 3 golden items are all top grade. If they are sold on the black market, they can be sold for nearly 800,000 dragon coins. But don't sell it in Shanjing City. Find a way to go to other black markets and do it in a more covert way." Lin Yi didn't look down on these 3 golden items. Instead, he put on these 3 golden items, just like he was carrying a deadly weapon. The best way to deal with it is to take it to the black market in other cities and dispose of it. Even Lin Fei and Li Shuer knew the value of these 3 gold items. Lin Yi giving them these golden items was like saving their captain's life again. Thank you. Li Shuer bit her lip and said that Lin Ye's kindness had already made her not know how to repay him. Lin Fei, who had always regarded Captain Hong Liang as his elder brother, looked at Lin Yi with gratitude and said, "Please leave your name, benefactor. I, Lin Fei, owe you my life." Unexpectedly, Lin Yi shook his head and said indifferently, "It's better if we don't know each other's names. You should also know that the man has a big background. Now that he died in this instance, someone will definitely come to investigate. If you don't want to be hunted down after you get out, you must not let anyone else know what happened in this tomb passage." Li Shuer and Lin Fei nodded at the same time. Then the two looked at each other, as if they had made a decision. Li Shuer suddenly took out a map from her backpack and said to Lin Yi, "My benefactor, I cannot repay you for your kindness. Please keep this map. This was discovered by our captain Hong Liang in a side hall when we first came to the General's Tomb dungeon. It contains a map of the entire General's Tomb. The path to the main hall of the General's Tomb should be right above." Lin Yi was stunned. What Li Shuer handed over was a simple parchment map. Someone used delicate notes to carve out the tomb passages and the densely packed tomb chambers on it, clearly and accurately. And at a glance it was easy to see. Li Shuer and Lin Fei helped Captain Hong Liang up and said with sadness in their eyes, "It is impossible for our team to move forward. We can only take the captain out for treatment as soon as possible, and take the bodies of Li Yang and Chen Song out as well. I heard that everyone is looking for the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb. You must get there before them." Lin Yeqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. Either it can be said that the things in many copies are obtained by those who are destined to get them. Who would have thought that the map of the Lulan General's tomb would be in the hands of Li Shuer and the others? I'm afraid that the others, including Lin Xueming, have already gone crazy looking for him. Good. Lin Yi was disrespectful in refusing the gift from Li Shuer and Lin Fei. The two of them could have waited until they got out of the dungeon and put the map up for auction, which would have fetched a good price. But he chose to give this crucial map to Lin Yi. "Leave me your contact information." Lin Yi took the map and said, "If I get something valuable in the main hall of the tomb, I will share it with you after I get out." Li Shuer was a little hesitant. Lin Yi had already shown them enough kindness, but Captain Hong Liang's injury still required a large sum of money. Lin Yi didn't wait for her to refuse and took the initiative to send her a communicator invitation. In addition to Qin Yinran, there is finally a second name among the contacts on the communicator, Li Shuer. "Goodbye." Lin Yi nodded gently. Li Shuer and Li Fei still have too many things to do. He had to send Captain Hong Liang out for treatment and personally clean up the bodies of his 2 former teammates. "Lin Yi." Li Shuer looked at the name in the communicator, put her hands on her chest, and performed a priest's light salute from a distance. "May the god of light bless you." As Lin Yi continued to move deeper into the tomb, he carefully examined the sheepskin map. The sheepskin map is very detailed. It turns out that the entire Lulan General's tomb is divided into 3 layers: upper, middle, and lower, and the tomb passage where Lin Yi is now is always on the top layer. According to the map, the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb is located in the center of the deepest layer. In order to reach the main hall, in addition to clearing the land layer by layer, there is also a special road that can directly pass through the middle of the 2nd floor and reach the 3rd floor directly. This road was also marked on the parchment map in crimson handwriting. I heard that many tomb designers would leave a way of escape for themselves in case they were sealed in the tomb and buried alive by the tomb owner's family. It seems that this special path should be the escape route left by the tomb designer for himself. Lin Yi followed the instructions on the map. Feel your way towards the entrance of this trail. On the way, I also met other professionals who entered the dungeon, either fighting with the soldier pupa or groping around for hidden paths and treasure chests. Everyone's eyes were filled with desire, and no one noticed Lin Yi, who looked ordinary in terms of equipment. As I walked past them, Lin Yi gained some information from the rumors. "Have you heard? It turns out there is another level below this tomb passage, and the Hegemony Guild in the front has already reached the 2nd level. After all, Hegemony is one of the 4 major guilds, and this time the leader is an S-level professional, Lin Xueming. They will definitely be able to open up new land much faster than the rest of us. But I also heard that Wang Biao from the Black Hawk Guild also brought people here. Although they came late, their progress is not worse than theirs. It seems that this Lulan General's Tomb instance is still a piece of fat meat. Two of the four major guilds have their eyes on it. Not only that, my brother seemed to have seen someone from the Bali group outside. I didn't expect that the wealthy Bali group would also come to this kind of dungeon. Wow, they're all big shots. Never mind all that, let's hurry up and see if we can get some more soup. Since we can't loot the main hall, we can go to the side halls to find some treasure chests. Hegemony, Black Hawk, Bali group, the three giants of Shanjing City actually gathered in a newly emerged low-level copy. It seems that the tomb of General Lulan is not that simple. Chapter 38, Treasure Map Guide. Collect all treasure chests. Normally, although the four major guilds are quite competitive with each other, they will never risk their reputation for some limited resources. Especially for a newly emerged low-level dungeon like the Lulan General's Tomb. Usually once one of the four major guilds takes action, the other three guilds will not bother to interfere. And now, not only the Black Hawk but also the Hegemony guilds have entered this instance. Even people from the Bali group have come? What exactly is in the tomb of General Lulan that is worthy of the three major forces' involvement? Lin Yeqing couldn't help but carefully observe the sheepskin map in his hand. Except for the road marked with red notes leading directly to the third underground floor. Some branch intersections are also specially marked. For example, the corridor where Lin Yi obtained the jade ring from the treasure chest is located. I see. Lin Yi suddenly came to his senses. The parchment map in my hand is probably not just an escape map, but a treasure map. The person who drew this map not only marked out an escape route, but also marked out all the precious funerary objects in the Lulan General's tomb. It seems that this senior not only wants to leave a way out for himself, he also wanted to rob the tomb of General Lulan. However, judging from the fact that Lin Yi obtained the jade treasure ring for the treasure chest at the end of the corridor, for some unknown reason, this senior did not succeed. At least he did not take away all the treasures. Now Lin Yi gets the advantage. The Lulan General's tomb is huge and winding, like an underground city. Without a map, even thousands of people would find it difficult to search every corner. But now Lin Yi seems to be assisted by God. According to the markings on the map, there is a specially marked treasure chest on a nearby stupa. Seeing no one around, Lin Yi immediately activated the water calling step, and in a flash, he entered the three-story stupa. I climbed up the stairs and looked up, and saw a treasure chest shining with silver light on the top of the tower. Lin Yi observed carefully and confirmed that there was no teleportation array trap around the treasure chest like before. Immediately and decisively used the lock-picking technique. Lin Yi actually had several sets of tools for unlocking in his backpack, but with the A-level lock-picking technique he got from Wang Tong, the loss of unlocking tools was almost negligible. In a few seconds, he opened the silver-glowing treasure chest in front of him. There was indeed a simple necklace lying in it. Jade Lin necklace. Rank, silver rank. Level 30. Introduction. The jade necklace made with special craftsmanship of Lulan Kingdom is a symbol of the noble status of the general tribe. Attributes. Strength plus 25. Constitution plus 25. Although it is just a silver item, it is a piece of jewelry equipment with a very low drop rate. The double attribute bonus is also a huge boost to combat power. Killing those thousand-legged soldier pupae in the tomb passage had raised Lin Ye's level to level 29. It is only one step away from level 30 and can be equipped soon. Then Lin Yi immediately followed the instructions on the map and rushed to the next marked location. Including the two treasure chests that Lin Yi has already obtained, there are a total of 5 marked locations on the first floor of the Lulan General's tomb. The other 3 locations also happen to be near the secret passage leading to the 3rd floor. Lin Ye's water-calling step never stopped, leading the way, rushing to various locations. Coupled with the advanced detection of ultrasonic search, any monsters encountered along the way can be avoided directly. If you can't avoid it, just kill it and focus on efficiency. While the others were still groping around like headless flies, Xiao had already opened the remaining 3 treasure chests marked. Light feather leather boots. Rank, silver rank. Level requirement, level 30. Defense, plus 215. Attribute, agility plus 25. Guardian breastplate. Rank, silver rank. Level requirement, level 30. Defense, plus 310. Attributes, constitution plus 31. Ice silk wristband. Rank, gold rank. Level requirement, level 30. Defense, plus 210. Attribute, strength plus 35. Additional entry, concentration, Basic critical hit rate increased by 15%. 2 silver items and 1 gold item. All the attributes are exactly what Lin Yi pursues: strength and agility. The golden item, Ice Silk Wristband with special attributes, has an additional critical hit rate that is extremely rare for early equipment. The experience gained from defeating the soldiers who blocked his way also allowed Lin Yi to finally reach level 30. All of his attributes were directly added to his agility as usual. Equipping 4 pieces of level 30 equipment at once also instantly refreshed Lin Yi's entire attributes. Lin Yi. Occupation: Forsaken of God. Level 30. Health: 4520. Magic: 810. Attack: 391. Defense: 975. Physique: 126. Strength: 165. Agility: 205. Spirit: 105. Initial talent: Incomplete Godhead. Talent entries: Savagery D level, Light and Recovery S level, Will-O-Wisp Toxin A level. Skills: Water Calling Step B rank, Boiling Blood A rank, Savage Charge A rank, Ultrasonic Search S rank. Lin Yi had barely used up the potions in his backpack. Everything is ready. The secret passage that skips the 2nd floor and enters the 3rd floor is right in front of you. According to rumors, neither Lin Xiweming from the Woodwall Empire nor Wang Biao from the Black Hawk Guild has found the way to the 3rd level and are still struggling to open up new space on the 2nd level. Opportunity cannot be missed. Lin Yi directly took out a tube of illuminating insects and jumped into the secret passage in front of him that was disguised as an ordinary tomb. The secret passage was at a sloping angle and had not been opened for 100 years, so a layer of dust had accumulated on it. Lin Yi covered his mouth and nose and slid down directly. After sliding for about 30 or 40 meters, we finally reached the bottom. Looking around, the surrounding tomb chamber was dark, and the illuminating insect in Lin Yi's hand could only illuminate an area of a few meters around. To be on the safe side, Lin Yi directly activated Ultrasonic Search. The ultrasonic wave immediately reverberated in the surrounding tombs with Lin Yi as the center. It also detected the entire terrain and other information. I saw that there were indeed quite a few guard monsters moving around. Moreover, they were not moving individually without any rules, but seemed to be in groups of 3, moving in this tomb chamber on the 3rd floor like patrols. This means you have to fight at least 3 monsters in a group at a time. Tricky. Lin Yi opened the sheepskin map in his hand again and checked it with the help of the light from the illuminating insect. The main hall of the Lulan General's tomb, marked above, is in the central area of the 3rd floor. The only way to get there is. But there happened to be 2 groups of guarding monsters wandering around. Chapter 39. The Troublesome Lulan Royal Guards. Sacrifice. Since there is no way around it, the only option is to fight. Lin Yi, now with all his new equipment, is no longer as fragile as before. Coupled with the blocking effect of the Tiger Battle Shield, it is not impossible to fight 1 against 3. Lin Yi stepped forward with his shield. At the corner ahead, 3 groups of monsters came into his sight. There were actually 3 soldiers wearing armor from the ancient kingdom of Lulan. The leader was holding a shield and a sword, followed by a soldier holding a spear, and the last one, wearing leather armor, was holding a crossbow. At the same time, the attributes of the 3 guard monsters also appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lulan Royal Guard. Level 35. Attribute: Unknown. Introduction: Elite guards trained by the general of Lulan State. They are formed into groups of 3 with special combinations, so they pose a fatal danger to anyone who invades. Whoa! After discovering Lin Yi's whereabouts, the 3 Lulan guards immediately showed a ferocious look. The leading guard slammed the shield hard with the sword in his hand, trying to let out a battle cry. However, after years of decay, his chin had long since turned into a mass of rotten flesh, and he could only make a strange humming sound. The leader held a shield in front, and the one holding a spear followed closely behind and rushed towards Lin Yi. At the same time, with the sound of a crossbow mechanism being activated, a crossbow arrow shot towards Lin Yi from afar. Lin Yi raised his shield to block, only to feel that the crossbow arrow had great force. But fortunately, it was not enough to break through the blocking effect of the Tiger Battle Shield. Then the 2 melee guards also rushed over. The long sword swept towards him with great force. Lin Yi turned the Tiger's shield and blocked it again. But suddenly, the spearman hiding behind the shield guard suddenly charged forward. A long spear pierced Lin Yi's waist with extremely fast and sharp speed. Lin Yi has no way to avoid it. 513. A damage number suddenly burst out from Lin Ye's body. These well-trained and organized royal guards were indeed difficult to defend against. The shield guards' swords slashed from above, but the spearmen behind them only stabbed down in 3 directions, making it impossible to defend against them. But Lin Ye's counterattack came extremely quickly. The spear in his hand accurately avoided the guard's shield and pierced his chest. Although these guards were well-trained, their movements had become stiff due to the decay of time, and they naturally could not withstand Lin Ye's attack. 451. As a damage number popped up, a recovery number also appeared on Lin Ye's body. Plus 113. This is exactly the bloodthirsty attribute that exploded from the mutated wolf pack, and the attack has a 5% blood-sucking effect. But with the S-level item, Light and Recovery, S 5-fold recovery effect, it directly became 25%. This is also Lin Ye's reliance on fighting against many enemies alone. 25% blood-sucking recovery effect, plus taking blood recovery potion. Even if some attacks cannot be avoided, you can still continue fighting. Lin Yi raised his shield with his left hand to block and thrust forward with his spear in his right hand. For a while, he fought back and forth with the 2 guards who surrounded him. Although his own health bar dropped a bit, he had already reduced the health bar of the guard holding the shield to a trace. Lin Yi raised his gun and was about to take his life, but at this moment a series of crossbow arrows suddenly shot towards Lin Yi. The firing rate has increased several times compared to before. 153. 149. Lin Yi was forced to retreat and raise his shield to block. Looking up, he saw that the crossbowman in the distance had actually placed the crossbow arrows on the ground. He wondered what kind of mechanism was used to make the crossbow capable of continuous shooting. It turns out that the crossbowman hiding at the back is the real killer. This Lulan royal guard is indeed tricky. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and quickly calculated his blood volume. Then he suddenly stepped forward, withstood the damage from the continuous arrows, and killed the shield guard in front with 1 shot. 418. While killing the shield guard, Lin Yi himself was also hit by several arrows, and his health bar was instantly reduced to half. He immediately raised his shield and retreated, looking up and drinking a bottle of blood medicine. The recovery effect of a bottle of low-level blood medicine is 500 points of health. However, the recovery effect of the potion can also receive 5 times the blessing of photosynthetic recovery. 1 bottle can almost fill up the health bar. Lin Yi, who was in full health, stepped forward again. Without the obstruction of the shield-bearing guard, a mere spearman guard could hardly stop Lin Ye's attack. Beast Blood Boiling was activated immediately, and Lin Yi bravely defeated the spearman despite the continuous arrows fired by the crossbowman. Then he rushed towards the long-range crossbowman with murderous intent. Once the distance is shortened, the fate of this crossbowman wearing leather armor was that he was pierced through by Lin Ye's 3 or 2 shots. 691. 981. The last critical hit directly caused nearly 1,000 damages. 3 Lulan guards fell in front of Lin Yi one after another, and one of them even dropped a piece of equipment. It was a helmet full of the style of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, with colorful feathers on the top of the head. Lulan Royal Guard Helmet. Rank Bronze. Level Requirement. Level 30. Defense, plus 150. Attributes, Constitution plus 15. A bronze artifact just filled the gap in his helmet equipment. Lin Yi directly selected the equipment and felt his head sinking, but he also felt a sense of security. The firewood on the bodies of the 3 Lulan royal guards was also sacrificed directly by Lin Yi. The fire sacrifice of the Lulan royal guard was successful. Fire plus 9. Although no entry was revealed, it gave 9 points of fire value, which is not a loss. After replenishing his strength, Lin Yi continued to move forward. At this time, there was only a long corridor left to the main hall marked on the sheepskin map. However, in the corridor, there was still a team of Lulan royal guards patrolling numbly, and they happened to be blocking the road. The configuration is still a sword and shield warrior, a spearman, and a crossbowman. However, this time, Lin Yi, who already had experience, directly activated the water summoning step from a distance and took the initiative to attack. At this time, the Lulan royal guards also discovered Lin Yi's attack and once again adopted the same posture. However, when he got close, Lin Yi suddenly activated Brutal Charge. He quickly avoided the shield warriors and spearmen in front and rushed straight towards the archers hiding at the back. The bewildered crossbowman had not had time to prop up his crossbow on the ground before he was knocked unconscious by Lin Yi, who then stabbed him through with 2 shots. 719. 723. Two damage bursts directly killed the leather-armored crossbowman. Without the powerful crossbow in the rear, the remaining shield and sword warriors and spearmen are naturally nothing to be feared. A few minutes later, the bodies of the three Lulon guards fell in front of Lin Yi, sacrificed the fire of Lolon's imperial guards. Lin Ye's sacrificial ceremony was already well established. As the flames faded away, a pleasant voice also sounded in Lin Ye's ears. The fire sacrifice of the Lulon Royal Guard was successful. Obtain the talent skill, Step and Thrust B rank. Chapter 40. The main hall of the General's Tomb. 3 golden treasure chests. Step and Lunge. Level B. Effect. A combat technique of the ancient Lulon Kingdom. Step forward with swift steps and stab the target in front, causing 150% physical damage to the target. Cooling time. 15 seconds. Finally, a damaging skill was revealed. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but feel happy. Although the damage bonus of this step-in stab attack was not that high. But the key is to be quick. There is almost no skill pre-swing. A sudden thrust during battle that is almost impossible to dodge. Moreover, Lin Yi can use the fire value he has accumulated to strengthen this skill. Upgrading from level B to level A does not consume much fire value. Strengthen the step and thrust. Lin Yi directly chose to strengthen, and a line of prompts suddenly appeared in front of him. Do you want to consume 30 points of fire value to strengthen the stepping stab B level? Lin Yi nodded in confirmation. Yes, step thrust has been enhanced to thunder thrust. The remaining fire value is 45. Thunderbolt. Effect. Move forward a short distance at lightning speed and stab the target, causing 180% physical damage. Cooling time. 10 seconds. Additional entry. This skill can critically strike. What a lightning-fast thrust. Physical damage bonus increased to 180%. Not only is a critical strike attribute added, but the cooldown time is also reduced directly to 10 seconds. That means that this move, Thunder Thrust, can be used as your regular means of output. It's been a fruitful harvest. Lin Yi did not dare to stay here any longer, as the patrol routes of the Lulon Royal Guards were mobile. We must take advantage of this opportunity to rush to the main hall of the Lulon General's Tomb, following the instructions on the sheepskin map. Walking through the corridor in front, I saw a main hall that had been polished over the years and was still magnificent and golden, suddenly appearing before my eyes. This is the deepest and most central part of the Lulon General's Tomb. It is also the residence of this former general of the ancient kingdom of Lulon. The entire Lulon General's Tomb is like a giant underground city. It can be seen that the status of this general in the Lulon Kingdom at that time was probably at least second to none. Lin Yi walked forward and saw that the general's life achievements were engraved in ancient Lulon characters on the main hall's door. However, although Lin Yi knew the existence of this kind of writing, he could only recognize some of the most basic characters, and it was almost impossible for him to understand the inscriptions on it. But through some rough formats, Lin Yi still found out the name of this Lulon general, Fu Hua, a name that is very much in the style of the ancient kingdom of Lulon. The murals around the gate depict one war scene after another. The unusually tall figure standing on a chariot pulled by 4 horses should be General Fu Hua. Entering the main hall was important, so Lin Yi stopped hesitating and walked forward and pushed hard. There were sounds of mechanical shells coming from the huge door, and it opened automatically without much force. Lin Yi raised the tiger battle shield in his hand and stepped in cautiously. The entire main hall was extremely spacious, and what came into view were sculptures of soldier pupae one after another. The carvings are lifelike and neatly arranged in the main hall, like an army ready to go. The atmosphere was solemn and fierce. Even Lin Yi was a little cautious. Won't all these soldier pupa sculptures come to life? Lin Yi took very small steps and did not dare to make any sound. Those 1,000-legged soldier pupae in the tomb passage on the first floor were no longer something that ordinary people could deal with. Each of the soldier pupae in the main hall is carved to look majestic and solemn. If they all survived, Lin Yi would probably die here. Fortunately, these terracotta warriors did not seem to be coming to life, and they just stood there like stone carvings. At the end of the large group of soldiers, there is a 4-horse chariot also carved from stone. The chariot was pulling a gilded coffin. This should be the place where General Fu Hua lives. Lin Yi felt like a tomb robber at this moment. But now that I'm here, what I'm looking for is the treasure chest and burial objects in this tomb. Lin Yi looked around immediately. At the back of the main hall, around the coffin, There were 3 treasure chests shining with golden light. Sorry for bothering me. Lin Yi immediately bowed to the coffin of General Fu Hua. What he wants of those 3 treasure chests. As for the coffin on the 4-horse chariot, Lin Yi decided not to disturb the rest of this general of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Judging from the heroic deeds of General Fu Hua during his lifetime, he must have been a top-notch warrior. If the ghost of a general is released, it will probably be at least a level 50 gold boss. And at this moment, Lin Yi suddenly heard a commotion coming from the corridor behind him. It seemed that quite a few professionals had already arrived at the 3rd floor. You're here so quickly? Lin Yi immediately felt something was wrong. It seems that I have underestimated the 2 major guilds, Hegemony and Blackhawk. Even though it is only a branch in Shanjing City, the team of professionals led by Lin Xueming and Wang Biao are definitely elites. I'm afraid all the members of the team are at least A-level professionals. But at this time, several screams were heard from afar. It seems that they have encountered the Lulan Royal Guard. This group of 3 guards is not so easy to deal with. It can at least stop them for 10 minutes. Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He directly activated the water calling step and rushed to the 3 treasure chests behind the main hall. He took out the lock-picking tools and started tinkering with them against the clock. At least they had to take away all the contents of these 3 treasure chests before they reached the main hall. Looking closely, I can see that the carvings on these 3 treasure chests are all the same decorations of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. But without exception, all of them are shining with brilliant golden light. It looks like there are at least 3 golden objects inside. Lin Yi calmed down. With a crisp, unlocking sound, the first treasure chest opened immediately. All I saw inside was a black cloak, and the end of the cloak was embroidered with a murderous pattern. Black Moon Cloak. Rank Gold. Level requirement, none. Property. Lin Yi didn't have time to look at its properties carefully and hurried to the next treasure chest. The lock-picking skills in my hands are becoming more and more proficient. Not long after, the second treasure chest opened. Inside was actually a gilded long sword sealed in a scabbard. The hilt was decorated with various carved gemstones, which was extremely gorgeous. King's Sword. Rank, gold rank. Level requirement, level 50. Property. It turned out to be a level 50 gold weapon. However, the noise coming from the corridor behind him was getting closer and closer. Lin Yi bent his body and hid behind the stone chariot. He performed the lock-picking technique at a very fast speed, literally racing against time. The sound outside the corridor is getting closer and closer. Almost at the same time, the third treasure chest was finally opened by Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't even have time to take a look. He grabbed the things in the treasure chest and put them into his backpack, then hid to the back of the main hall. The back of the main hall was a whole smooth wall, and it seemed there was no place to hide. Suddenly, Lin Yi saw a groove on the wall, the shape of which looked familiar. Jade Hidden Ring. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that the ring he got from the treasure chest in the corridor was the key to opening a secret room in the tomb. Lin Yi quickly took off the ring and inserted it into the groove. Suddenly, a tiny secret door opened on the originally smooth wall. Lin Yi crouched down and crawled in. At the same time, the noise had already reached the main hall gate. Brother Xueming, look, the main hall is right there. We finally found it. Chapter 41, Epic Item. Lulan Tiger Talisman. After Lin Yi entered the secret room, the door slammed shut again. There was no trace of anything on the smooth wall. No one could tell that there was a person hiding behind the wall. At this time, the noisy movement outside had reached the main hall. It sounded like there were at least 30 or 40 people. I was afraid that all the members of the Bay Guild branch that Lin Xueming brought had come here. Brother Xueming, look, there's a treasure chest. Some sharp-eyed people had already seen the 3 treasure chests behind the coffin of the 4-horse chariot and immediately shouted excitedly. Little did they know that after Lin Yi opened the treasure chest, he thoughtfully locked it again. In the eyes of these people in Bay, they still thought they were the first group of people to arrive at the main hall. Take me to see it now. A hint of ecstasy also appeared in Lin Xueming's eyes. The monsters in this General's Tomb copy were much more difficult than other low-level copies. The treasure chest in the main hall will definitely not disappoint him. Lin Xueming rushed to the treasure chest first, and seeing the 3 golden treasure chests up close made him extremely happy. What about the thief profession? Come and unlock it. Lin Xueming shouted impatiently, and a thief behind him hurried forward, took out a set of lock-picking tools, and kept fiddling with them. Lin Xueming, who was nearby, also held his breath, his eyes filled with desire. Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to him, came over at the right time, took his arm, and said tenderly, "Xueming, what kind of equipment do you think is in here?" Lin Xueming felt the warmth coming from his arm, and for a moment he felt elated. "Don't worry, Ruyan. As long as there is any mage equipment that you can use, I will definitely give it to my baby first." Lu Ruyan was immediately filled with joy and looked at Lin Xueming with charming eyes. The two of them didn't pay any attention to the strange looks from their teammates in the hegemony team behind them. Although Lu Ruyan was also an A-level fire elemental mage, she made no contribution at all in the dungeon. She didn't pretend to be frightened when encountering a monster and hide in Lin Xueming's arms. "I got tired after just 2 steps, so I'll just hit in the back." When playing in a team, his operation is extremely poor. He releases skills at will and does not understand teamwork at all. Now that the treasure chest has appeared, those mage teammates who worked diligently to deal damage are not qualified to be the first choice. Several people looked at each other, but they were helpless. Who made Lin Xueming the captain of the team this time? They are real S-level professionals, and are the talents that are being cultivated by the hegemony, so naturally the one with the stronger fist has the final say. At this moment, the thief who was squatting in front of the treasure chest and sweating profusely finally made a crisp, unlocking sound, and the treasure chest opened. The thief looked into the treasure chest, and his eyes widened. "Brother Xueming, this!" Lin Xueming pushed him away and hurried forward to take a look. "I saw that the treasure chest that looked luxurious was actually empty. Not even a hair? This is impossible. It took so much effort to push it to the main hall, but the treasure chest is empty?" Lin Xueming immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked at the 2 treasure chests next to him and said coldly, "Go, open those 2 treasure chests and have a look." The thief did not dare to delay and rushed over with the lock-picking tools. A few minutes later, Lin Xueming looked at the 3 empty treasure chests with a grim face and said nothing. "It took so much effort to lead the people of Bay to push here first, but I didn't expect that the 3 golden treasure chests in the huge main hall were all empty. Could it be that someone got there first? No way." Pushing all the way from the first floor of the tomb, Lin Xueming asked himself if he was definitely ahead of everyone else. Even the Black Hawk led by Wang Biao was left behind by him. Could it be that this treasure chest was originally empty? Lin Xueming couldn't help but doubt the general's tomb instance itself, but the guild leaders had specifically told him that there was a high chance that that thing would be in the Lulan general's tomb. At this time, Lin Yi, who was hiding in the secret room behind the main hall, finally had the chance to take a good look at the 3 golden artifacts he had obtained from the treasure chest. The first treasure chest gave a dark cloak. Black Moon Cloak. Rank Gold. Level requirement, none. Attributes, agility plus 30, dodge plus 30. Additional entry, Black Moon. The Black Moon wraps the whole body. The figure becomes blurred after opening, and the movement speed increases by 50% for a short period of time. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. Equipment with additional skills. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the attribute bonus of this cloak was not high, it came with an active skill, Black Moon. After turning it on, your figure becomes blurred and your movement speed increases directly by 50%. Coupled with the movement speed bonus of Lin Ye's water calling step, it is simply a magical escape skill after killing someone and robbing them. The second piece of equipment is a brilliant and gorgeous sword. King's Sword. Rank Gold. Level requirement, level 50. Attack power, plus 1,100. Attributes, strength plus 50, agility plus 50. Additional entry, Royal Majesty. When killing a target, nearby enemies will be shocked and unable to counterattack or parry for a short period of time. A sword directly adds more than 1,000 attack power. It is worthy of being a level 50 gold weapon. On the other hand, the total attack power of Lin Ye's current equipment is less than 500. This shows the horror of high-level gold equipment. However, Lin Ye's current level is still a long way from level 50, so he can only upgrade his level first. Then there was the last treasure chest that Lin Yi didn't even have time to look at. I saw that it was actually a jade tiger talisman. The carving is extremely delicate, and the entire tiger talisman reveals a murderous aura. But it is only half, not complete. Lulan Tiger Talion. Rank. Epic item. Introduction. The tiger talisman of the ancient Lulan kingdom gathers the power of the 2 poles of yin and yang. With both the yin and yang parts, it can defeat thousands of troops and kill thousands of horses. Attribute. Yin Tiger Talisman. After being activated, all friendly forces within the range of the tiger talisman will immediately recover 50% of their maximum health. Effective range, 1,000 meters. Cooling time, 12 hours. Just one word made Lin Yi gasp. Epic item. Above the golden equipment, there are the dazzling and extraordinary ones, and then the epic equipment. I didn't expect that the half-jade tiger talisman in my hand was actually an epic item, crossing 2 levels of existence. All friendly forces within a radius of 1,000 meters will immediately recover 50% of their maximum health. Whether it is a guild war or a national war, it is enough to play a role in turning the tide. No wonder the 3 giants Black Hawk, Hegemony, and Bowley group came out in full force. It seems that their target is also the most valuable thing in the General's Tomb, which is the Lulon Tiger Taliyin. Chapter 42 Opening. Level 50 Gold Level Lulon Corpse General. But now this, Lulon Tiger Taliyin, has fallen into Lin Ye's hands. According to the above description, this Lulon Tiger Talisman also has another half-Yang Tiger Talisman. Gather both halves of Yin and Yang and combine them into one to defeat an army of thousands. That means if you can collect both Yin and Yang Tiger Talismans, the skill effect can be greatly enhanced. It is indeed a good thing. There is currently no clue as to where the other half of the Yang amulet is. At this moment, Lin Yi also heard the people outside making quite a commotion, as if everyone was searching for something in the main hall. Lin Xueming's furious voice could also be heard from outside. Look, turn this place upside down. I don't believe that after all the hard work, there is nothing here. A group of people from Bay suddenly rushed into the main hall, making a big fuss like a whirlwind. However, the result made Lin Xueming extremely dissatisfied. In the huge main hall, there was nothing except 3 empty treasure chests. So all my efforts to get into the main hall before the Black Hawk Guild were in vain? Lin Xueming's face was gloomy, and the members of the hegemony team around him didn't dare to speak. This was his first time leading a branch of the Bay Army as a small legion commander. If he ended up with such a result, it would be absolutely unacceptable. At this moment, only Lu Ruyan's eyes were in the hall, jumping around, and finally landing on the coffin pulled by 4 horses. Xueming, don't worry. Do you think the real treasure is hidden in General Lolon's coffin? Lu Ruyan's words immediately woke the dreamer up. Lin Xueming's eyes lit up as well, and he couldn't help but look up and down at the coffin in the 4-horse carriage in front of him. That makes sense. Who doesn't put their most precious things in their coffin when they are buried? Maybe the thing that the guild leaders instructed is really in this coffin. Now that I got that thing, my first time leading a team can be said to be a complete success. Lin Xueming's eyes showed a hint of cruelty, and he waved his hand and said, "Brothers, open the coffin." The accompanying members of the hegemony team were also shocked. Everyone knows that the person inside the coffin is most likely a general from the ancient kingdom of Lulon. If the coffin is opened, there is a high probability that a boss will spawn. Brother Xueming, do you want to reconsider this? Do we really want to open this coffin? There's no need to take this risk. Lin Xueming glanced coldly at the members of the hegemony team and said, "What are you afraid of? We have more than 40 people here. All of them are elites of the branch. What kind of boss can't we defeat? I will personally lead you guys to fight today. Everyone, return to your positions. Shield warriors, push forward. Mages and archers, retreat." Lin Xueming issued orders with an unquestionable attitude. But the players of Bay quickly followed the instructions and formed their formation. All the shield warriors and frontline professionals stood bravely at the front, protecting the mages and archers in the center of the team. The priest class responsible for healing is located at the end. As the captain and also a melee fighter, Lin Xueming took the lead and stood in the front row. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he must lead the way to open the coffin. Lin Xueming strode towards the coffin of the 4-horse carriage and looked at the 4 majestic and lifelike carvings of the 4 tall and mighty horses. Even his palms could not help but sweat. This was the tomb coffin of a great general of the ancient Lulon kingdom. I can't care less. Lin Xueming gritted his teeth and thrust the long sword in his hand fiercely into the gap of the coffin. Then, directly activate the skill, Mysterious Eye Slash. A burst of cold air burst out from the sword in his hand, splitting the sealed coffin into a crack. In an instant, a wisp of black gas leaked out from the crack of the coffin. At first, there were only strands as big as hair, and then it became large amounts of black water like mercury pouring on the ground. The coffin that had been sealed for hundreds of years shook violently. Damn it, there really is a living thing in there? Lin Xueming did not dare to stay in the front, so he turned back to the team and stood in a row with several shield warriors. Everyone, don't panic. Get ready to start the boss. Lin Xueming seemed full of confidence. The next second, as if in response to his shout, the lid of the coffin suddenly exploded. A burly and tall figure that was much taller than an ordinary person stood up from it. The muscles of his body were already stiff, and his eyes were bloodshot. Holding a blood-red spear in his hand, he stood defiantly on a chariot pulled by 4 horses, just like the scene depicted in the mural. Superior, I want to see how powerful you, a general of the ancient Lulan kingdom, are. Lin Xueming gave an order and swung the sword in his hand fiercely. The sharp sword pierced into the flesh, breaking the armor that had been decayed by hundreds of years, but it could not reveal the flesh and blood of the Lulan general. 9-5. The number of less than 100 immediately shocked Lin Xueming, because this was the damage skill of an S-level professional. At the same time, the rain of arrows from the hegemony formation fell on the Lulan general in front of him like a violent storm. However, the numbers that came out were shocking and ridiculous. 4-5, 3-3, 9. None of the damages exceeded 100, and some even only dealt a pitiful single-digit damage. At the same time, the attributes of the great general of the Lulan kingdom finally slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. Lulan Corpse General Talisman. Level 50 Gold Boss. Chi and Blood. 500,000. Introduction. The invincible general of the ancient Lulan kingdom, who swept through all the kingdoms during his lifetime, was buried here with the ceremony of a king after his death. After 100 years, anyone who disturbs the general's peace will become a soul under the bloody spear. A level 50 gold level boss. Lin Xueming's eyes suddenly burst into tears. This is far beyond the capabilities of these people, who are less than level 40 at most. Not to mention the health bar that's as high as 500,000. All the people I brought with me this time were the elites of the branch. They just bombarded the place with all their might. His health bar doesn't even decrease. The members of the hegemony team were also trembling at this moment. But it's too late to regret now. The general of the ancient kingdom of Lulan had red eyes and revealed a murderous look. The blood-red spear in his hand suddenly burst out with light and swept towards Bei's camp with an invincible force. Defense! Lin Xueming shouted anxiously. The shield warriors in the front row immediately raised their shields to protect the front. However, a blood-red gunshot swept past. 2355, 2988, 2783. One by one, almost instant kill damage exploded on these elite shield warriors of the hegemony, like a strong wind cutting the grass. Chapter 43, Hatred is Gone, the disaster caused by Lu Ruyan. The frontline shield warriors that Lin Xueming brought this time were all carefully selected from the Shanjing branch of the Bei Guild. Almost all of them have professions above B level, and everyone has at least a few pieces of silver equipment. Adding on the defense bonus from the shield warrior profession, the defense of these front row warriors has almost accumulated to over 1,000. However, in front of this level 50 gold boss, it was like paper. The bloodstained spear in the hand of Lulan Corpse General suddenly swung over. The damage is as high as 2,000 to 3,000. Lin Xueming couldn't help but be shocked by such horrific damage. Even his own defensive skill, Ice Shield, was broken by just a touch. The healers in the back row keep up. Lin Xueming shouted hurriedly. White healing rays immediately swung over from the end of the formation. Fortunately, they brought a lot of priests this time. All healing skills are concentrated on the shield warriors in the front row. In an instant, the health bar was pulled back. Good. Seeing this, Lin Xueming was overjoyed and said, as long as we are not killed instantly, we still have hope. DPS profession, concentrate your firepower on me. Lin Xueming himself did not stop attacking either. He slashed the Lulan Corpse General with a mysterious ice slash and finally inflicted the first damage exceeding 100. 291. As an S-class professional, his output capacity is almost equal to that of 3 mages. The mage archers in the hegemony team are all carefully selected elites. Although the damage numbers are low, but after all, there are so many people. The output frequency can also keep up, especially after the auxiliary profession in the team gives the aura bonus. The overall output cannot be underestimated. Within a few minutes, more than 10,000 health points of Lulan Corpse General were reduced. Seeing the health of the level 50 gold boss drop visibly, everyone in the hegemony seemed to have seen hope as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Hold on! Lin Xueming shouted excitedly. If he could lead the team to defeat this level 50 gold boss, it would be the first time in the entire Shanjing city, and even the whole country. This is definitely the first gold level kill among this generation of awakeners. Not only will the higher-ups of the Hegemony Guild look up to him, he could even become famous as a commander. The opportunity is right in front of you. Lin Xueming couldn't help but feel complacent about his courage just now. Even if he couldn't find the item that the higher-ups mentioned, defeating this boss would definitely be a great achievement. However, things may not be as simple as he thought. While everyone's attention was on the Lulan Corpse General, Lin Yi quietly opened the door of the secret room a crack. He also didn't expect that Lin Xueming would actually risk opening the coffin. And after finding out that this Lulan Corpse General was a level 50 gold level boss, he did not retreat, but instead led the team to kill it. In Lin Ye's opinion, this was tantamount to seeking death. Although the people of Hegemony seem to have withstood the damage of this Lulan Corpse General and are still dealing damage effectively. But many bosses will have a second stage of rage, and the damage will inevitably increase dramatically at that time. What's more, this is a level 50 gold boss. Although the front line of Hegemony has good equipment, they can only barely hold on in the early stages. Once the boss changes his tactics, they will definitely be able to break through their formation. By then, it will be too late for the Hegemons to escape unscathed. Sure enough, as if to verify Lin Ye's opinion, the situation in the hall changed drastically in an instant. The fuse was Lu Ruyan, who was standing in the center of the mage team. As an A-class professional fire elemental mage, she also carried a lot of equipment that Lin Xueming had withdrawn from the guild. The damage and output on her panel were almost top-notch in the Hegemony mage team. Looking at the teammates around her who were looking at her, and Lin Xueming with strange eyes, Lu Ruyan was also holding back some anger. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk behind my back? Lu Ruyan waved her staff, and a series of explosive fire spells fell on the body of the Lulan Corpse General, causing a series of considerable burning damage. 9-8. 9-5. Lu Ruyan seemed to deliberately want to surpass her mage teammates, whose equipment and professions were inferior to hers in order to prove her own strength. However, the pride in her heart made her forget that when she was in a team, the core output profession in the team must deliberately control their own output. Because once the output is too high, there is a risk that the boss's hatred will be diverted from the frontline shield warriors. Lin Xueming, the team leader, also noticed this. He was about to warn them. Ruyan Yu, the Lulan Corpse General, in front of him swung the spear in his hand and swept it towards him. Lin Xueming dodged in a hurry. However, just these few seconds of delay were already too late. Lu Ruyan's violent fire technique added 10 layers of burning damage to Lulan Corpse General, suddenly causing a huge amount of damage. 9-8-2. Lu Ruyan's face lit up immediately, and she looked at her teammates with disdain. Oh, you bunch of rubbish. However, before he could finish his words, he heard Lin Xueming, who was at the front, yelling, "Oh no, the boss's hatred is about to break away. Shield warriors in the front row, hold on." As soon as he finished speaking, the Lulan Corpse General stared at Lu Ruyan, who was at the center of the team, with a pair of blood-red eyes, which made Lu Ruyan feel uneasy. The mage teammates around her looked at her as if she were a fool, and many of them quietly dispersed behind the team, away from her. "Hold on," Lin Xueming yelled anxiously. Following Lin Yi for 3 years in high school, he also learned some rules of teamwork that must not be broken. He knew clearly what would happen if the front row was breached. The eyes of the Lulan Corpse General became increasingly bloodshot. Suddenly, he grasped the tail end of the blood-red spear with both hands, stood in a bow stance, and swept forward suddenly. The blood-red spear was turned in a circle, like a bloody full moon. In an instant, huge amounts of damage were exposed one after another. The 5 shield warriors in the front row of the Hegemony team were all swept away. 2 shield warriors who hadn't had time to replenish their health bars were killed instantly. A reminder also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lulan Corpse General uses the skill, Full Moon Sweep. After sweeping away the front row in an instant, the great general of the ancient Lulan kingdom rushed into the formation of Hegemony like a killing god. Go straight to Lu Ruyan. Chapter 44. Blackhawk and Hegemony join forces? But there is someone behind. Ruyan, be careful, Lin Xueming suddenly shouted anxiously. However, he did not stand in front of the Lulan Corpse General regardless of everything, but hid aside by himself. Shield warriors in the front row, hold on. Lin Xueming roared fiercely. However, the team he led in the Hegemony branch was composed entirely of newly awakened professionals. They had not been together for a long time, and they did not have much faith in him as the so-called captain. Facing the moment when the level 50 gold level boss, Lulan Corp's general, rushed into the formation and killed everyone. Everyone was running for their lives in panic. Lu Rian, who was right in the center of the team, was blocked and couldn't even run away. "Brother Xueming, save me!" Lu Rian shouted in panic, but in the confusion, Lin Xueming didn't even look at her. Lin Yi, who was hiding in the secret room of the main hall. He took it all in with a cold eye, but he couldn't save her, and he didn't intend to help her at all. Everyone has to pay a price for their choices. If Lin Yi had not been able to hide in the secret room in time and was discovered by Lin Xueming, then the target of this group of people from Bei is probably not the Lulan Corp's general, but himself. If Lin Xueming and Bei's group were to die in this copy, Lin Yi would not have any sympathy at all, but would be happy to see it. However, things are changing. Just as the group of Bei's men were scattered and fled by the Lulan Corp's generals, another group of people had already arrived at the main hall. It was the Black Hawk Guild led by Wang Biao. Looking at this miserable and chaotic scene in front of him, Wang Biao showed a gloating smile. He hid at the entrance of the main hall with his men and shouted to Lin Xueming from a distance. "Lin Xueming, how did your hegemony become so miserable?" Lin Xueming was already a bit panicked, and now seeing Wang Biao standing there watching the joke, he was even more angry. "Wang Biao, stop making sarcastic remarks. This is a level 50 gold level boss." Wang Biao was also shocked when he heard this. A level 50 gold boss? That was the first time that the awakened people of this generation had encountered such an incident. If they could lead the team to defeat it, they would definitely become famous in one fell swoop. At this moment, Wang Biao's thoughts were the same as Lin Xueming's just now. Everyone wants to become famous, and he, as the son of the Black Hawk Guild's president, can't wait to prove himself. However, looking at the miserable state of the Hegemony Guild, Wang Biao couldn't help but wonder in his heart. After all, he knew that the people led by Lin Xueming were no weaker than him. Even though the health bar of the level 50 gold boss had been reduced by Bei, they were definitely not 100% sure they could take over. Unless, after thinking for a moment, Wang Biao's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he shouted to Lin Xueming from a distance. "Lin Xueming, let's make a deal. We, Black Hawk, will help you fight together. After the mission is accomplished, the exploded equipment will be divided equally." When Lin Xueming heard this, he couldn't help but spit in anger. Bah! Damn it! They had fought hard for a long time and had already lost the lives of several teammates, but in the end they had to share the spoils with Black Hawk. But now Lin Xueming has no choice. If they don't cooperate with the Black Hawk Guild, all their previous efforts will go to waste. The spoils will be split in half, but we get to choose hegemony first. After all, we have lost so many people. Lin Xueming gritted his teeth and said, the first time he led a team into a dungeon, he lost several team members. If there is no result again, the top leaders of the Hegemony Guild will not let him off easily. Wang Biao did not argue anymore. Hegemony had already taken a lot of blood from them. Now the cooperation between the two parties was a sure win for their Black Hawk Guild. He nodded immediately and said, "Make a deal." Lin Xueming immediately shouted anxiously, "Then why don't you let your Black Hawk front row take over?" Wang Biao did not hide anything and personally led the Black Hawk's frontline soldiers to rush forward. He himself is an S-level frontline professional Panlong monk who can carry and fight. In terms of defense, he is much higher than Lin Xueming's frost swordsman, who mainly studies strength and agility. As the first shield of the entire team, Wang Biao took the lead and rushed to the front, holding up his specialized weapon, the Panlong staff. With one move, break the air, he attracted the boss's hatred to himself. At this time, the entire Black Hawk team also entered the field. The front row, mages, and healing professions formed their formations and stabilized the situation. The people of Bei also took the opportunity to reorganize themselves and infiltrate the Black Hawk Guild's formation. All back row healing professions are targeting me, Wang Biao roared confidently. With his current equipment, coupled with the Panlong monk's special defensive skill, Panlong Zun, not only did his defense power increase significantly, but he also raised his health value to as much as 8,000. Wang Biao claimed that he was the second best defender among the awakeners of that year. No one dared to claim to be the first. One person stands at the front and directly absorbs the effects of all healing professions. He is simply an indestructible shield. This is also the forte of Wang Biao's team. The Lulan Corp's general swung his blood-red spear at Wang Biao, but it only caused more than 1,000 damages. 124. And with the joint treatment of more than a dozen healing professions, this more than 1,000 damages was restored almost instantly. One front row that can hold up is better than a dozen inferior front rows. When Lin Xueming saw this scene, a hint of gloom appeared in his eyes. Wang Biao's S-level profession, Panlong Monk, was indeed not inferior to his own. But right now, the Black Hawk and Hegemony guilds must join forces to defeat this level 50 gold level boss, Lulan Corpse General. The teams of the two top guilds came together. Not only did they have Wang Biao's indestructible shield in the front row, the output-type professions such as mages in the team will also be doubled directly. A rain of arrows, a variety of spells with various attributes, including flames, ice cones, lightning, etc., bombarded the body of the Lulan Corpse General. Even the health bar of this level 50 gold level boss was visibly decreasing. The total health point was 500,000, and half of it was killed within half an hour. The cooperation between the two major guilds was unusually successful. At this rate of progress, it probably won't be long before they can complete the first kill of the gold level boss of this generation of Awakeners. Wang Biao and Lin Xueming looked at each other in the crowd, and there was a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. The first kill of a gold level boss is the supreme honor for every Awakener. However, little do people know that. In this bustling main hall, there was another person who was just as excited as they were. It was Lin Yi, who was hiding in the secret room. At this time, Lin Yi was already wearing the Black Moon cloak. He secretly calculated the distance from the secret room to the Lulan Corpse General, and then to the exit of the main hall. 30 seconds of time. Black Moon greatly increases the movement speed effect. It's not impossible to rob this boss. Chapter 45. What the hell? There's Lao Lu. The Hegemony and Black Hawk guilds have dispatched nearly 100 people this time, each of whom is an elite carefully selected from the new generation of professionals. The average level is close to level 40. Under the joint bombardment of more than 100 people, even the level 50 gold level boss Lulan Corpse General could not withstand it. Not only did his health bar drop below half, but the fierce counterattack was also taken by Wang Biao, who was facing a group of healers. This is the strength of teamwork. As long as there is a front row that can hold on, coupled with a group of healing professions, and an output team of mages and archers, no matter how thick the boss's blood is, it can always be consumed to death. However, as the health bar of the Lulan Corpse General was getting lower and lower, the leaders of the two guilds, Lin Xueming and Wang Biao, started to have their own ideas. Although we had agreed that if we could kill this boss, the spoils would be split equally, but it didn't say who would make the final move. As we all know, after killing the boss, the last person to kill will directly gain half of the experience. The remaining half of the experience will be divided equally among everyone present. Besides, this is the first gold level boss that the Awakeners of this generation have revealed. Whoever makes the final blow will be qualified to say that he has taken the first kill of a gold level boss. Lin Xueming couldn't help but look at Wang Biao gloomily. Obviously, it was no longer possible to discuss it at this time, and Wang Biao would never leave the last chance to himself for nothing. Wang Biao, who was at the front, looked at the boss's health bar, which was getting lower and lower, and started to think in his mind. The two of them tacitly slowed down the pace of their output. Everyone is saving their highest damage skill, preparing to grab the last hit. The players of the Hegemony and Black Hawk teams, who knew their captain's thoughts well, immediately started to cooperate with each other. In fact, among all these people, only Wang Biao and Lin Xueming had the gold equipment provided by the guild. In terms of the damage of a single skill, only these two were in a class of their own, and the other team members basically had no chance of grabbing the last blow. The whole action of pushing the boss gradually turned into a conspiracy between the two. Although Wang Biao, who was at the forefront, had kept his strongest killer move unused, he was still the first shield of the entire team and had been taking the damage for the team. However, Lin Xueming, a melee attacker, obviously slowed down his output. His lazy attitude also caused dissatisfaction among many people in the Black Hawk Guild. Hey, your captain of the Hegemony is just slacking off. He hasn't done anything in such a long time. If you ask me, your Hegemony's output is the same as your captain's. It's simply not acceptable. As one of the four major guilds, how could the people of the Hegemony guild bear to hear this? They immediately retorted, "When will it be your turn to take charge of our captain of the Hegemony? Just take care of yourselves. You Blackhawks got a bargain, so just be happy." Although the two guilds were still attacking, they were already arguing with each other. "Without us, you would have been wiped out long ago. Bullshit. If we hadn't used all of the boss's attacking moves, you would have ended up in the same situation. Our captain is not a fragile person like your captain. Are you going to say something sarcastic again? Tell me what's wrong with you. As the tension grew stronger, neither side had any doubts. Once the boss fell, they might just start fighting. Lin Xueming secretly sent a message on the Hegemony Guild's communicator channel. When this boss is about to die, everyone be ready to cooperate with me to finish him off. We must not let Black Hawk snatch the final blow from this gold-level boss. The people of Bei received instructions in the liaison channel, and they all started to prepare secretly. Wang Biao no longer tried to hide his true feelings and shouted directly at the people of Bei beside him. Everyone get out of my way for a moment. I want to see who dares to snatch the last knife from me. Wang Biao's words made the people of Hegemony even more dissatisfied. At this moment, the blood volume of the Lulan Corpse General was getting lower and lower, and finally approaching the final killing line. Now! Wang Biao held the panlong stick with both hands and stomped on the ground suddenly. The huge vibration immediately caused all the people in the surrounding hegemony to retreat, leaving a vacuum zone around the boss. It also cleared some space for myself to make the final move. Once you have aimed at the boss, you must use your ultimate move. However, Lin Xueming was more shrewd. At this critical moment, he suddenly said something in the chat channel of Bei. All output professions in hegemony must stop. In an instant, half of the mages and archers stopped their attacks. The output of the entire team was reduced by half, and the health bar of the boss who was about to be killed was suddenly a little short. Wang Biao's killing move hit the Lulan Corpse General, causing a huge amount of damage. 816. However, it did not take away the last bit of its blood. The health bar of this Lulan Corpse General has been almost emptied, but there is only a trace of blood left that is visible to the naked eye. Lin Xueming behind him suddenly rushed out. The long sword in his hand burst out with a burst of cold air and went straight to the Lulan Corpse General. Damn it, you're playing dirty tricks on me? Wang Biaoqing couldn't help but roar when he saw this scene, but the killing move in his hand had entered the cooling time. Ordinary attack methods are simply not able to reduce the boss's final health bar in a short period of time. Wang Biao, who was both angry and anxious, simply gritted his teeth and stood directly in front of Lin Xueming. Wang Biao, you get out of my way! Lin Xueming's eyes widened in anxiety, and he shouted fiercely, "Otherwise, I'll kill you too." The two of them were bloodthirsty at this moment. In this moment when every second counts, no one noticed that a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the wall behind the main hall. He rushed towards the Lulan Corpse General, who was left with only a trace of blood, from behind at an extremely fast speed. It moved so fast that it was like an afterimage, and it was difficult to see clearly in the dark tomb. Before anyone could react, a damage number burst out from behind the Lulan Corpse General. This level 50 gold boss let out an unwilling roar and suddenly fell to the ground. A reminder also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Congratulations! You have killed the level 50 gold boss Lulan Corpse General. The experience gained from killing a gold level boss across levels allowed everyone present to level up by 1 level. However, both Lin Xueming and Wang Biao also had a flash of white light. Both of them only leveled up 1 level, so no one got the huge amount of experience for the last hit. What's going on? Wang Biao and Lin Xueming looked at each other. Both of them were shocked and confused. In the eyes of these two somewhat confused leaders, a black shadow suddenly rose from the body of the fallen Lulan Corpse General, and like a whirlwind, it gathered all the golden equipment dropped by the level 50 gold boss into its arms. Then he turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the entrance of the hall. You are so cunning, Lin Xueming. You even hit a hegemony assassin behind you. How insidious. Wang Biao still thought that the shadow was someone from Bei's family, and he couldn't help cursing. Lin Xueming was also stunned. Then he immediately reacted. His eyes widened, and he said, "What? Isn't that someone from your Black Hawk?" "What do you mean?" "No! Fuck! Stop him! Damn it, that damn old 6. Chapter 46. Escape. Return with a full load. That black shadow was naturally Lin Yi, who had activated the skill, Black Moon, attached to his cloak. The movement speed is increased by 50% within 30 seconds. And the figure has a blurred effect and cannot be seen accurately. In the split second between Wang Biao and Lin Xueming scheming to snatch the boss's last blow, Lin Yi, who had activated Boiling Beast Blood and Water Calling Step, used his highest damaging skill, Thunder Stab, towards the boss back. After killing this arrogant level 50 gold boss with one shot, Lin Yi didn't even look at it. He directly took all the equipment with the brightest golden light from the equipment dropped by the boss. He also sacrificed the fire of the Lulan Corpse General. Before the people from the Hegemony and Black Hawk guilds could react, they had already reached the entrance of the main hall. Damn it, stop that guy for me! Wang Biao reacted and yelled hysterically. Lin Xueming was so angry that he was about to burst into flames. He chased after him while shouting hoarsely, "Hurry up and chase me. Notify all the brothers in Bay. You must catch him." The two major guilds joined forces to defeat the boss, but not only did they fail to gain the experience of the last kill, even all the equipment that dropped was snatched away by others. If this gets out, the two major guilds, Black Hawk and Tyranny, have been disgraced by their two leaders. At this time, Lin Yi had already rushed out of the main hall door, turned around, and turned into one of the tomb passages. Belated white lights flashed across his body. The experience gained from finishing off a level 50 gold level boss allowed Lin Yi to level up 8 levels in a row. The level directly reaches level 38. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all and decisively added all the attribute points gained at level 8 to agility. Run as fast as you can now. He didn't even have time to look at the equipment in his arms and threw it all into his backpack. And at this moment, a familiar reminder sounded beside Lin Ye's ears. The fire sacrifice of Lulan Corpse General was successful. Fire plus 100. Obtained the innate skill, Full Moon Sweep, rank A. Although his running posture was a little awkward now, Lin Yi was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi also sacrificed the firewood of the Lulan Corpse. This level 50 gold boss is different. Not only does it directly give you 100 points of fire value, it also directly revealed an A-level skill. And it should be the move that the Lulan Corpse General used just now to kill everyone. The Full Moon Sweep. I'm going to make a fortune this time. At this moment, Lin Yi felt that Wang Biao and Lin Xueming were his lucky stars. Wherever these two appeared, he could always make a fortune. But now the situation cannot be relaxed. Feeling the vibration and shouting coming from behind, it was obvious that Lin Xueming and Wang Biao, along with the people from Bay and the Black Hawk Guild, had caught up with him. One after another, illuminating arrows and fireballs blasted directly forward. Try to find the location of the shadow. However, Lin Yi, whose movement speed had reached its limit, took advantage of the fact that the effect of the Black Moon had not yet disappeared and turned directly into a fork in the road. He immediately shook off the pursuit of Bay and Black Hawk Guild. Damn it, which way did that kid run? Lin Xueming hurriedly led his men to chase after him, but was somewhat dumbfounded when he saw the three-way intersection in front of him. I don't care about that anymore. Just chase them separately. Wang Biao gave an order. At this moment, the two reached an agreement. The troops of Bay and Black Hawk joined together and divided into 3 groups, entering 3 forks in the road respectively. And within the fork in the tomb passage, there is another fork in the road. The twisted design of the mechanism makes it easy for people to lose their way, and the pursuit team has to be split up at every fork in the road. However, Lin Yi had a magical tool in his hand. Sheepskin map. No one knows the terrain and structure of this tomb passage better than Lin Yi, including the winding paths and secret doors. What's more, Lin Yi also has a super powerful detection skill, ultrasonic search. With the help of these two, Lin Yi can often anticipate the enemy and turn to the fork in the road with the least people. However, the people chasing after them in the main hall were not all the people who entered the dungeon this time. In addition to these elites led by Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, there are also many people from Bay and Black Hawk who are leveling up on the first and second levels of the dungeon. At this time, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming gave an order on the communicator channel and immediately surrounded them from the upper level. There is a blockade in front and pursuers behind. Even if Lin Yi could play hide-and-seek in this interconnected tomb passage, it would not be easy to escape. Turning into a dark room again, Lin Yi immediately raised the illuminator and looked at the parchment map in his hand again. The predecessor who drew this map was the designer of the Lulan General's tomb. Then in addition to the entrance to the copy, there should be a hidden exit. Lin Yi carefully turned the sheepskin map over and over again. Finally, on the back of the map, I found a road outlined with light handwriting that led directly to the outside of the tomb. However, this road is the opposite of the entrance to this tomb copy. The path leading out of the tomb was actually in the main tomb hall that Lin Yi had just come from. I see. Lin Yeqing couldn't help but sigh at the map maker's ingenuity. The way to escape to heaven is near the main temple. I'm afraid no one could have thought of this. At this time, Lin Yi, who was hiding in the dark room, also heard a sound of pursuit coming from all around. It was the group of Tyranny and Black Hawk who were chasing after them from the main hall. Lin Yi held his breath and said nothing. He waited quietly for the group of people to catch up. Then he came out of his hint and flew in the opposite direction, which was the direction of the main hall. There was no one on this road anymore. No one would have thought that the man would dare to run back. It is said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The ancestor who designed the entire general's tomb obviously understood this truth well. A few hundred years later, it was a good thing for Lin Yi, the latecomer. He returned to the main hall with ease. Lin Yi also successfully found a secret passage to escape from the tomb chamber near the main hall. It is hidden at the foot of one of the thousands of terracotta warrior statues standing in the main hall. It is square and just big enough for one person to crawl out of. Before leaving, Lin Yi seemed to notice something strange. The terracotta warrior on the secret passage seemed different from the other warrior pupae. What he held in his hand was not a sword but a pen. He should be a civil servant. Could this be the person who drew the sheepskin map? Hundreds of years have passed, and the truth has long been lost. Lin Yi could only bow respectfully to the terracotta warrior, and then entered the secret passage. Leaving this general's tomb instance, where the encirclement and suppression was still going on vigorously, return with a full load. Chapter 47. Black? Assassin? It matches. There are still crowds of people outside the Lulan general's tomb copy, and there are still many latecomers who want to get a piece of the pie. However, when they arrived at the door of the dungeon, they were told, at this moment, a joint pursuit and interception by two major guilds was taking place in the copy. The specific reason is still unclear, but it is said that the leaders of the two major guilds, Black Hawk and Hegemony, personally made the announcement. Join forces to hunt down an agility professional wearing a black cloak. The occupation level is at least A level. It could be an assassin or a thief. Even the entrance and exit of the dungeon are heavily guarded by people from these two major guilds, and every agility professional entering and leaving will be strictly checked. Many people were watching the excitement with gloating delight. Many people have pieced together a fact through the gossip of eyewitnesses. Have you heard? It seems like someone stole the equipment of the Hegemony. Stealing equipment? Sure. I heard someone killed people from the Hegemony Guild in there. What? Who is so bold as to kill someone from Bay? That's right. I heard that Black Hawk's men were also killed by him. I wonder where this ruthless man came from. My brothers inside said that the man is an A-level assassin. A Class A assassin killed someone? How scary. But even if he is an A-level professional, he will be wanted by two major guilds this time. I'm afraid he will have difficulty escaping from this dungeon, even if he has wings. Yes, it takes a lot of courage to offend two major guilds at once. Among the bustling crowd, Lin Yi, wearing mixed professional equipment, quietly crawled out from another exit of the general's tomb dungeon. Lin Yi, who had already taken off the conspicuous black moon cloak and some golden items, looked like a D-level warrior and easily blended into the crowd of onlookers. Listening to the rumors that were not in line with my own opinion, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. As expected, the rumors are only getting more and more exaggerated. If you want to catch someone based on these rumor characteristics, you may never catch Lin Yi in your lifetime. Before leaving the general's tomb instance, Lin Yi noticed something unusual. At the entrance of the dungeon, it seemed that all the people from Bali Group had withdrawn from the copy, but they did not leave. Instead, they were waiting for something. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly became stern. It seems that from the beginning to the end, the actions of the people from the Bali Group in this Lulan General Tomb dungeon were a little strange. They did not compete with the people from the Black Hawk and Hegemony guilds for the treasure chests in the dungeon. There was no regular organization for team members to level up, and Lin Yi had hardly seen any people from the Bali Group in the dungeon. They just came to go through the motions. Or is it to accompany someone to this dungeon? Lin Yi couldn't help but think of the black-clad assassin who died in his hands. Before he died, the man begged Lin Yi for mercy, saying that he had a very powerful background. Adhering to the principle that not knowing is the best way to hide, Lin Yi killed him before he could finish. But now, Lin Yi had to consider the worst possible outcome. That is, the background behind the assassin with a fair face is probably the Bali Group. Hiss! Lin Yeqing couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Polaroid Group, although they have not officially entered the professional guild industry, the number of high-level professionals working for them is no less than that of the four major guilds. The wealthy Bali Group almost monopolizes all the major industries in Shanjing City. and it can be said that it has connections everywhere. To mess with them would be even more troublesome than messing with the four major guilds. If that person was really a respected young master of the Bali group, and now he died in the Lulon general copy, it would definitely attract the investigation of 1,000 pairs of eyes. I hope Li Shuer and Lin Fei can remember Lin Ye's instructions. They ran far away to the black market in another city to sell the 3 gold items taken from the man. Otherwise, with the spies of the Bali group, it would not take long to trace them. However, in the copy, Lin Yi handled it relatively cleanly. Even the bodies and equipment were burned completely in the fire sacrifice ceremony, so there would be no way to investigate. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Yi mixed into the crowd, when I was about to leave this copy of General Lolon's tomb, but I heard an absurd but convincing statement from the crowd. Have you heard? The 4th young master of Bali Group is also coming to the General's tomb dungeon this time. So many people from Bali Group are here to escort him. I heard that the 4th young master of the Bali Group has an extremely frivolous and eccentric personality and has even awakened an A-level assassin profession. Sure, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. I heard that the man who killed the 2 major guilds, Hegemony and Black Hawk, was him. What? No wonder, apart from the 4th young master of the Bali Group. Who else would be so bold as to touch the people of the 2 major guilds? Some people also say that the 4th young master of the Bali Group has a crazy temper and is a murderer. That must be him. This dungeon is going to be really lively this time. Lin Yi was stunned. Then I suddenly realized, when I activated the Black Moon to grab the last hit experience and equipment of the Lulon Corpse General from the hands of Hegemony and Black Hawk, almost doubled the movement speed. The speed of their movements made them naturally consider it an agile profession, either an assassin or a thief. And he must be at least an A-level professional. The man who died in his hands also happened to be dressed in black, with a huge black hood covering half of his face. And his profession is an assassin. A-level assassin. Black clothes? Assassin? The two matched perfectly. So in the eyes of these onlookers, the killing of people from the 2 major guilds, Nabai and Black Hawk, was done by the 4th young master of the Bali Group. Only the 4th young master of the Bali Group, who has a strange personality and a powerful family, would dare to kill people from the 4 major guilds. Isn't this unreasonable? This is so reasonable. Even Lin Yi, the culprit himself, was stunned. The powerful associative power of these onlookers directly created a natural way for Lin Yi to escape. Moreover, at this time, the General's Tomb instance had already been in chaos, and the people from the 2 major guilds were still working together to chase and intercept them. The 4th young master of the Bali Group, who had killed the people from the 2 major guilds, was hiding in the Middle East, fooling his pursuers. This immediately involved 2 of the 4 major guilds, plus the Polaroid Group. Breaking news between the 3 giants. It has become something that is popular among the onlookers who like to watch the fun. The so-called Golden Cicada escape strategy. The crowd of onlookers created a perfect shell for Lin Yi. Lin Yi just sits back and reaps the benefits. Chapter 48. Diverting trouble to others. Bali Group takes action. At the entrance of the Lulon General Tomb replica, the off-road vehicle team of the Bali Group was parked in a neat circle. A secretary wearing the uniform of the Bali Group carefully approached the nanny car in the middle of the crowd and knocked on the door. Uncle Chin, there are some rumors out there, and I don't know if they are true or not. It's about the 4th young master. The door of the nanny car slowly opened. A middle-aged man in his 50s, known as Uncle Chin, was leaning back in his seat, wearing a pair of sunglasses. This person's full name is Chin Shan, and he is the housekeeper of the chairman of the Bali Group. Although he has no real position in the Bali Group, he is still an important figure. It is said that he has been working for the Bali Group all his life. Uncle Chin slowly took off his sunglasses. He had long been accustomed to this kind of light sleep that could wake him up at any time. What's that rumor? Uncle Chin asked calmly. He knew too well the personality of the 4th young master of the Bali Group, whom he had watched grow up since childhood. Eccentric, morbid. Those are just some cover-up words used on the surface. In his opinion, the 4th young master of the Bali Group is a complete pervert who suffers from bloodthirstiness. Uncle Chin's task today is to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't overdo it. But first, you have to let him play. As the 4th son of the Bali Group, a mere low-level copy is not worth taking seriously even if it appears for the first time. The only reason that kid wanted to be here was to have some real fun. Robbing, bullying, and even killing. And what Uncle Chin has to do is to clean up his ass. This was not the first time he had done this for the 4th son of the Bali Group. No matter how big the mess was, Uncle Chin could always clean it up. This is his half-life experience in the business world, and also his value to the poly group. Uncle Chin, the secretary who knocked on the car door, didn't dare to look Uncle Chin in the eye. Everyone here was a little afraid of him, especially after seeing Uncle Chin deal with the corpses with their own eyes. The secretary said cautiously, "Some people say that the fourth young master killed someone in there, and it seems that the person was from one of the 4 major guilds." Uncle Chin couldn't help but frown. This damned little beast has killed someone again. But Uncle Chin was not panicked. He just felt it was a bit troublesome. Even the 4 major guilds and the Bali group have intricate interests, so it won't be too difficult to resolve this matter. The 4 major guilds? Is it Blackhawk or Hegemony? The secretary said, with some trembling. I heard that they were all killed. Now the people from Blackhawk and Tyrant are teaming up to hunt down the 4th young master in the dungeon. Uncle Chin took a deep breath. Among the 4 major guilds, Tang Jinyuan, the president of Hegemony, is like a businessman who always puts profit first. When dealing with him, many things can be solved simply by relying on profit. But it's not that easy for Blackhawk. The current president, Wang Ming, is a ruthless character. If they really kill their people, it will probably take a lot of trouble to settle the matter. Find out for me. Who did the 4th young master touch? Was it the elite seed in their guild? Uncle Chin said calmly. Also, who is the captain of the team led by Hai and Blackhawk this time? The secretary replied hastily and tremblingly. The leader of the hegemony is Lin Xueming, a newly recruited S-level professional seed this year. The one who came to Blackhawk is Wang Biao, the son of Chairman Wang Ming. Uncle Chin frowned again, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Bring a few people and follow me into the dungeon." The secretary immediately made a gesture, and 4 professionals from the Bali group immediately followed, ready to go. Uncle Chin stepped out of the car and stretched his body. Under the attention of the crowd, he took the lead and walked into the tomb of General Lulan. 10 minutes later, in a relatively empty tomb chamber on the 2nd floor of the Lulan general's tomb, Uncle Chin sat quietly on a wiped stone tablet. 2 young professionals stood respectfully in front of him. One was wearing the logo of the Hegemony Guild, and the other was from the Blackhawk Guild. Notify your team leader on your guild's channel and ask them to come over. Tell them that the Bali group wants to discuss something with them. Uncle Chin's voice had an unquestionable attitude. The 2 newly awakened professionals did not dare to disobey and immediately contacted each other through the guild's communication channel. Not long after, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming appeared in the tomb together. Uncle Chin, why are you here? Wang Biao was a little surprised when he saw the person coming. With his family background and the connection between Bali Group, he had already recognized Qin Shan, the most loyal henchman of Bali Group. After hearing Wang Biao call Qin uncle, Lin Xueming also respectfully followed suit and called Qin uncle. He did not know the butler of the Bali Group, but he could tell from his dress and aura that this person was no ordinary person. Didn't you reach rank 5 decades ago? Why are you still interested in going down to this low-level dungeon? Wang Biao asked in confusion, and what he said also surprised Lin Xueming. This middle-aged man in front of him was actually a 5th-turn strongman decades ago. So how strong should he be now? Lin Xueming wanted to go forward and get close to her, but the humility and fear in his heart made him open his mouth and swallow it back. Uncle Chin smiled at Wang Biao and said, "Xiao Biao, I heard that your Blackhawk and Tyrant are working together to capture someone. What's going on?" Wang Biao immediately raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Excuse me, we teamed up to defeat a level 50 gold boss in the main hall of the 3rd level of this tomb. We were about to succeed, but then an assassin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he rob the boss with 1 blow, but he also took away all the equipment that dropped out. Don't you think that's unlucky?" Uncle Chin's eyes moved, and then he nodded and praised. "You have only just changed your job, and you have formed a team to defeat a level 50 gold boss. You are truly a force to be reckoned with." Wang Biao grinned and said, "Uncle Chin, you are too kind. Compared with you, it is nothing." Uncle Chin then pretended to change the subject casually and asked, "Did you see clearly what the man who robbed your boss looked like?" Finally having the chance to respond, Lin Xueming stepped forward and said, "Uncle Chin, I saw it clearly. That guy is an assassin, dressed in black, and his profession is probably at least A level. I don't know how long he has been hiding in the main hall. I'm afraid he is a turtle. How can he survive so quietly?" Lin Xueming didn't notice that Uncle Chin's expression had changed slightly. Because Uncle Chin knew very well that the fourth young master of Bally Group was an A-level assassin. Did you catch him? Uncle Chin asked with a half-smile. Wang Biao shook his head angrily and said, Not yet. The topography of this tomb is too complicated. That guy's like a rat. Halfway through his words, Wang Biao suddenly realized something. He had occasionally heard his father talk about it at the dinner table. The Bally Group had a fourth young master with an extremely eccentric personality. He had committed many misdeeds everywhere. Fortunately, Qin Shan was there to clean up his mess. Uncle Qin, are you here with the fourth son of the Qin family? Wang Biao's face changed, and he asked tentatively, Could it be that the person who stole their boss was the fourth son of the Qin family? If it was really him, then based on the connection between the Bally Group and the Black Hawk Guild, this matter would probably end in nothing. Uncle Qin grinned. He knew that Wang Biao had guessed it. You are indeed a smart child. No worse than your father. Lin Xueming, who was standing next to them, was still confused and had no idea what the two were talking about. Uncle Qin stood up and said in a deep voice, You two will both be the proud children of the guild in the future, and your future is limitless. Please do me a favor and stop chasing that little thief. As for the equipment of the level 50 gold boss, my Bally Group will return it to you double. After we get out, my Bally Group will also contribute to publicizing your young and promising talents. There was no expression on Wang Biao's face, but his mind was working very quickly. Knowing the connection between the four major guilds and the Bally Group, he immediately figured out the seriousness of the matter and immediately said with a headache, Okay, let's do everything according to Uncle Qin's instructions. Although Lin Xueming next to him was still a little confused, he was not stupid enough to ask any more questions and just pretended to be happy and said, I'll listen to Uncle Qin too. Not to mention the double gold level equipment reward compensation. The publicity that Bally Group personally promised was enough to make the two of them excited. After all, what they both want is fame. After seeing off Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, Uncle Qin did not show any sign of relief. Having been involved in killing for many years, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. He frowned and said to the secretary beside him, Check the location of the fourth young master. The bank card that the fourth young master carries with him has a unique positioning mark of the Poly Group. His location can be found as long as he is in the same copy space. The secretary immediately took out a special terminal, and after some searching, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Uncle Qin, I didn't find anything. Chapter 49. Uncle Qin's Anxiety. The missing fourth young master. What do you mean it can't be found? Uncle Qin frowned even more. According to the temper of the fourth young master of his family, after causing such a big and exciting thing, he should pretend to be a decent person and come back. The secretary next to him had already sweated profusely on his back and explained with forced calmness. Uncle Qin, we really can't find the location of the fourth young master in this instance. Could it be that the fourth young master has left the instance and gone somewhere else? Uncle Qin shook his head and said coldly, Impossible. Because today is the birthday of Mrs. Chun of the Bally Group. No matter how rebellious the fourth young master is, he would never dare not attend the evening banquet. The banquet held by the Bally Group was extremely grand, and even the fourth young master of the Chun family had to try on the dinner dress in advance. Moreover, even if the fourth young master disobeyed anyone, he would never disobey the lady. After all, he was the person who doted on him the most in the entire Poly Group. The lady doted on her little son, who was born with a weird personality, to the point of doting. Send all the people under you down to look for him. Don't miss any corners. Check to see if there are any dark rooms or space formations like teleportation arrays in this copy. Uncle Qin felt a little panic for the first time in decades. Even if the fourth young master of the Qin family made a huge mess today, he could clean it up for him. But the fourth young master must not disappear, and nothing must happen to him. Especially today is my wife's birthday party. Uncle Qin raised the watch on his wrist to check the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 5 hours before the dinner in the evening. Before that, the fourth young master of the Qin family must be found. It's too late. Send people from the group here immediately to seal off the entrance and exit. Uncle Qin's face was very dark, and he felt more and more uneasy. The professionals around the Lulan General Copy seemed to have watched a big show today. The people from the two guilds, Hegemony and Black Hawk, who were blocking the entrance and exit, withdrew. However, people from the Bally Group took over this place. Every professional who comes in and out will be thoroughly checked by them with gloomy faces. Some people who were watching the excitement were afraid that they would be implicated, so they gradually dispersed. Lin Yi, who had already left this troubled place, did not immediately return to his small rental house in Shangjing City. Instead, he walked around in those low-level training areas to avoid being targeted by anyone. By the way, I checked the backpack and found some equipment I had snatched from Nai and Black Hawk. Level 50 gold boss. At least give me some gold items, right? It was too rushed at the time, and Lin Yi didn't have time to look at it. Now when I opened the backpack, I saw 4 more items inside. 3 of them are equipment glowing with golden light. The first item is a snake-shaped staff that looks like an ancient vine root. Ancient Lulan's Sacrifice Staff. Rank Gold. Level 50. Spell damage. Plus 1050. Attributes. Spirit. Plus 45. Mana. Plus 1000. Additional entry. Concentration. When casting a spell, reduce the casting time by 25%. Introduction. The staff used by Luo Yun, the high priest of the ancient Lulan kingdom, is made of golden sandalwood and embodies the high priest's knowledge and spiritual essence. What a top-quality golden staff! Lin Yi was immediately delighted when he saw it. Although this staff was not his specialty weapon, he could definitely make a fortune if he sent it to an auction or the black market. Even though they are all gold, weapons are often more expensive than equipment. As the level increases, the value also increases. This is a top-grade 50-level gold-grade staff, and it also has an attribute that can reduce the casting time. Even if the price is listed at 600,000 dragon coins, there will be no problem selling it. The second piece is a pair of leg armor with black feathers. It does not look dazzling, but is polished very finely, flexible, and not heavy. Black feather leg armor. Rank Gold. Level requirement. Level 50. Defense. Plus 450. Attributes. Agility. Plus 45. Constitution. Plus 45. Additional entry. Lightly equipped. Movement speed increased by 15%. Introduction. This lightweight leg armor was designed by a clever person. While maintaining high-strength defense, the reduced weight design allows you to move more quickly. Another very practical level 50 gold item. The first choice for Force-sensitive warriors. However, Lin Yi did not plan to consign this black feather leg armor, but kept it for himself to wear when he reached level 50. After all, he was still wearing the level 20 black stone equipment rotten wood leggings, which could not be compared with the powerful attributes of the gold equipment. The third piece is also a crescent-shaped necklace with a delicate and translucent texture and a hint of light purple. Crescent Moon Necklace. Rank Gold. Level 50. Attributes. Spirit. Plus 50. Mana. Plus 500. Critical hit. Plus 15%. Additional entry. Moon Song. When out of combat, restore 0.5% of the maximum mana per second. Introduction. This necklace is made of the traditional style of the ancient Lulan kingdom and is made of extremely rare colored glaze ore. It was once a token of love for the nobles of Lulan and has a magical healing effect. Lin Yeqing couldn't help but feel happy and helpless. The good news is that this equipment is definitely a magic weapon for a mage to sustain his life. The additional entry, Moon Song. You can continuously restore mana when you leave the combat state, which is an unparalleled attribute for any mage profession at this stage. Not everyone can afford to spend mana potions without regard for money. Moreover, due to the limited space in the backpack, a mage cannot bring too many potions into the dungeon, even if he is rich. Once the mana is gone, the mage profession becomes completely useless. But the sad thing is that although this crescent necklace is good, it is simply tailor-made for mages, and the attributes it adds are also spirit and mana. But for Lin Yi, a warrior with both strength and agility, it was a bit distorted. If you want to squeeze out the maximum value of this necklace, you can only consign it to the auction together with the ancient Lulan High Priest Scepter, a spell that reduces the casting time. A guarantee of mana continuation. No matter which mage can collect these 2 pieces of equipment, his output capacity will be improved by at least 1 level. Of the 3 golden items, only 1 can be used by oneself. Just when Lin Yi was feeling somewhat regretful, his eyes also fell on the 4th item in the backpack. It was a spiral ring with an ancient totem carved on it, like a ghost. The light emanating from his body was not golden, but a strange blood red. Just taking it in his hand and taking a look at it, Lin Ye's heart was immediately filled with ecstasy. Ghost Ring. Rank Brilliant Device. It's actually a brilliant device. Chapter 50. Brilliant Device. Ghost Ring. Breakthrough to level 50. Ghost Ring. Rank, brilliant device. Level requirement, level 50. Attributes, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, critical hit rate plus 20%. Additional entry, devil transformation. When attacking the same target continuously, each attack will add 5% attack speed, lasting for 15 seconds, with a maximum of 15 layers. Introduction. The mysterious ring of the Ghost Warrior contains the power of unparalleled ghost shadows. When continuously attacking the same target, it will present a terrifying ghost-like state. It turned out to be a dazzling ring, equipment that is one level higher than gold equipment. In addition to the 3 attribute bonuses, there is also a special entry for demonization. Lin Yeqing couldn't help but feel even more delighted. If the Star Moon necklace is tailor-made for the mage profession, then this ghost ring is tailor-made for Lin Yi, a warrior of strength and agility. Continuously attacking the same target can continuously stack the attack speed, which is simply a magic weapon for fighting elite bosses alone. It fits Lin Ye's current lone wolf style of play perfectly. Brilliant level equipment is indeed powerful. In this way, together with the sword granted by the king that he got from the treasure chest in the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb, Lin Yi has already collected half a set of level 50 equipment. When Lin Ye's level reaches 50, his combat power will undergo a qualitative change. The experience gained from snatching the last hit of Lulan Corp's general from the Bay and Blackhawk guilds directly allowed Lin Ye's level to jump to level 38, which is not too far from level 50. Then the next goal is to reach level 50 as soon as possible. Since the goal is to level up, the experience points given by those low-level training areas around Shanjing City are not enough. What Lin Yi needs now is a leveling area of at least level 30, preferably with some elite monsters and bosses. Without exception, these high-end areas are located far away from Shanjing City. But now Lin Yi has nothing to worry about, and he just takes this opportunity to leave Shanjing City and avoid the limelight. So he simply decided not to go back to Shanjing City. I took a screenshot of the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment, Ancient Lulan Priest Staff and Crescent Moon Necklace, and posted them on the online trading platform on the communicator. After getting enough food, medicine, and a tent from a small vendor outside Shanjing City, head directly to the advanced leveling area in the distance. For the next 5 days, Lin Yi planned to stay in the leveling area. Until you reach level 50, just think of it as camping. Little did they know, Lin Ye's departure made life difficult for someone in Shanjing City. That person was Nie Xiaoyu, a senior commissioner sent by the military. She was originally responsible for designing this year's trial tower. But she was so bold that she put the obsidian dragon cub that the military had just captured into the hidden layer of the trial tower as a hidden boss. But he never expected that the always arrogant dragon cub would be taken away by Lin Yi by accident. That is a dragon cub worthy of being called a strategic level weapon. Nie Xiaoyu panicked and immediately found Lin Ye's address in the military database. Let's go to see who this person is in plain clothes. Nie Xiaoyu was able to contract a dragon cub just after awakening. Found Lin Ye's home, but it came up empty. It's broken? That guy won't run away with the dragon, will he? Unwilling to give up, Nie Xiaoyu blocked Lin Ye's doorstep for 5 days, but didn't even see a single person. This time Nie Xiaoyu was completely panicked. If this accident was really her fault, it would be enough to send her to a military court. I have made a lot of contributions to the organization, so I can't go to jail. The more Nie Xiaoyu thought about it, the more she felt wronged and wanted to cry. Looking at the major rank he had just obtained, he hadn't even warmed up to it yet, let alone being demoted. It would be good enough if he wasn't directly expelled from the army. Just when Nie Xiaoyu was ready to report this matter to the organization, even if he surrendered himself, the organization would have to send people to hunt down Lin Yi nationwide as soon as possible. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps in this dilapidated rental building. With a sound of unlocking, the door of the rental house opened from the outside. Nie Xiaoyu suddenly jumped up from the worn-out sofa, staring at the dusty guy standing outside the door with a tent on his back. She will never forget this face she saw in the database. Lin Yi, that guy is back. Nie Xiaoyu shouted hoarsely as if to vent her anger. Lin Yi, where have you been for so long? Who are you? Lin Yi looked warily at the woman who suddenly stood up from his sofa. For a moment, I was stunned by this question that seemed so righteous. Etc.? This seems to be my own rental house. Why did this strange woman appear in my home? Lin Yi, who had survived in the advanced leveling area in the wild for 5 days, still looked a little haggard and tired even though he had enough food and a wild tent. But the woman who appeared in front of him in his house seemed to be even more haggard than himself. His messy hair must have not been washed for several days, and the dark circles around his big eyes are like a panda's, full of resentment. No. Who are you? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and asked, This is my house. How did you get in? Nie Xiaoyu was stunned by Lin Yi's question, and then she realized. When she failed to catch Lin Yi the next day, she got angry and asked someone to pry open the door lock. She simply moved into Lin Yi's house and waited for him. Nie Xiaoyu was a little speechless for a moment. After all, it was not a glorious thing for a high-ranking commissioner sent by the military to pry open door locks and break into private homes. You don't worry about how I got in? Nie Xiaoyu stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed his temples, took a deep breath to calm himself down, then looked at Lin Yi and asked, Where's my dragon? Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this. Dragon? How did this woman know that I had a contract with the Obsidian Dragon? After coming out of the trial tower, Lin Yi has never leaked a single word of the news. Dragon? What dragon? Lin Yi's mind was spinning rapidly, and he immediately put his acting skills into action, saying without blushing or beating his heart, What are you talking about? Are you sick? Nie Xiaoyu, who witnessed Lin Yi's contract with the Obsidian Dragon Cub in the surveillance video of the hidden floor of the trial tower. Seeing Lin Yi's reckless and foolish look, he immediately became furious and yelled, Don't play dumb. There is an Obsidian Dragon Cub in the hidden level of the trial tower. You are the only one who reached the hidden level during this year's awakening ceremony. Where's my Obsidian Dragon Cub? Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. The amount of information in these words was enough to prove that the woman in front of him was probably not an ordinary person. The hidden level of the trial tower will not be broadcast live to anyone. How did she know about the hidden level of the Tower of Trials? Unless it's a big shot. After figuring this out, Lin Yi immediately started to behave himself. His expression changed instantly, and he asked with a smile, Hey, may I ask the sister, who are you? Seeing Lin Yi's attitude, Nie Xiaoyu also calmed down a bit. He immediately sat down on the worn-out sofa, crossed his legs, and said, Who I am? I am the senior commissioner sent by the military and the designer of this year's trial tower. According to your military rank, you should call me Major Nie. Chapter 51. Nie Xiaoyu came to my door. Where is my long? Major Nie? Lin Yi was shocked. This woman was indeed a big shot. I heard that this year's trial tower was designed by a senior commissioner sent by the military, and it turns out the designer is right in front of me. No wonder he knew about the Obsidian Dragon Cub I contracted from the hidden lair of the trial tower. The trial tower was designed by him. I guess everything I did in that hidden lair has already been seen by others. But things like the beast taming contract. Once the contract is signed, it is almost impossible to untie it. Even if Lin Yi wanted to return the dragon cub to her, it wouldn't be that easy. So, where's the Obsidian Dragon Cub? Nie Xiaoyu's face turned serious, and he said coldly. She was promoted to major at the age of 20-something due to her brilliant military achievements, and her usual majestic aura finally stabilized. Well, wait a minute. Lin Yi calmed down and thought quickly in his mind. There is no way to hide it. In front of this senior commissioner, it is better to cooperate directly than to hide it in vain. Besides, the military can't just rob us, right? Lin Yi immediately chose to summon the Obsidian Dragon Cub and answered with practical action. However, a summoning thought passed. The Obsidian Dragon Cub in the summoning space did not give any response. The Dragon Cub seemed to be sleeping. Lin Yi discovered this from the very beginning. Ordinary summons simply cannot command this noble Dragon Cub. When this little guy thought of it on his own, Lin Yi couldn't stop him. When it didn't want to come out, Lin Yi couldn't call out. Seeing the increasingly impatient expression on Nie Xiaoyu's face, her already haggard face looked even more like she wanted to kill someone. Lin Ye's head was also covered with sweat, and he said anxiously and helplessly, Sir, don't be so anxious. It's not that I don't want to summon it. It's that the dragon cub doesn't listen to me and won't come out. Nie Xiaoyu was also worried because she had lost the dragon cub, and now she couldn't feel at ease without seeing the dragon cub. But after hearing Lin Ye's words, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly calmed down, his eyes lit up, and he said, Are you saying that the Obsidian Dragon Cub can break through the limitations of the summoning space freely? Lin Yi nodded hurriedly. That's right. Thinking back to my previous interactions with the cub, that dragon cub could just come in and go out as it pleased. During the days of leveling in the wild leveling area, when Lin Yi set up a campfire and grilled meat for dinner at night, the dragon cub would come out as if it smelled the scent. Normally in dungeons, Lin Yi would occasionally want to call it out as a combat force, but he couldn't call it out no matter what. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly slapped his head. Etc. I have an idea. Lin Yi suddenly stood up, took out a leg of meat he bought on the way from his backpack, and went to the kitchen to busy himself. Nie Xiaoyu was also somewhat bewildered when she saw this scene. With her eyes wide open, she followed Lin Yi to the kitchen involuntarily, talking to herself. The obsidian dragon can break the rules of the summoning space. That's a great discovery. When we first started researching, we suspected that the powerful defensive capabilities of the obsidian dragon scales seemed to be related to the rules of space. This is a new piece of evidence. Lin Yi skillfully cut the meat, turned on the fire, and fried it. On the other hand, he quietly looked at the young female colonel. This Colonel Nye seemed to be a military scientific researcher. When he talked about his research on the obsidian dragon, he entered a state of ecstasy. He talked about a lot of research stuff. It seemed that they had forgotten the existence of Lin Yi beside them. There were even many things that Lin Yi didn't know whether he should listen to. Shouldn't that stuff be a military secret? Until Lin Yi specially put out 2 portions of fried meat and handed one to Nie Xiaoyu. Sir, would you like to eat something too? Nie Xiaoyu's smacking lips suddenly stopped, and the aroma of fried meat rushed into her nose. Almost instantly, a particularly obvious cry came from her stomach. Goo! Nie Xiaoyu's cheeks turned red after she came to her senses. She had been blocking Lin Yi here for so many days and had only eaten biscuits or instant noodles. Now the aroma of the freshly fried meat was so fragrant that it almost penetrated her head. Then I'm welcome. Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help it after all, and her eyes widened as she took the plate of meat. Lin Yi beside him was also secretly delighted. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to the person who has eaten his food. It is impossible for Major Nye to turn his back on him, right? When Nie Xiaoyu took a bite, she felt the meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The rich aroma of meat burst in her mouth, and she felt like crying. One of them couldn't help but let out a strange sound. Woo-woo. Only children will instinctively make this sound when they eat something delicious. Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but blush, but she didn't stop eating. And at this moment, a flash of light from a teleportation array flashed through the dilapidated rental house. A huge black dragon cub suddenly appeared, and its pair of vertical pupils scanned the surroundings curiously, focusing precisely on the fried meat that Lin Yi had already prepared. He walked over and sat down obediently, waiting to be fed by Lin Yi. Nie Xiaoyu, who witnessed this scene, was completely stunned. Hey, is this still the noble, unruly black dragon? When she saw Lin Yi give the same piece of fried meat that she had just eaten to the obsidian dragon cub, a thought involuntarily popped up in my mind. No, does this dragon cub eat so well every day? That's a good life. Nie Xiaoyu shook her head and threw away this improper thought from her mind. Then the researcher's occupational disease suddenly took over, and he carefully observed the obsidian dragon cub in front of him. In just 1 week, this dragon cub seems to have grown a lot. This growth progress is comparable to the results of their previous half-year growth at the research base. What on earth did Lin Yi feed it? Wrong? This is probably because after contracting with a human professional, the contracted beast can also gain growth value from the experience gained from the human's upgrade. This is also the reason why the military research base tried every means to get this obsidian dragon cub to sign a contract with a professional as soon as possible. However, no matter how outstanding the military professionals they found, they could not successfully sign a contract with this obsidian dragon. What kind of magic power does Lin Yi have? Looking at the loving scene of the man and the dragon feeding each other humorously, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seems that it is not a bad thing for this obsidian dragon cub to be contracted by Lin Yi. In a sense, it actually solved a difficult problem for their military. However, a strategic-level beast tamer, like the obsidian dragon cub, must be paired with a sufficiently powerful professional in order to unleash the highest combat power of a dragon. Is the Lin Yi in front of him qualified? But Nie Xiaoyu remembered. Lin Yi is the only awakener in this year's trial tower who has cleared all levels and reached the hidden level. But he is just a D-level professional after all. How could a D-level professional have such magical power that he could make a contract with an obsidian dragon? Unless he has some special talent. Could it be the Dragon Clan affinity? Nie Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly flashed. That was a rare talent that was 1 in a million. In terms of strategic value, it can be said that it is higher than SS-level talent entries. Throughout history, Almost half of all the dragon warriors and dragon knights who have signed contracts with dragons did so because they possess this extremely rare item. A professional with dragon affinity. With the training at the research base, he will almost certainly become a dragon knight in the future. Chapter 52. Humans and dragons live in harmony. Nie Xiaoyu is shocked. The dragon affinity is simply a natural dragon rider. A professional with the talent entry of dragon affinity will have unique advantages when getting along with and training with noble creatures like dragons. Dragons are proud and powerful creatures that are very difficult to get along with. Ordinary professionals, even the strongest humans, find it almost impossible to establish a relationship with them. The pride that comes from the blood can never be erased by time and effort. Therefore, every country has to pay a huge price when cultivating a powerful weapon like the Dragon Knight. Even the dragons who have been raised since childhood will never easily recognize a professional. There are even many cases where the professionals they are paired with are killed. Therefore, for every country, a professional who is born with the talent of dragon affinity is a huge and valuable asset. Could it be that the Lin Yi in front of him is such a one-in-a-million dragon-friendly person? Nie Xiaoyu's heart couldn't help but beat fast. When the upper echelons handed over the strategic-level Dragon Obsidian Dragon Cub to their research team, the entire team was extremely excited. If they could successfully train a Dragon Knight, it would be a huge boost to the combat power of the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, after this period of research, even if they found several extremely outstanding and powerful warriors from the army, they could not get the recognition of this Obsidian Dragon Cub. The progress of the Dragon Knight training program has almost come to a standstill. At this time, Lin Yi, who was born with the Dragon Affinity attribute, just happened to appear. Even in the hidden lair of the Trial Tower, he easily established a contract with the Black Dragon Cub. This is simply a gift from fate. Nie Xiaoyu's lips couldn't help but curl up crazily. With Lin Yi, a dragon-friendly person, the next series of plans to train Dragon Knights can continue, and it is almost foreseeable that they will go smoothly. What is most worth mentioning is that Lin Yi is just a student who has just awakened to his profession. A definite fresh graduate. Nie Xiaoyu can even help him participate in the secret plan carried out by the military, even though he is only a D-rank warrior now. After coming out of the military secret plan, he will definitely become an independent fighter. Moreover, if he could really become a Dragon Knight that complements each other with this Obsidian Dragon Cub, his strength by that time would be enough to overpower an S-level professional. Nie Xiaoyu even felt that the Medal of Military Honor was waving at her. The credit of discovering a professional Dragon Knight was enough to add another star to her rank. Well, Lin Yi, is that right? Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help rubbing her temples, and said with a smile and the most gentle tone. She didn't want to scare him. Be it the Dragon Knight training program or the secret plan of the military high-ranking officials, neither is at a level that Lin Yi can access at the moment. Telling him directly would probably just scare him. Little did they know, although Lin Yi seemed to be keeping a straight face on the surface, he had already guessed Nie Xiaoyu's background and thoughts almost exactly. Judging from the fact that Nie Xiaoyu kept talking about the Obsidian Dragon Cub, this woman must be a complete scientific research fanatic. It was through her hands that the Obsidian Dragon Cub was placed in the last hidden level of the Trial Tower. By mistake, however, he contracted the Obsidian Dragon Cub and brought it home. A Dragon Cub, even in the military, it can be regarded as an absolute strategic resource. No wonder she came to his door in a hurry and waited for him at Lin Ye's house for several days. However, now Lin Yi has indeed signed a contract with this Obsidian Dragon Cub. Even if I want to solve it, I can't. Major Nie Xiaoyu, who is engaged in research work, should be very clear about this. Therefore, it was even more impossible for her to force herself to terminate the contract with the Obsidian Dragon Cub. I just don't know what she will do next. Shangguan? Lin Yi immediately responded in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. What do you want to say? Nie Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yi with the same enthusiasm as when she looked at the Black Dragon Cub, and then said, Student Lin Yi, do you usually live alone? Seeing Nie Xiaoyu's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees, Lin Yi also began to wonder in his heart. Is she trying to get close to him? Yes. Lin Yi replied with some confusion. However, before he could finish his words, Nie Xiaoyu interrupted him with a look of surprise. Great. Can I move in with you? What? Lin Yi was so shocked that he almost dropped the spatula in his hand. Isn't this a bit too sudden? Although Nie Xiaoyu is much older than himself, she is still a real beauty after all, and she has a prominent background. Moving in and living under the same roof with me. What kind of talk is that? Seeing Lin Ye's big reaction, Xiaoyu suddenly blinked her eyes and even said pitifully, "This obsidian dragon cub is a mission assigned to me by the organization. Now that it has been contracted to you, I have no way to complete the task. Logically speaking, I should be sent to a military court for such a big mistake. Woo-woo." But Xiaoyu changed the subject and said with a gleam in her eyes, "If I can move in and monitor the growth of the dragon cub all the time, it will be a great help to my research. Our research team has already observed the spatial laws on the scales of the obsidian dragon, but we have never been able to confirm it. Besides, I am the best dragon expert in the military research group. No one knows the habits of dragons and how to tame a dragon better than me. You should have discovered that this little guy doesn't listen to you at all, right?" Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, revealing a hint of cunning. She said to Lin Yi in a half-threatening and half-tempting way, "Student Lin Yi, you don't want to contract a majestic dragon that can't help you fight, right?" Lin Ye's body suddenly trembled. Why does this phrase sound a little weird? However, although he had contracted this obsidian dragon cub, he had not yet found a way to tame this little guy to help him fight. He also searched the entire database of number 1 middle school. However, there is very little information about the dragon race. It is obvious that the information about this noble and powerful race should be kept in a higher-level database. For example, the military database. And then Xiaoyu in front of him is the expert in this field. Chapter 53. Free Long Nanny. Living together with the royal sister. "So, what do you think, Lin Yi?" Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and said earnestly, "Free babysitter for dragon cub." Lin Yeqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. How to tame this obsidian dragon cub is indeed a big problem. What's more, he is only a half-baked beast tamer. If he goes astray and fails to bring out the powerful strength of the obsidian dragon clan in the future, it will undoubtedly be a waste of God's gift. Lin Ye no did. Hearing Lin Ye's reply, Xiaoyu immediately revealed a satisfied smile, and the haggardness on her face seemed to disappear in an instant. A strand of lazy hair fell on the cheek. Only then did Lin Yi notice that Xiaoyu, who was only 27 or 28 years old, was definitely a beauty, but her beauty is hidden by her messy short hair and glasses on her nose. Looking closely, she has a high nose bridge and a kind of heroic beauty in her eyes and eyebrows. She is definitely a queen. Living under the same roof is not a bad thing. That's right. Xiaoyu suddenly seemed to have thought of something and took out a very small communicator from her backpack and handed it to Lin Yi. "This is a special military communication device. It contains my hotline number. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me at any time. Both the obsidian dragon cub and your safety are very important to me," Xiaoyu said solemnly. She was not lying. Lin Yi was now as important to her as the dragon cub. He is a natural dragon-friendly person, but it is hard to find another one even with a lantern. "So there's still fried meat to eat?" Xiaoyu asked shyly, with a blush on her cheeks. She felt a little ashamed coming from the mouth of a 27-year-old female colonel. "Yes, wait." Lin Yi was also helpless. He took out a piece of meat from the refrigerator and started working again. "This time I have become the head chef." Although Lin Ye's old and shabby rental house was simple, it was always kept clean. There were only 2 rooms in the rental house. Apart from the one where Lin Yi lived, the other one was openly occupied by Xiaoyu. The 2 of them slept across the wall. Both of them had experienced fatigue and exhaustion from the week-long process, and soon they began to snoring. Early in the morning, the 2 people in the 2 rooms opened their eyes early at the same time. Xiaoyu took out her military confidential communicator and sent a message to her assistant at the research base. "The obsidian dragon cub has been found. I have found a new direction and started the next step of research and experiment. I will not be returning to the base in the short term. Don't worry." Lin Yi also got up early. "Even though such a change has occurred in the rental house where I have lived for so many years, I must not delay my development plan because of it." After 5 days of hard work in the advanced leveling area, Lin Yi has reached level 50. Not only did he get a lot of new talent entries, finally he put on the level 50 King's Sword, Ghost Ring, Black Feather Leg Armor, and other gold-level equipment, and his attributes underwent a huge change. Lin Yi. Occupation: Forsaken of God. Level 50. Health: 9540. Magic: 2150. Attack: 1595. Defense: 1588. Physique: 181. Strength: 315. Agility: 345. Spirit: 155. Initial talent: Incomplete Godhead. Talent entries: savagery D level, light and recovery S level, ghost fire toxin A level. Skills: water calling step B rank, boiling beast blood A rank, full moon sweep A rank, ultrasonic search S rank. Reaching level 50 means being qualified for the first transformation, and Lin Ye's next step is to prepare for the first transformation. According to the regulations of Shanjing City, professionals who have reached level 50 need to clear a dangerous A-level dungeon independently, or clear a dangerous S-level dungeon with a team of no more than 10 people. You can get a certificate of strength. Only with this proof of strength can you go to the central area of Shanjing City to advance your career. This is what is called a turn. A turn is crucial for any professional. Not only can you gain new professional expertise, all attributes can be greatly improved again. It can be said that the combat power of professionals before and after the transformation is in two completely different situations. Lin Yi was also very curious about his profession as a forsaken of God. What level would he be able to reach after the first transformation? But whether it is to clear a dangerous A-level copy alone or to clear an S-level copy in a team, it is not an easy task. Referring to the threat level of the newly appeared Lulan General's Tomb copy, it was S-level. For the professionals whose levels were all in the 30s at the time, it took the joint efforts of the two major guilds, Hegemony and Black Hawk, to finally kill the final Lulan Corps general boss. Although Lin Ye's current level has reached 50 and his combat power has already doubled, he still cannot underestimate the enemy. What's more, in the past few days, more than 20 people have reached level 50 on the Shanjing City level ranking list. S-level professionals including Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, Qin Yinran, etc. are among the top. Everyone is preparing hard to be the first to prove their strength. Become the first person among this batch of awakeners to achieve the first transformation. Obtaining this honor will not only make you shine in the eyes of the citizens of Shanjing, but you will also receive a special reward from the Professional Bounty Association. Only professionals who have reached the first level can officially register with the Bounty Association and be eligible to take on various tasks with high bounties. Only then will you start to really make money as a professional. Almost everyone who chooses to become a professional does so in order to make a fortune in the Bounty Association. A bounty mission with a dangerous level of S. The reward obtained after completion can even be as high as 1 million dragon coins, which is enough for an ordinary family to have food and drink for a lifetime. Lin Yi also needs this way to make money, so his next goal is to find an A-level copy with the lowest risk. Not only do you have to meet the conditions for passing the level alone, but you must also try your best to avoid being disturbed or deliberately tripped up by others. But before that, Lin Yi still has to go to one place first, the trading office in Shanjing City. The ancient Lulan priest scepter and crescent moon necklace that he had hung up before have been sold. The person who bought the two pieces of equipment was the same person, and the offline transaction took place today. Chapter 54, Exchange. 1 million dragon coins in hand. Before Lin Yi went out, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly stuck her head out of her room and asked curiously, "Where you go?" Lin Yi also answered frankly, "Go check some information about the dungeon and trade some equipment." Nie Xiaoyu nodded obediently and blinked her eyes. "Go early and come back early." Lin Yi was also speechless. Such a familiar tone. This sister really didn't consider herself an outsider. Before leaving, Lin Yi saw Nie Xiaoyu talking about something with the communicator in hand. She didn't avoid Lin Yi, and it sounded like she wanted people from the military research base to send over some equipment. It seems that this sister really wants to convert her shabby rental house into a research room. Lin Yi scratched his head, but didn't care. The trading office is an official trading place established by Shanjing City. Once all the equipment hanging on the communicator line is photographed, it can be brought here offline for face-to-face trading. The safety of both parties in the transaction is the biggest guarantee and is guaranteed by the Shanjing City government. Lin Ye's ancient Lulan priest scepter and crescent moon necklace are two level 50 mage-grade top-grade equipment. In the end, the total price of dragon coins was as high as 1.1 million. After deducting the 10% handling fee, there was still a huge income of nearly 1 million. The same person who took the photos of these two pieces of equipment left his name online as Tang Jinchuan. Although no other information was left, the transaction was quite smooth. The person paid the deposit directly online and agreed to conduct the transaction in person today. Lin Yi rushed to the exchange, registered the serial number of the transaction, and was led to a compartment. It turned out that the person he was going to trade with had arrived earlier than Lin Yi and was already waiting in the cubicle. "Are you the one who traded the ancient Lulan priest scepter and the crescent moon necklace?" Seeing Lin Yi, the man immediately stood up excitedly. I saw a thin young man who was dressed in a very modest manner. Judging from his age, he should be the same as Lin Yi, and also an awakener of this generation. However, Lin Yi had never seen him in the #1 middle school. He should be from a county affiliated to Shanjing City. Hello. My name is Tang Jianchuan. This person actually left his real name online, which is quite honest. In comparison, Lin Yi only left a transaction code online. Tang Jianchuan looked up and down at Lin Yi with clear eyes, but there was no impoliteness in his eyes. He said to himself, "Your 2 pieces of equipment really helped me a lot. I will soon lead the team to obtain the job transfer certificate. If it weren't for these 2 level 50 gold equipment, I would really be unsure." This person also speaks without any cunning. This directly revealed that the 2 gold equipment were for his own use, and the fact that he could take out 1 million dragon coins to buy 2 gold level equipment showed that Tang Jianchuan's family was definitely wealthy. "Are you a mage?" Lin Yi asked politely. Tang Jianchuan nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "That's right. S-class professional thunder mage, please teach me." He is actually an S-class mage? Lin Yi was also shocked. It seemed that every county affiliated with Shanjing City was full of hidden talents. An S-class mage, coupled with these 2 level 50 gold equipment, has output capabilities comparable to that of an entire team. This person will definitely stand out in the future. Moreover, Tang Jianchuan was always polite in his words and deeds to others, which left a good impression on Lin Yi. Lin Yi happily took out the 2 pieces of equipment, placed them on the appraisal table of the exchange for confirmation, and then traded them directly to Tang Jianchuan. Tang Jianchuan immediately transferred the remaining balance to Lin Yi's card. Happy trading. Seeing the huge amount of money on the card balance increase instantly, Lin Yi felt happy. Before leaving, Tang Jianchuan asked politely, "Classmate, is it convenient for me to add you as a friend? If you find any more suitable mage equipment, just give me a price, and I will definitely buy it at the highest price." This person is quite generous. Lin Yi just happened to be in need of such a financial sponsor, so he happily added a contact as a friend. The information on Tang Jianchuan's communicator included the guild he belonged to, Fenghua. Fenghua is one of the 4 major guilds along with Hegemony and Blackhawk. It's no wonder that an S-level mage profession can only be inhabited by such a big guild. When Tang Jianchuan saw Lin Yi's slightly surprised expression, he spoke frankly. "I am currently serving as the small core leader of the Fenghua Guild Shanjing City branch. I wonder if this brother has a guild. If talents like you can come to our Fenghua, it will definitely be a win-win situation." Tang Jianchuan's attitude was extremely sincere. Although he didn't know what Lin Yi's profession was, the fact that he could produce 2 level 50 gold grade equipment at this stage meant that he was definitely not an ordinary person. "Sorry, I already have a guild." Lin Yi refused. Tang Jianchuan continued to ask, "Oh, which guild did you join, brother?" Lin Yi was stunned. He had verbally agreed to let Qin Yinran join her guild, but when the 2 were communicating, Qin Yinran had not actually registered with the guild. So now Lin Yi doesn't even know the name of his guild. It's a newly created guild. The name hasn't been decided yet." Tang Jianchuan's eyes suddenly showed a great regret, and he advised, "I'm not trying to persuade you, but talents like you deserve a bigger platform for you to display your talents. Or do you plan to go it alone, brother?" Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "A gentleman's word is a gentleman's word. I have already promised that person to join our guild, so I cannot go back on my word." Tang Jianchuan frowned, then smiled cheerfully and said, "What a gentleman's word! If that's the case, I won't force it any further. But since this is a guild that a man like you would choose, it must be something extraordinary. It seems that we will meet again sooner or later in the future. Goodbye." After leaving the exchange, Lin Yi turned on the communicator and found one of the names, Li Shuer. "Send a message. Where are you now? Is it convenient for us to meet?" A few seconds later, Li Shuer replied from the communicator, "We are in the inpatient department of the 3rd hospital. Wait, I'll send you the location." In a sense, he was able to successfully obtain the Black Moon Cloak, Tiger Talisman, and other equipment from the main hall thanks to the sheepskin map given by Li Shuer and Lin Fei. After coming out of the Lulan General's tomb copy, Lin Yi did not return directly to Shanjing City for safety reasons, but wandered outside for several days. Now that the 2 pieces of gold-level equipment have been sold, it's time to fulfill my promise. Chapter 55. Helping in times of need, a favor that cannot be repaid. The emergence of priests with healing spells has brought the world's medical level into a new era. However, as the professionals who went to the dungeon to open up new lands one after another inevitably suffered various strange injuries. Coupled with the fact that many unstable copies appeared in residential areas, it was like a disaster. Therefore, the number of hospitals did not decrease but increased instead. When Lin Yi arrived at the inpatient department of the third hospital, he saw that Hong Liang, who had escaped death, had regained consciousness. But the whole person was wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy, with only his face exposed as he lay on the bed. Seeing Lin Yi coming, Hong Liang was so excited that he wanted to stand up from the bed, but his words were still a little unclear. "Thank you very much, brother. I have no way of repaying you for saving my life." Li Shuer beside him also hurriedly asked Lin Yi to sit down. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were filled with unconcealed excitement. "Lin Yi, hurry up and sit down." Lin Fei also looked at Lin Yi with gratitude in his eyes. "Brother Lin Yi, you really managed to get out of the dungeon. Xiao Xue has been worried to death these past few days." Lin Fei's words made Li Shuer's face blush again. "What are you talking about?" Lin Yi coughed a few times and said, "How is your captain's injury?" The three of them looked at each other awkwardly, and finally Lin Fei spoke up. "The captain's condition has been stabilized for the time being, but just like what you said, if he wants to regain his mobility, he must find a priest of level 5 or above to help. We asked the third hospital, and they said that although they could contact someone, they would need to prepare at least 1.8 million dragon coins." The situation was exactly as Lin Yi expected. With injuries as serious as their captain Hong Liang's, he would be doomed to become a cripple without the help of a priest of level 5 or above. Hong Liang, who was lying on the hospital bed, sighed, but forced a smile and said, "It's okay, Lin Fei Xiaoxue, don't be so stressed. At worst, I can just step back and do some things." Lin Fei said excitedly, "Captain, don't say such things. We must heal you even if it costs us our lives." Li Shuer also nodded hurriedly. The feelings they both had for Captain Hong Liang had long been deeper than those for their family. The ward was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of powerlessness. Lin Yi suddenly interrupted and asked, "How much money do you have now?" Li Shuer bit her lip and said, "We have taken out all our savings and borrowed some from friends. Now we have 600,000 dragon coins." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you found an opportunity to use those pieces of equipment?" Li Shuer and Lin Fei looked at each other and shook their heads. Hong Liang, who was lying on the hospital bed, took over the conversation and said, "I was the one who stopped them from selling. The power behind the man who attacked us is definitely extraordinary. I'm afraid they've been tricked." Lin Yi nodded. Captain Hong Liang was right. Earlier in that instance, when Lin Yi gave instructions to the two of them, he had thought about the power behind that person. "But I didn't expect that person to be the fourth young master of Bali Group." The four words Bali Group are no longer enough to describe its power. Even if you run to the black market in other cities, it is difficult to escape their eyes. It's right not to sell it. You should know who that person is, right? Lin Ye's expression changed, and his tone became stern. In recent days, rumors from the Lulan General's tomb copy have gradually spread to Shanjing City. Plus, some media are digging for it like they saw a treasure. A saying has reached people's ears. The fourth young master of Bali Group disappeared in the Lulan General tomb copy, and before his disappearance, he seemed to have been besieged by the two major guilds, Bay and Black Hawk. The wife of the Bali Group was furious. But until now, there is still no news from his fourth son, whom he doted on the most. I heard that the top leaders of the Black Hawk Guild and the Hegemony Guild have already contacted the Bali Group, but no explanation has been given so far. People have always loved to watch the high-ranking rich people biting each other. But only Hong Liang, Li Shuer, and Lin Fei in the ward knew the real truth. The assassin who was hunting them down was the fourth young master of the Bali Group, and he had died at Lin Ye's hands. As for how Lin Yi brought disaster to the two major guilds, Bay and Black Hawk, Hong Liang and the other two just couldn't figure it out. They just admired Lin Yi more and more, and even had a deep awe of him. New. Lin Fei and Li Shuer gritted their teeth and nodded. Although they were afraid of the Bali Group, they hated it even more. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. The fourth young master of the Bali Group brutally killed two of their teammates, and his death did not deserve a pity. Lin Yi sighed and said, "Next, the Bali Group will conduct a strict inspection of all markets. So find an opportunity to destroy the 3 pieces of equipment in your hands and never use them again." Lin Fei immediately said anxiously, "But what about the captain's illness? If we don't sell the equipment, where can we get the remaining 1 million dragon coins?" Lying on the hospital bed, Hong Liang said in a deep voice. Xiao Fei listened to Brother Lin Yi. He's right. Once the Bali group finds out, not only will the three of us die, but Brother Lin Yi will also be implicated. Lin Fei's face suddenly showed a feeling of powerlessness. Sometimes, money can buy a person's life. Without money, I can only watch Hong Liang become a waste. I can lend you the remaining 1.2 million dragon coins. Lin Yi suddenly spoke. After getting nearly 1 million dragon coins from the exchange, plus the bonus Lin Yi received from the trial tower, the total was almost exactly 1,200,000 dragon coins. This is also his entire family fortune. No, no way. Hong Liang, who was lying on the bed, quickly refused. Brother Lin Yi, saving my life is already a debt of gratitude that I can never repay. Even if you cure me, it will be difficult for us to repay these 1.2 million dragon coins. Hong Liang is aware of their own strength. They simply couldn't repay Lin Yi for this favor. Li Shuer and Lin Fei also lowered their heads and remained silent. They owed Lin Yi too much. If you can't pay it back, just pay it back slowly. At worst, I'll charge you interest. Lin Yi said lightly. In fact, he did this not only to help Hong Liang, but also to eliminate the risk of being discovered by the Bali group. Your Captain Hong Liang's injury must be treated as soon as possible. Because next, Bali group will definitely liquidate every person who has been to the Lulan General Tomb dungeon one by one. And the injuries on your body are the most fatal evidence. It must be erased as soon as possible within 3 days. Hong Liang was stunned, and the three of them finally realized the seriousness of what Lin Yi said. The Bali group is definitely not so easy to fool. They will definitely find out the cause of death of the fourth young master at all costs. Good. Hong Liang nodded with difficulty. He knew this was the only option. Brother Lin Yi, we will definitely pay you back. Chapter 56. The Bounty Association is approaching me. There's something fishy going on. Money makes the world go round. With these 1.8 million dragon coins, the hospital will be able to quickly contact a 5th-level priest to help. The 5th job skill, flesh and blood reforging, can even restore Hong Liang's previous mobility within a day. No one would think that the 1.8 million dragon coins were not worth spending. No one would think that it is too easy for a 5th-level priest to make money, because a priest who can reach level 250 in the 5th transformation is rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The later the level, the harder it is to advance. It is dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult for a priest to reach level 250 than for a combat profession. Priests who have reached that status, not only those who are supported by the major wealthy families and top tycoons, but are also willing to come out and charge money to treat people, are already considered saints. Only by healing Hong Liang's injuries can the clues be completely erased. When facing a giant like Bali Group, no traces can be left behind, and Lin Yi must seize every opportunity to become stronger. Only then did he realize that when facing the threat of a giant like Bali Group, an ordinary person would be as helpless as an ant. But fortunately, Lin Yi is in the dark now. The trick of diverting trouble in the copy also allowed the two major guilds, Bay and Black Hawk, to temporarily shield themselves from the guns. Completing a turn is imminent. After Lin Yi left the 3rd hospital, he went directly to the Bounty Association. Here is more official copy information and intelligence. Only by completing a copy of the Danger Level A or above rated by the Bounty Association can you obtain a job transfer certificate. Here, Lin Yi also saw many familiar faces from the number 1 middle school. Most of them are A-level or above occupations. In the initial stage of the race against time, no one fell swoop, and many people have reached level 50. But Lin Yi did not see Lin Xueming and Wang Biao among them. It seemed that due to the disappearance of the 4th young master of Bali Group, the two of them who were involved in the case were now too busy to be present. This also happened to give Lin Yi an opportunity. Just as Lin Yi was carefully browsing the information about the A-level copy provided by the Shangjing Association, a chatty voice suddenly came from behind Lin Yi. My classmate, are you here to get a job transfer certificate as well? Lin Yi turned around and saw that the person coming was a melee fighter carrying 2 swords. Half of his equipment was at least silver, and his level had also reached 50. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. The boy with the 2 swords on his back looked at Lin Yi's equipment and said, Great. Do you want to join our team? We are all here to get the job transfer certificate. We plan to push the S-level dungeon, and we are just a few positions short. The boy with the 2 swords turned around and gestured to a group of people in the distance. Several people in the distance also waved to him, and those people also reached level 51 by one. How is it, brother? It's much safer to fight together than to fight alone. This person immediately invited Lin Yi to form a team. Although the S-level copy is only one level higher in danger than the A-level copy, the difficulty and risk are increased several times. Therefore, the requirements of the Bounty Association have been relaxed so that as long as a team of 10 or less people passes an S-level copy, they can obtain a job transfer certificate. Don't worry, we have 3 A-level professionals in our team, and we can guarantee that we can clear the S-level dungeon. The boy with the 2 swords on his back continued to persuade him. His eyes kept looking at Lin Ye's equipment intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Ye's equipment was deliberately covered with rags and sanded to look old. At first glance, passers-by would not realize that they were all precious gold objects. Besides, if you clear an S-level dungeon, you can get a lot of gold items. The team will be assigned according to their needs when the time comes. The boy with his shoulders folded kept persuading Lin Yi, seeming to want him to join their team. His passionate attitude makes people suspect that there is something fishy going on. Lin Yi suddenly nodded happily. The boy with the 2 swords on his back suddenly showed a hint of ecstasy in his eyes and hurriedly waved to his companions in the distance, saying, "Great, let's get going now, without further delay." Several companions in the distance quickly gathered over, including a heavy armored warrior, 2 mages, a priest, and an archer. Including the boy carrying 2 swords, there were 6 people in total. The eyes of the later ones were also looking at Lin Yi intentionally or unintentionally. The heavily armored warrior enthusiastically extended a hand to Lin Yi and said, "Welcome this brother to join our team. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to clear this S-level dungeon with us here." Before they could even finish their polite words, several people had already put on their backpacks and equipment, ready to set off. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you chosen your copy yet?" The heavily armored warrior was stunned for a moment, then smiled and explained, "That's right, brother. The copy we chose is the S-level Ghost Beast Valley. Don't worry, we have already prepared intelligence about this Ghost Beast Valley, and we will definitely be able to pass it." Seeing that Lin Yi seemed suspicious, one of the mages said hurriedly, "In fact, we chose the Ghost Beast Valley mainly based on the advantages of our team." "Don't worry. That's right. Today's time is just right. I think we should set off now," the boy carrying 2 swords immediately suggested. The rest of the companions also nodded in agreement. A group of people surrounded Lin Yi and prepared to walk out of the city. "Wait a moment." Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. The sudden interruption made everyone's expression startled, but they heard Lin Yi continue to speak. "Aren't you going to ask me my name and occupation?" The heavily armored warrior smiled awkwardly and said, "Look how anxious we are. We forgot all about this. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Changhe. What's your name?" The boy next to him, who was carrying 2 swords, also smiled hurriedly and said, Yes. My name is Yuan Chanting. My name is Yuan Xiaoyu." Lin Ye's mouth curled up slightly, pretending to be indifferent, and said, "It's okay. My name is Lin Yi. I already have an idea in my mind. These people all have the same surname, and they should all be from the same affiliated county of Shanjing City. They're definitely a group of fellow villagers." A group of people coaxed Lin Yi into the team, and they might have set their sights on Lin Yi. There must be a ghost in that Ghost Beast Valley. Chapter 57. Ghost Beast Valley. The Suspicious Yuan Brothers. Ghost Beast Valley is located in the north of Shanjing City. When Lin Yi followed the group to the north gate, he found that there were 3 people waiting for them outside the gate. 2 of them were very familiar with the Yuan guys, but a petite shield warrior girl seemed a little awkward and out of place with them. "These 3 are with us too." Yuan Changting, carrying 2 swords on his back, smiled and explained to Lin Yi. "There are 7 people on Lin Ye's side, plus the 3 people, making a total of 10 people. Along the way, the people surnamed Yuan and the 2 who came later kept looking at Lin Yi intentionally or unintentionally, and they even pretended to exchange glances with each other unintentionally. Little did he know that all this fell into Lin Ye's eyes. They must have their own private communicator channels. Only the shield warrior girl who came later seemed a little confused like Lin Yi, and she was probably not in the same group with them. This girl has a petite figure, but she carries a huge shield that is almost as big as her entire body, which makes her look quite cute in contrast. Lin Yi took the opportunity to bend down to organize his equipment, walked up to the girl, and started talking to her. "Hello. Were you also called by them to get the job transfer certificate together?" The girl nodded immediately with a hint of embarrassment on her face. He seems to be a shy and socially anxious person. "My name is Lin Yi." Lin Yi immediately introduced himself. The girl also hurriedly and politely replied, "My name is Gu Shiyu." This simple conversation between the two attracted the attention of Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting in front. The two brothers stared at Lin Yi intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Yi just said a few words to her, then walked back to the front of the team and turned around. Then, just when I was talking to you, Lin Yi quietly sent a friend invitation to Gu Shiyu via the contact app. A few seconds later, Gu Shiyu agreed to the invitation. The Ghost Beast Valley is located at the foot of a mountain near Shangjing City. It is connected to the mountain on the left and the plain on the right, with several natural gullies in the middle. These gullies can be tens of meters deep, forming a world of their own. Due to good lighting conditions and humid climate, bushes more than 1 meter tall even grew in the gullies. Among them lies a deadly monster, the Ghost Beast. It was a creature shaped like an ape, covered with black hair, but with a naturally formed bone mask on its face, as strange as a human face. Hence the name, Ghost Beast. The Ghost Beast is a highly aggressive social monster that lives in this valley. It moves quickly and has a sense of group combat, and its destructive power is quite amazing. Before it was designated as a dangerous S-level dungeon area, there were often reports of lone professionals mistakenly entering this Ghost Beast Valley and dying there. When the group arrived at the Ghost Beast Valley, everyone's faces became tense. The heavily armored warrior Yuan Changhe walked at the front of the team. Yuan Changting, the agile swordsman with dual swords, followed closely behind him, and the other mages and archers also found their own positions. These 8 people cooperate with each other with an unspoken tacit understanding, and it is obvious that they have been working as a team for many years. Brother Lin Yi, Sister Gu Shiyu, you two are also melee professions. Please stay with me. The heavily armored warrior Yuan Changhe waved his hand at Lin Yi and said, "There is nothing wrong with what he said." Lin Yi immediately took out a weapon from his backpack and walked to the front of the team, but what he took out was not the level 50 golden weapon, Junshu Wang's sword. Instead, it was an ordinary bronze sword that had exploded in a copy before. Yuan Changting, who was also holding 2 long swords as weapons, glanced at the long sword in Lin Yi's hand and turned away. The entire team began to move forward cautiously. Soon, there was a sporadic noise in a bush ahead. A nimble black shadow seemed to flash by. Lin Yi looked carefully. The heavily armored warriors Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting beside them also saw it, and they exchanged glances. Yuan Changhe suddenly took a step forward. He raised the shield in his hand and slammed it hard into the bushes. This should be his charge skill. Yuan Changting also quickly followed, waving the 2 long swords in his hands like a whirlwind. There was a scream from the bushes, and a black-haired ghost beast half the height of a person was knocked out. The ghost beast was just about to scream loudly to attract its companions. However, its last life was taken away by 2 spells and a long sword that came from the team. The team cooperated very well and killed a ghost beast directly at the beginning. Lin Yi didn't even have time to make a move. This team of Yuan brothers does have the ability to clear an S-level copy. Then why did they coax and trick me and another shield warrior girl, Gu Shiyu, into this ghost beast valley? Lin Yi was secretly alert in his heart, but he did not show any sign on the surface. It seemed that their progress in this ghost beast valley was particularly smooth. All the lone ghost beasts they encountered along the way were killed silently by them. In this way, they have advanced to the depths of the valley, and the cliffs on both sides are as high as 4 or 5 stories. Some messy straw appeared in the surrounding bushes. Lin Yi used his sword to push aside the bushes and saw that it was actually a ruined ghost beast nest. The nest made of straw had been chopped into pieces, and it seemed that someone had been here before. Could it be that the Yuan brothers have already been here once? Lin Yi suddenly had doubts in his mind. Then I heard Yuan Changting shouting in surprise from behind me. "Look, what is this?" Several people immediately gathered around, and Lin Yi also looked at Yuan Changting. I saw that he was holding a piece of mineral that was emitting a deep blue light. Suri Sansori. Lin Yi immediately recognized the item in Yuan Changting's hand. It is a kind of or material that can be used to enchant high-level weapons. It is extremely valuable and can almost be measured in grams. The people around him also exclaimed in surprise. "This should be the spirit, or right? I heard this thing is very valuable. How come I found it here?" Yuan Changting also showed an excited expression on his face. "I don't know either. I just stepped on something hard in the bushes. I picked it up and it turned out to be spirit ore." The leader of this group, the heavily armored warrior Yuan Changhe, also said with a gleam in his eyes, "Spirit or will never appear alone. Everyone quickly spread out and looked for it, There might be a vein of or here. If we can find a mineral vein, we'll be rich. Then Yuan Changhe immediately pointed in the direction and gave instructions. Two people in a group. Chongting Xiaoyu, go over there. Dashin, Erzon, go look for in the west. Brother Lin Yi, Sister Gu Xiu, the two of you should go together and look for the cliff on the east side. There seems to be a cave there. The shield warrior girl seemed to believe Yuan Changhe's words and nodded excitedly. Lin Yi also nodded. Soi-disant vin? He wanted to see what Yuan Changhe was up to. Chapter 58. Spiritual Mind. Shield warrior girl, Gu Xiu. Soul veins are a new type of, or that appears on this planet along with dungeons and monsters. Because of its innate strong affinity for spells, it is used as the best material for enchanting high-level weapons and equipment. But such veins are extremely rare, and there is almost no pattern to them. Throughout history, every professional who has discovered this kind of mineral vein has made a fortune without exception. Could it be that there is a spirit vein hidden in this ghost beast valley? Lin Yi became even more alert. The piece of or emitting azure blue light that I just saw from Yuan Chongting's hand is definitely the spirit vein. But he absolutely did not believe that if the Yuan brothers discovered something as valuable as a spirit vein, they would share it with two strangers they had just met. Were those people just pretending? But as long as they don't reveal their true identity, Lin Yi must not alert them first. The direction Yuan Changhe pointed to him, and Gu Xiu was just ahead. There was a cave deep in the cliff. From a distance, it was pitch black inside. The shield warrior girl next to her, Gu Xiu, raised the lighting pure in her hand and leaned forward. Suddenly, there was a star-like burst of azure light inside. It's spirit ore? It's inside the cave? Gu Xiu suddenly became excited and stretched her legs to step in. But Lin Yi stopped her with his hand, put his hand to her mouth, and shushed her, then quietly sent her a message on the communicator. Be careful. There's something fishy about those people. Natural spirit ore is often mixed in the rock layer, and the surface is covered with an oxide layer, so the azure inner layer is not exposed on the surface at all. Those ores in the cave were obviously placed there intentionally by someone. This method of seduction is simply too crude. Gu Xiu was stunned and immediately stared at Lin Yi with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Lin Yi shook his head at her. Then he turned to Yuan Changhe and Yuan Chongting, who were searching in another direction, and said, "There is no ore in the cave. Let's go look somewhere else." Lin Ye's words immediately attracted the attention of the Yuan brothers. Yuan Changhe's expression froze for a moment. Then he forced out a smile and said, "Brother Lin Yi, why don't you look for it carefully? The spirit ore is a very expensive thing. I heard that one piece can be sold for tens of thousands of dragon coins." Lin Yi frowned and said, "There is indeed nothing in this cave, and aren't we here to get the job transfer certificate?" Lin Ye's words made Yuan Changhe's face suddenly fall, and he said, "You can get the job transfer certificate sooner or later. This spirit vein is something you can only encounter once in a while. If we really find it, we will be rich." Lin Yi suddenly smiled at him and said, "Brother Yuan, if we really find it, how should we divide the mineral vein?" Yuan Changhe was startled and said, "Well, then of course it's divided equally. Everyone gets a share. Go inside the cave and take another look." Lin Yi took a step further away from the cave entrance and said, "There is indeed nothing in this cave. In that case, let's quickly look somewhere else." "How is that possible?" Yuan Changhe's expression finally changed. A sinister look appeared in his small eyes, and his tone became cold. "Brother Lin Yi, don't you believe me? You haven't even gone in. How do you know there are no mineral veins in the cave?" The true face is finally revealed. Lin Yi sneered and said, "Brother Yuan, why are you so sure there are spirit veins in this cave? Did you put those ores in there?" This sentence directly exposed Yuan Changhe's thoughts. At this time, Yuan Changhe simply stopped pretending and said something in the communication group with a cold face. Yuan Chongting and several people with the surname Yuan in the distance also immediately surrounded them, each of them equipped with weapons. "Haha, I didn't expect you to see it." Yuan Changhe laughed grimly and said, "But today, you two have to go in whether you want to or not." A group of people surrounded Lin Yi and Gu Xiu in front of the cave. True nature revealed. "You, what do you want to do?" The shield warrior girl, Gu Xiu, suddenly raised the huge shield on her back in her hands in a panic and stammered, "We're not going into this cave." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at the group of people in front of him. The brothers Yuan Changhe and Yuan Chongting had the best equipment, almost half of which were made of silver. although the rest of the people were not as well equipped as them. They hid behind them and formed a battle formation. Gang committing crime? These people must be habitual offenders. If my guess is correct, this cave may not only have no spirit veins, but may be the lair of the ghost beast. Lin Yi sneered and said, "You took great pains to lure the two of us here, just to use us as bait to feed those ghost beasts so that you can free up your hands to find the real mineral vein." Yuan Chongding rubbed the two swords in his hands and grinned. "You're smart, but today I have no choice but to sacrifice the two of you to help us brothers realize our dream of becoming successful overnight." Yuan Chongding was a cautious person. He had long seen that Lin Yi was not an ordinary person. He knew that talking too much would lead to mistakes. He quickly turned around and said to Yuan Changha, "Brother, stop wasting time talking to them and get started." Yuan Changha also gave an order. The two mages in the team suddenly attacked together, waving their staffs violently. Two yellow rays of light shot out from the staff like two snakes and landed at the feet of Lin Yi and Gu Shiyu. Earth Dragon Technique. Suddenly, the soil under Lin Yi and the shield warrior girl, Gu Shiyu's feet, suddenly rioted, and a powerful thrust surged from the ground. Like a ground dragon, it pushed the two of them into the cave. Not good. Lin Yi's expression was startled. He didn't expect that the two mages in the Yuan brothers team were both Earth attribute mages. Although the damage of this Earth Dragon technique is not high, it is a hard-pushing skill. The soil under their feet had become a steep slope, forcing the two to slide into the cave. Lin Yi suddenly stomped his feet on the ground and flexibly climbed forward. Unexpectedly, Gu Shiyu in front of him had already collapsed to the ground, and the huge shield came crashing down towards Lin Yi behind him. Like a giant pot lid, Lin Yi, who was about to crawl out, was forcibly pulled back. "I'll go." Lin Yi was hit by Gu Shiyu and rolled into the cave. When I opened my eyes again, it was already dark all around, and the two Earth attribute mages directly used their skills to seal the entrance of the cave. The two were sealed to death in this cave. Lin Yi was knocked unconscious by the fall, and he felt as if there was a small Iron Man's weight pressing on him. That huge shield was still on his head. How come this petite girl is so heavy? This time she really hurt me badly. The faint voice of the shield warrior girl Gu Shiyu came to my ears. "Wow, I'm sorry. Chapter 59 Mutants. Hateful Ghost Beasts. Ahem. How about you get up for a moment?" Lin Yi was a little breathless due to the pressure. Who would have thought that this petite Gu Shiyu, who looked only about 1.5 meters tall, actually weighed 300 to 400 kilograms? The whole set of equipment is thick and heavy armor. Most of the health bar that had just dropped was caused by this girl. "Oops. Sorry." Gu Shiyu rolled over and got off Lin Yi, then quickly reached out to help Lin Yi. "Classmate, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Yi took a deep breath, covered his mouth and nose, and took out the glowworm from his backpack. In the smoke and dust, the fireflies can only illuminate an area of 4 or 5 meters around them. Looking up, they saw that the entrance to the cave where they fell had been completely sealed. Lin Yi climbed up a few steps to check. It should be the pouring technique of the Earth Magician. The entire cave entrance was poured into a thick earth wall. When I struck it with the hilt of the sword, it was so solid that not even a hollow sound was heard. It seems that it is impossible to break this wall from the inside. "Oh." Gu Shiyu's faint voice suddenly rang out beside him. "If I hadn't blocked you just now, you would have already climbed up." Lin Yi was also somewhat helpless, but this girl still has some conscience. She has already said sorry to me 3 times. The attitude is extremely sincere. What else can Lin Yi do? What's more, now the two of them are on the same boat. Lin Yi said nothing more, concentrating on thinking about how to escape. But Gu Shiyu suddenly said, "But don't worry, we will definitely get out alive. I will protect you." Lin Yi was stunned. With the dim light of the flare insect, he could see Gu Shiyu's face full of confidence. "You protect me?" Lin Yi was a little surprised and said. Gu Shiyu nodded seriously and said, "I'm a shield warrior. My defense value is very high. If you encounter a ghost beast, you can hide behind me." Lin Yi couldn't help but hold his forehead. For a moment, I didn't know whether to say that this girl was too naive or too simple, but these words sounded very touching. However, the Yuan brothers did not lure the two of them into this cave at random. Judging from their performance, they must have been to this ghost beast valley once before and should have already made preparations. This cave is most likely the lair of ghost beasts. Don't forget, this ghost beast valley is an S-level copy. That means the boss is at least a dangerous S-level monster. At this moment, a heavy and violent breath suddenly came from the depths of the cave ahead. Lin Yi and the other two immediately became alert. He could feel that Gu Xiu beside him was visibly nervous, and her hands were shaking as she gripped the shield. "Don't panic," Lin Yi said softly. Then he gently rolled the glowworm in his hand along the ground. The dim fluorescent light swirled and rolled towards the depths of the cave, illuminating the source of the violent aura. It turned out to be a huge ghost beast with an extremely fat body, as big as a truck. The thick, fat limbs and the huge belly were stuck in the depths of the cave in an extremely crooked posture. The original black hair on his body had turned a little gray, and the bone armor mask on his face was also bloated. Mutants! There was also a hint of awe in Lin Ye's eyes. According to the information, even an adult ordinary ghost beast can only grow to the size of a human at most. The monster in front of him, which is as bloated as a giant monster, must be a mutant among the population. Moment. The flamingo that rolled to its feet was smashed to pieces by a palm. A ferocious howl rang out throughout the cave. It's so terrifying that it makes people uneasy. What is this?" Gu Xiu said in panic, obviously frightened by this ugly and bloated ghost beast. "It's a mutant species among the ghost beast tribe," Lin Yi answered as he took out a new tube of illuminating insects from his backpack. "Don't panic. It seems to be stuck in the cave. It won't be able to get out for a while." Although the light from the insect that just rolled past was only for a moment, Lin Yi watched it carefully. This mutant ghost beast was stuck in a cave which became narrower and narrower as it went deeper because of its overly bloated body. It had a ferocious body, but was unable to move. Lin Yi used the flaming insect to shine at his feet. I saw that the ground of the surrounding caves was indeed filled with pieces of white bones and corpses, including those of various animals, and even those of ghost beasts. "What a disaster," Lin Yi whispered. Gu Xiu beside him asked tremblingly, "What should we do now?" Lin Yi looked around and could only shake his head helplessly and said, "There are no other forks around this cave. We can't go back, so we can only go forward. We can only kill that guy and see if there is a way out behind it." "Fuck, kill it." Gu Xiu's eyes widened immediately. Just the two of us?" Lin Yi suddenly discovered a characteristic of this petite girl. She would stutter when she was nervous. "That's right." Lin Yi nodded. "If we don't kill it, we will really be trapped in this cave." After saying that, Lin Yi took out the real level 50 golden weapon, Junshu Wang's sword, from his backpack. Then I activated the ghost fire poison. A layer of enchanting flames suddenly ignited on the entire glorious sword, and the flames illuminated the surrounding caves. Now that Lin Ye's level has reached 50, with half of his body covered in gold equipment and even a brilliant level ring, his output capabilities have completely changed. This mutant ghost beast stuck in the cave, just like a living target. Lin Yi can just try out the extent of his current output ability. The water calling step under your feet is activated. Lin Ye's movement speed suddenly increased, holding up the king's sword and rushing straight into the depths of the cave. The long sword with burning and poison effects illuminated the face of the mutant ghost beast. The first move he uses is Thunder Thrust. 1957. A number close to 2000 suddenly burst out on the ghost beast's chest. Wow, such high damage. Seeing the huge damage figures, Gu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, the attributes of the mutant ghost beast also appeared in front of the two. Hateful Ghost Beast. Level 55 Gold Boss. Chi and Blood. 100,000. Introduction. Once the strongest individual of the Ghost Beast tribe, after being infected and becoming a hateful host, his greed and desire for power drove him crazy, and he gradually became a monster hated and feared by his own kind. Chapter 60. Revenge is a must. The evil-minded Lin Yi. The mutant ghost beast's counterattack came quickly and violently. Its bloated arms suddenly swung towards Lin Yi, bringing up a cloud of sharp gravel. Lin Yi took a light step to the side and accurately avoided the powerful blow. At the same time, his left hand was instantly equipped with the Tiger Battle Shield, completely blocking the sharp gravel. Not even a trace of damage was done. Lin Yi held the sword in one hand, and the damage bonus of the level 50 gold weapon made the damage number of each of Lin Ye's attacks reach 4 digits. 1389, 1288, 1355. Under Gu Xiu's stun gaze, Lin Ye's attack speed was getting faster and faster. The burning sword in his hand was swung like a fire snake. Damage numbers reaching thousands of points exploded on the body of the mutated ghost beast, mixed with burning and poison damage effects. In just a few minutes, the blood bar was visibly reduced. So strong. Gu Xiu widened her eyes and stammered. Lin Yi in front of him was like performing, and every strike of the sword in his hand accurately hit the vital points of the ghost beast. The mutant ghost beast's terrifying and brutal counterattacks made her tremble with fear every time. But Lin Yi managed to dodge them easily. This is simply a teaching lesson on positioning. Gu Xiu had never seen such a performance in her life. Under the illumination of the flaming sword, Lin Ye's figure was like a dancer, taking the most agile steps, precise and deadly. She felt that in these few short minutes, she seemed to have learned a lot. No wonder he had the confidence to say he wanted to kill this mutated ghost beast. Because his output ability alone is enough, and he doesn't even need himself. The mutant ghost beast's health bar, which was as high as 100,000, was visibly decreasing. Soon it dropped to half. At this time, the overlord of this extremely bloated monster finally fell into a state of rage. For the first time, the bone armor mask on its face showed a look of fear. The huge force became even more violent, and the sturdy arms waved in the cave. Every time they smashed down hard, it caused a vibration. The rubble from above fell like raindrops. Even Lin Yi could not avoid the piles of rubble. Each rubble was like a hidden weapon, scratching his body and leaving scars. 3947. Although the damage number is not large, it is enough to affect Lin Ye's judgment and actions. Suddenly, a huge piece of shaky rubble above his head was shaken down. Careful! Gu Xiu behind him hurriedly spoke up to remind him. Lin Yi raised his head and quickly dodged to the side. However, at this moment, the mutant ghost beast's thick arms suddenly smashed towards Lin Yi. One up, one forward. Lin Yi was destined to be unable to dodge all the attacks coming from two directions, and he instinctively raised the tiger battle shield in his hand to withstand the attack from the mutant monster. 2158. In an instant, a huge damage number exploded on Lin Yi. Lin Yi was blown away like a kite with a broken string. At this time, the most fatal scene happened. As the ground around the cave loosened, the mutated ghost beast that was originally stuck in the cave seemed to have freed half of its body. Only two bloated legs were left stuck inside. In this way, its attack range suddenly doubled. It was already ferocious, and now it was even more furious. After knocking Lin Yi away with a punch, it pounced down, raised its arms, and punched towards Lin Yi again. Lin Yi felt something was wrong. I hurriedly turned over, but it was too late. It is destined to be difficult to avoid the brutal attack of this ghost beast. He watched helplessly as the two sturdy arms, like those of a calf, came crashing down upon him. Suddenly, Lin Ye's eyes went dark. Boom! A huge crash sounded in the cave, which made Lin Yi deaf. However, the expected pain and injury did not occur. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, but he saw Gu Xiu standing in front of him. The petite body held up a huge shield that was bigger than herself and stood firmly in front of Lin Yi. The shield stuck in the ground, along with her feet, was smashed into the ground, leaving several deep grooves. But she didn't retreat a single step. Get out of the way! Gu Xiu gritted her teeth and said. At this moment, the ghost beast's explosive attack came again. It hit the big shield in Gu Xiu's hand like a meteor, forcing her to retreat several steps. At the same time, an injury appeared on her body. 1259? Lin Yi quickly turned over and stepped back, shouting to Gu Xiu. Retreat quickly. Get out of that guy's attack range. Gu Xiu, wearing heavy armor and holding a huge shield, moved slowly and clumsily, and had no time to retreat. With a tense face, she suddenly retracted her shield, fell to the ground, and rolled backwards. In an extremely funny posture, he rolled out of the attack range of the mutated ghost beast. Lin Yi was also stunned by this awkward yet clever operation. But after this incident, Lin Yi actually looked at this girl with new eyes. This girl really doesn't talk nonsense. She really does it when there's something going on. Moreover, she had just put up her shield to withstand the attack from the mutant ghost beast, and her health loss was even less than Lin Ye's. This meant that her heavy armor was not in vain. Her defense was probably higher than that of Lin Yi, who was wearing half a body of gold armor. This girl's shield warrior profession level should be at least A level. Call! Gu Xiu ran over panting, her eyes wide open and her little face flushed with fear. Lin Yi raised his head and drank a bottle of blood. After recovering his condition, He went up again, holding the king's sword. Beast blood boiling is directly turned on, and Lin Ye's damage and output directly reach a new level again. The attack speed of the king's sword in his hand is getting faster and faster. This is the additional effect of the brilliant ghost ring. Transformation into a ghost. When attacking the same target, the attack speed continues to stack. Under Lin Ye's violent attack, 10 minutes later, the remaining half of the mutant ghost beast's health bar was finally consumed. With an unwilling wail, he turned into a bloated corpse. In an instant, several white lights converge on Lin Yi and Gu Shiyu. This level 55 gold level boss gave quite a generous amount of experience points, allowing Lin Yi to level up 3 levels in a row. Although Gu Shiyu did not gain as much experience as Lin Yi, she also flashed a white light and was promoted to the next level. What excited them the most was, as the huge body of the mutant ghost beast fell, a faint ray of light came from the cave behind it. Where there is light, there is an exit. Save! Gu Shiyu couldn't help but cheer. Lin Yi held the king's sword in his hand and chopped off the 4 claws of the ghost beast. This level 55 gold level boss is enough proof that they have passed the ghost beast valley. Lin Yi handed one of the claws to Gu Shiyu and said, "Don't be too happy. Don't forget that the people who sealed us in this cave are probably still nearby." Gu Shiyu was stunned, with an angry look on his face, and said, "Those guys are really outrageous." After Lin Yi put away the claws of your ghost beast, he suddenly looked at Gu Shiyu and asked, "Gu Shiyu, can I trust you?" Gu Shiyu was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Yi with a very serious look in his eyes, and immediately nodded fiercely and said seriously, "Of course. I, Gu Shiyu, have always been a good person. What's more, the two of us have lived and died together." The girl looked so serious that she even raised one hand to swear. Lin Yi also showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "That's good. Next, I want you to cooperate with me in a play." Gu Shiyu was confused after hearing this, but still nodded. Lin Yi took out 3 black pieces of equipment from his backpack and put them on, including a wrist guard, a dagger, and a chainmail. Snake scale wrist guards, ghost breaking dagger, golden silk mail armor. These 3 pieces of equipment were stripped off from the 4th young master of the Chun family of the Bali group who died in the General's Tomb dungeon. Before leaving the 3rd hospital, Lin Yi asked for these 3 pieces of equipment from Hong Liang and the others. He originally wanted to destroy these 3 pieces of equipment personally to prevent future trouble. But when he met Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting at the Bounty Association, Lin Yi suddenly changed his mind. Sometimes, diverting the blame is more effective than destroying the body. He had long realized that there must be something fishy behind the Yuan brothers' enthusiastic invitation to him to join them. The reason why Lin Yi pretended to be deceived and followed them all the way to the Ghost Beast Valley was because, just to personally take these 3 pieces of equipment that will cause endless troubles, give to the greedy Yuan brothers and their group. Chapter 61, Puzzle of Suspended Death. The show begins. How can I help? Gu Shiyu's face tensed up immediately. The group of Yuan brothers outside are a group of murderous jackals. Even if you can escape from this cave, it is not absolutely safe. What on earth could he do? But Lin Yi said something word by word that made Gu Shiyu feel a little scared. "I want you to dig out my body in half an hour." "What?" Gu Shiyu couldn't help but exclaimed. "What? What corpse? What do you want to do?" Wasn't Lin Yi standing right in front of her alive? Why did he ask her to help dig up the body? Although there was a faint ray of light in the cave, it was still extremely dark. In the already eerie and terrifying atmosphere, Gu Shiyu felt a chill running down her back and stammered, Are you dead or alive?" Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "Of course I am alive. If you don't believe me, just touch me and try." Lin Yi jokingly stretched out an arm. Unexpectedly, Gu Shiyu took a step forward cautiously, stretched out her little hand, and pinched it tentatively. Then he let out a long sigh and asked in confusion, "Then what are you talking about corpses for? It's so scary." Lin Yi smiled strangely. Then suddenly his whole body stiffened, and then he fell straight back like a corpse. "Oh my God!" Gu Shiyu was so frightened that she screamed, then hurried forward and touched Lin Ye's nose. But he was already dead. Looking again, Lin Ye's health bar has been reduced to 0. The person is dead. "You don't scare me." Gu Shiyu's eyes turned red with anxiety. Tears came out, and she sobbed. "How could this happen? Weren't you fighting the mutant ghost beast just now? Are you injured or poisoned? How could he die out of nowhere?" Suddenly, Lin Yi let out a long breath, suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up straight. The violent movement frightened Gu Shiyu so much that her face turned pale again. You. Why are you pretending to be dead again? Lin Yi explained with a faint smile. Don't worry. This is one of my innate skills, the chrysalis of feigned death. After using it, you will fall into a state of suspended animation and look like a corpse. Pupa of suspended death. A-level talent terms. It was an entry that Lin Yi sacrificed from the monster, dead leaf butterfly, when he was trying to reach level 50 in the wild. This monster is extremely good at camouflage. When it is on the verge of death, it will wrap itself into a cocoon, just like a dead body. Only after the enemy leaves can he regain his breath. The dead leaf butterfly is in a state of suspended animation, and it is impossible to tell with a naked eye that it is still alive. At that time, Lin Yi was fooled several times by the dead leaf butterfly's art of feigning death. He did not expect that he would obtain this entry by accident when he was offering sacrifice. Chrysalis of suspended death has no meaning in ordinary battles, but in some special occasions, it will become a bloodless knife in Lin Ye's hand. For example, now, I will go out first and seek revenge on the Yuan brothers. Lin Ye's expression also turned serious, and he said word by word, then I will use chrysalis of fake death to pretend to be killed by them. They will definitely strip me of my equipment and bury my body with earth-attributed spells. In about an hour, I want you to find where they buried my body and dig it out. Gu Shiyu's head was about to explode after hearing this. She waved her hands and said, No, aren't you being too reckless? What if you really die in their hands? What if they dismember your body? Gu Shiyu felt that what she said was somewhat off track and eerie because of this guy, and said anxiously, And what if I can't find your body? Don't worry. Lin Yi smiled and said, First of all, they can't kill me. Their strength is not enough. Secondly, when there are 2 Earth Attribute mages in your team, using Earth Attribute spells to bury the body is definitely the best way to destroy the body and cover up all traces. And if they really want to dismember me, then cancel the plan and I will escape on my own. Gu Shiyu was stunned when she heard this. Having just witnessed this man single-handedly defeating the level 55 gold level boss Mutant Ghost Beast, she believed that Lin Yi must have the ability to escape. Even if he can't fight many people alone, he will definitely be able to escape with this guy's terrifying body movements, right? But how do I know where they buried you? What if it's too late? Gu Shiyu still had a tingling scalp and asked. Lin Ye's actions were almost like handing his life over to her. But Lin Yi took out 2 tubes of worms from his backpack, handed one to her, and said, This kind of insect is called a mother-son insect. Once it is released, the child insect will follow the scent to find the mother insect's location. I'll carry the female worm with me. You can come find me with the female worm in an hour. Gu Shiyu reached out and took the tube of tiny insects, her head still buzzing. Hey, how could you agree to such an outrageous plan? This is still too dangerous. Lin Yi smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't die that easily. In fact, even if Gu Shiyu didn't find his body after an hour, Lin Yi could still remove the pusa of suspended death by himself. He was in a state of suspended animation, but he was not without his 5 senses. Gu Shiyu is just the second layer of protection. Seeing that Gu Shiyu was still struggling psychologically, Lin Yi suddenly used his long sword to pull out 2 pieces of equipment shining with golden light from under the corpse of the mutant ghost beast. Just now, both of them were immersed in the joy of escaping death and did not even notice that the ghost beast dropped 2 pieces of equipment. One is a golden wristband, and the other seems to be a cloth crown of a mage. Gear has been released. It should be gold equipment. You can take it first. After we get out, we can divide it equally between the 2 of us. Lin Yi reached out and handed the 2 gold-level equipment to Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu took the 2 gold items and felt both happy and worried. Taking advantage of her distraction, Lin Yi also sacrificed the fire of the mutant ghost beast. The fire of the hateful ghost beast was sacrificed successfully, the fire value plus 50. A line of prompts suddenly popped up, but unfortunately no new entries were obtained. Lin Yi took off his equipment and put it into his backpack. Then he put on the 3 pieces of equipment that he had taken from the 4th young master of Bali Group: snake scale wrist guard, phantom breaking dagger, and golden silk mail armor. He also wore a black hood. In the dim light of the cave, he looked like the crazy assassin in the General's Tomb copy. Seeing this scene, Gu Shiyu shuddered suddenly. Lin Yi handed her his backpack with confidence and said with a smile, The show begins.